Hey, how can I help you?
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good.
I got this today. A signed Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth was the greatest ever.
Not the greatest. Ty Cobb was the best baseball player ever.
Joe DiMaggio.
No, Ty Cobb.
DiMaggio.
Over 10 years, batting over 400.
I get nothing for that. I've come down to the pawn shop today to sell my signed photograph of Babe Ruth. It's worth lots of money. I'm hoping to sell it today for $7,000, but I would take as little as $5,500.
Where in the world did you get this?
20 years ago, I was asked to remove boxes from an old lady's home, and before I tossed them in the dumpster, I opened them up, and I found that.
All right. Babe Ruth, he's probably the most famous baseball player of all time. There's the legend that he said, I'm gonna hit a home run, I'm gonna point to where I'm gonna hit it. It sort of looked like he pointed to left field and then hit the ball out there. But there's really no proof or anything like that, but it's a great legend.
Sure is, yeah.
He had some heartburn with Boston.
When Boston traded him, that's what caused the curse of the Bambino. Babe Ruth started his professional baseball career in 1914, and in his 21 years in the majors, he set all kinds of records. First to hit 60 home runs in a season, 714 career homers. He's got records people are still trying to break. It's not really a baseball card, it's just sort of like a photograph. It says from Babe Ruth to Eleanor Ruth Dobson. Do you know who that is?
She came up as a vaudeville actress in the era where he played in baseball.
We have Babe Ruth in one ink and this down here in another ink, which throws up red flags,
Sure.
you know what I mean?
I never noticed that.
Have you ever had the signature checked out?
No.
It's gotta be one of the most forged signatures of all time. When it comes to sports autographs, it doesn't get better than Babe Ruth. So you have to get something like this checked out by a pro. Let me get someone down here to check the signature out. If everything checks out, we'll try and figure out a price.
All right, sounds
Okay.
like a deal. Appreciate it. I'm a little bit nervous because of the two different pens being used, and I'm hoping that at least Babe Ruth is real.
Hey, Drew, how's it going?
Good. See you, Rick. Well, Babe Ruth. The guys call me in when they have specific problems with autograph memorabilia, and I'm the guy for the job. You know, he had a great history. Basically grew up in a boys' school, mainly because he was so unruly, his parents couldn't handle him, you know. I think he was drafted when he was 16 or 17 years old. He had to be adopted to get into the league. And of course, all the home runs, just a legend. Well, Babe Ruth is probably the biggest name for sports memorabilia. His autograph is extremely valuable. Let's take a closer look, see what we have. There's certain areas of Babe Ruth's signature that he always does. It's very consistent, and those are the things you have to look for. We can see that there's a different ink being used for the word from, and also the inscription at the bottom.
Have you ever heard of Eleanor Ruth Dobson?
I know about his two wives he had. He had two daughters. He had only one sister that survived from infancy, and this is not one of them. So it could be just a coincidence, but I don't know who this individual is. This was done after the fact by somebody else. The bottom part is not written by Babe Ruth. One of the things that Babe Ruth always did, he's always wrote his capital R larger than his capital B. The stem of the small case B is one of the tallest structures, and that is occurring here. One of the things the forgers always seem to miss is the epsilon E. It comes off the baseline, and there's a sharp little angle to it. If you take all the evidence in its totality, yeah, this thing's definitely authentic all the way.
All right, that's cool, man.
Sweet.
Well, after looking at all the details of the signature, it's absolutely 100% authentic. However, if you look at the inscription on it, that was definitely written in later by somebody else. So what I would recommend in a situation like this, because it's not a baseball card, I would cut off the bottom part, and it'll look beautiful.
Really? Okay.
So, Drew, what do you think it's worth?
It's a beautiful signature. It's a nice photograph of his later years as a player. I would say anywhere between $2,000, $2,500 retail.
Okay.
Yeah, that's about a fair price.
All right, thanks.
All right, thank you, Rick. Take care, guys.
So what do you want to do with this?
Sell it.
And how much you want for it?
Negotiable, for sure.
Okay. I'll give you $1,000.
$1,000. Can we do better?
No.
13. Meet in the middle, 1250.
I'll tell you what, I'll go $1,100 on it. I mean, that's fair. It's gonna sit around here a while.
1200.
1,100 is gonna be it. And I have cash money. $100 bills.
Sure, I'll do it.
All right.
Appreciate it.
All right,
Thank
let's
you.
go write this up.
Thank you. $1,100 was less than what I was hoping for, but in the end, I made money in Vegas, so I can't complain.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing?
What do we got here?
I got a Mickey Mantle rookie card from 1951, signed by the man himself.
That's pretty cool. So where'd you get it?
Actually, I bought it off a friend. He had it with a bunch of other cards in his garage, and I went through the cards, and I picked this one along with about 5 others.
Okay, I mean, you picked a really good one.
Yeah. I have a signed Mickey Mantle rookie card from 1951. Some auctions have sold this card for $45,000. I'm looking to get about $20,000 for the rookie card because I have 3 kids in college. If I'm able to sell the card, I'll use the money for those college costs.
Mickey Mantle, he's in the top 10 best baseball players of all time. I mean, he was a 20-time All-Star. That's, it's insane.
Yeah, I would say so.
When it comes to Mickey Mantle, he started his career off as a Yankee and he left his career as a Yankee. Funny little fact about him, his rookie year, and they brought him up to replace Joe DiMaggio, and the crowd booed him for 3 years.
Right, yeah.
And in his rookie year, he's chasing down a fly ball and trips over a sprinkler head, messed up his knee so bad it followed him his entire career. But 536 home runs, 3 Triple Crowns, 7 World Series. I mean, you don't get a better baseball career than that.
Right, yeah. He was up there with Babe Ruth, I would say, yeah.
Absolutely. Definitely the #1 switch hitter of all time. Teams hated him because he would hit home runs, on both sides. I think he came within a foot of being the only person to ever knock it out of Yankee Stadium.
Right.
Mind if I take a look at it?
Yeah, sure.
Ooh, back's a little rough.
Yeah, it's got some adhesive residue. The guy that had it probably had it in a scrapbook.
Sounds like something people would do in the 50s.
Yeah.
What are you looking to do with it?
I ain't to sell it.
Okay, any idea of what you want to get out of it?
Yeah, I need $20K.
Okay. Mickey Mantle helped define what an American sports icon is, and signed mint items of his have sold for millions, and I mean millions. I'm obviously interested, but there are a few things I have to consider first. I've got some serious condition issues with it, and one of my problems with Mickey Mantle is he had a pretty long career after baseball.
Right.
And he made more money signing autographs than he ever did playing baseball.
Yeah, he signed a lot, but didn't sign many of those rookie cards, that's for sure.
No, there wasn't very many of those rookie cards out there for him to sign. I will give you that. Let me give my buddy Dan a call. This is what he does. He grades these things for a living.
Yeah, go for it.
Hang out. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll wait. I know the card is authentic, but yeah, I wouldn't mind a second opinion.
1951, Bowman signed Mickey Mantle rookie card.
That's nice. Very nice. Back in the 50s,
Right.
60s, people didn't look at cards for value. They pretty much bought the packs of cards for the gum.
I would do the same thing, yeah.
Yeah, so Mantle is the key guy you want on a rookie card. A lot of these have surfaced in recent years because collecting autographs on rookie cards has become real popular.
Do you know how many of these signed rookie cards there are, actually?
They're not easy cards to come by, so they are in demand, but people look for those rookie cards to be in real nice shape. Do you have a loop where I could look at this under?
Yes, I do.
Perfect. Whoa. Yeah, that's pretty hammered. One thing that concerns me is that it looks like the top of the card's been cut where it might have had a bunch of fray that they wanted to remove just to make it look better. The back definitely has some rough residue. As far as the grade's concerned, PSA is going to grade it from a scale of 1 to 10. So 1 being poor, 10 being gem mint. And then unfortunately, with an altered back, they would never assign a numerical grade to the card. So you're looking at below a 1, which would be below poor.
What's something like this worth?
Everything's based on condition.
Right.
There are signed rookie Mickey Mantle cards from this year that have gone for 40 to 60,000. But they are clean. Corners are sharp, the surface is beautiful. But like I said, rookie cards are in high demand, signed rookie cards. As far as this card's concerned, the autograph's really nice. So Corey, in my opinion, I think this is worth retail about 10 grand.
Wow, I was thinking less than that.
I was thinking more than that.
It's condition is everything, man. Dan, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Great, nice to meet you.
Likewise.
I know you had hopes and dreams at 20,000, but I'm looking around 7.
Wow, 7. That's kind of way off between 20. You know what? I can go down to 17.
I'm not going over 7, man. 7's gonna be the most I can pay for it. I have to trust Dan. He's been in this business a long time. This is what he does. If he tells me 10, if I buy it from you at 7, possibly I make 3 grand.
Right. We do 15.
7.
You're not gonna bump up, not even a nickel. Huh?
I won't at all.
I think I'm gonna have to walk, man.
I'm always here. Bring it back
All right.
if you decide to.
Okay,
Take care.
thanks. Yeah, I was pretty bummed out that we couldn't make a deal. It looks like back to home plate, see if I can get another decent hit somewhere else.
So I'm here in Boston because my buddy Steve Gradge told me about this amazing Red Sox collection. And he tipped me off that the seller might actually be willing to sell a few pieces.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, Pat, welcome. Thanks for coming out here.
Oh, thanks.
We've got some amazing items here that I want to show you.
Okay.
This is the most extraordinary and unique collection of Red Sox team-signed baseballs that you're going to find anywhere on the planet. It starts from 1901, which would be this ball right here, and all the 5 World Series they won with Babe Ruth. And this one is the first and earliest Babe Ruth signature that we know of that's out there on a baseball.
That's incredible. And we have the world's largest baseball card.
The world's largest baseball card. Don't put it in the spokes of your bike because this one signed by Cy Young.
Okay, pretty damn cool.
I'm representing the owners of the biggest team baseball collection in Red Sox history. Today, we're going to be able to offer the Cy Young cabinet card. The owners are looking to get $175,000. The other item we have is Ted Williams' 477th home run baseball. They're looking to get $50,000 for that.
I mean, this is really neat.
These 2 pieces the owners are willing to part with. This baseball is Ted Williams' 477th home run. Why don't you put that glove on right there?
Yeah, I mean, he's Mr. Baseball in Boston. Oh, he wrote all over it. That's really cool.
Wrote all over it.
Home run number 477, June 24th, 1958. Yeah, I think Ted Williams was basically considered a god in this town.
Oh, still is. He was the Red Sox Mickey Mantle. And we're talking about a World War II veteran here. He missed 5 years of his career to go to the military and serve our country and still hit 521 home runs. This is an excellent piece. What this is a cabinet card from 1893, signed by Cy Young. As far as we know, there's only 6 of these out there in the world. The best part about it is if you look over here, this actually comes in the envelope that he sent it with his handwriting.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. Yeah, it's Cy Young, who's arguably the greatest baseball player ever to live.
Yeah.
He's a pitcher that won over 500 games.
511.
It would be mathematically impossible for any pitcher to do that nowadays because they don't play that many games. So, super cool collection. So, gloves off, what is the price on the Ted Williams ball?
Our team will accept $50,000 for that ball.
Okay. And the world's largest baseball card.
We're asking $175,000 for that.
Okay. It's a little bit pricey. So I'm going to go give Steve a call.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want a little input here. Give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. I'm going to go give him a call.
Okay, great.
So I guess you already know about this stuff.
Yeah, it's some really great stuff. This is some of the best stuff I've ever seen outside of the Baseball Hall of Fame.
So I really love number 477, Ted Williams. I think it's really, really cool.
He's certainly still the most famous Red Sox player almost of all time. So I see we have the letter as well. This is from Steve Runnels. Pete Runnels was a pretty good ball player in his own right and a former teammate of Ted's. So it says, my father, Pete Runnels, and Ted Williams were teammates. On June 29th, 1958, Ted Williams hit his 477th career home run. The ball was hit atop the roof in right field. That's a great story. My father acquired the baseball, and he wrote the score and information about the home run on the ball and then had Ted Williams autograph the ball. Now, I'm, semi-familiar with this. You're not really going to see much on here. It's just mostly a faded signature. But, the thing you want is that and that, which is absolutely phenomenal.
And then we have this Cy Young baseball card.
This is really fantastic piece of history. Cy Young, obviously, really the greatest pitcher of all time. 2 years after he died, they named the Cy Young Award after him. But the great thing about this, and I know the history about this piece, is this letter is tied in directly to this. So this is Cy Young sending this to someone. And I don't know if you could ask for better provenance.
So, what do you think they're worth?
You have 2 great pieces here, Rick. These are museum quality. So the first one, obviously Cy Young, just focusing on this, how incredibly rare it is. I could easily see this going for $200,000.
Okay. And
The ball?
So the baseball is really interesting, you know, and I love the letter. It ties it all in together. I'd put that value right at $65,000.
Okay. You want to have dinner later?
If you're buying.
Well, if I buy anything, I'm going to be broke, so you'll have to buy.
No problem. Good luck.
Okay, all right, so the ball and the Cy Young, I will give you 175 grand.
For all of it.
For these two, right? Yeah.
I'm sorry, I absolutely cannot do that. Our price is 2.25 right now.
And your best price is?
My best offer, I'll give it all to you for 220.
My best offer is literally going to be 180.
I'm sorry, just can't do it that low.
Okay, well, if you change your mind, let me know.
Okay,
But
thanks a lot. I was disappointed that we couldn't come to an agreement on price, but we're gonna hold on to them. We know there's other interested buyers out there, and we know we'll get our price eventually.
What do we got? Hey, I got this 61 Willie Mays uniform. I got this jersey with the matching pants underneath.
You're bringing me in something here that's amazing. The home runs this guy could have hit in this uniform, the bases he stole, game-winning catches, all kinds of stuff.
Which I'm sure he did in this uniform. I came to the pawn shop today to sell my Willie Mays uniform. I'd like to sell it today because I'd like to just cash in on it. I've had it sit in the closet, so it's time for it to go.
It's pretty amazing. Where'd you come across this?
It's a family heirloom. My uncle acquired it in the late 60s, and when he passed away, my aunt just kept good care of it, and about 2.5 years ago, she was nice enough to give it to me.
This is amazing, man. I mean, there's very few guys in the world that can compare to him in that sport. 660 home runs, batting average of .302, definitely in the top 10 of baseball players of all time.
If you open up the pants, it gives all of his details.
Willie Mays is one of the legends. I mean, he's right up there with Babe Ruth, Ty Cobb, and Joe DiMaggio. And uniforms are pretty much the holy grail for sports collectors. A game-worn Willie Mays uniform, you're talking huge money. You bring in one of the best baseball players of all time's actual uniform.
Correct.
Do you have any paperwork or anything with you, or?
No, I don't.
Okay.
This doesn't look game worn. Willie Mays was a badass. He was sliding around in the dirt and the grass. I imagine there would be a bunch of stains on it.
Back in the day, players would only get a couple uniforms a season. So finding one in such great condition definitely makes me nervous. If it's real, we're talking something worthy of the Hall of Fame. I mean, the jersey feels authentic. I have no way of telling for sure that it's real.
I'm very confident it's real. I mean, the way my family cherished it, and the way my uncle was a sports collector. And
just because it was in your family doesn't make it real.
What'd you want to do with it?
I'd like to sell it.
Give me an idea of what you want for it.
I think around $45,000 would be a fair offering.
I'm gonna need a little bit of proof before I shell out that kind of money. Let me have someone come down here and check it out. I've got to check for authenticity, game worn. There's a million little things that can make this worth money.
Sure.
I'll wait and see. I'll be right back and make a phone call.
Thank you. There's no doubt in my mind when the expert comes in to look at it, he's going to be blown away with the condition and the authenticity of this uniform.
Chum, Corey,
Hi, buddy.
what do we got?
Check it out. It's a Willie Mays uniform.
What, that's all? I thought you had something good for me. The guys call me down to the pawn shop anytime a piece of sports memorabilia comes in that they have some questions about. In 150 years of baseball, probably best all-around player ever in the game. Mays played 22 seasons, mostly with the Giants, and he established himself by hitting 660 home runs, which is still fourth all-time just behind Babe Ruth. Mays has gone down as one of the best players the game's ever seen. Between his speed, his power, his defense, he just did things on the field unlike others at the time. What concerns did you have with it?
How do we prove that it was actually game worn? It was Willie Mays's.
Well, these are extremely rare to find. Nobody thought to keep jerseys from back then, so the ones we do find typically are beat to hell or eaten up by moths. The most important thing when analyzing jerseys from this era is going to be the tags and any kind of markings on the jersey. Willie Mays, 61, were stitched in black. Now, Spalding is a company that the Giants contracted, and seeing this is consistent with a lot of Spalding jerseys from this time period. Right here in the waist, what we can see is we have Willie Mays, 24, which is his jersey number, and 33, which is his waist, 26 inseam, which all of these would have been the size and the equipment number for him at that time. One thing I'm just not seeing is any damage to it. This thing appears to be in immaculate condition, especially for its age, which leads me to believe that it's game issued versus game used.
Isn't it conceivable that, Willie didn't slide during 1 or 2 games?
That's all very possible.
But to truly identify it as a game-used jersey, we would need to see a lot more evidence of wear on it. Now, although we can't prove that this is actually a game-worn jersey, this is 100% authentic jersey that Willie Mays was issued.
Great, good to hear.
This is absolutely extraordinary. This is one hell of a find. I would value this anywhere from 35 to 40 grand.
Willie, huh? Good news.
Well, Jeremy, thanks for coming in, man.
You got it, Corey. Later, chum.
All right, see you later.
How much are you looking to get out of it?
I'd like to get 45,000.
And I'd like to be able to make some money. I'm not going to go anywhere near that. I'll give you 20 grand for it.
No, I can't. Did you do 40?
I've got to make some money on it, man. I really do. I'll go about 22,000.
This is so rare, I think we should be able to do better than that. Can you do, like, 37?
Go 25,000. I'm not going any higher.
You do 35?
Nope.
I'm sorry, I don't think I'll be able to do that.
30 grand. This is the best I can do.
Can you meet me at 33?
$31,000. Call it a day.
Sounds good.
All right. Chum, take care of it.
All right. Well, mixed emotions. There was the sentimental attachment. But I think my uncle would be impressed at the price that it actually achieved. I think he'd be very proud of it.
What do we got there?
I've got a jersey autographed by Lou Gehrig.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
How big was Lou Gehrig? That jersey looks like it could fit the Big Boss's leg.
I came into the pawn shop today to try and sell my Lou Gehrig signed jersey. Well, Lou Gehrig's one of the most famous baseball players back in his day. It's stitched, it's ripped in a few places and stuff, but yeah, it's signed by Lou Gehrig.
How'd you come across this, man?
Some guys back in Arkansas, some old farmers, were in their 70s, so they decided to sell off their sports memorabilia. This was probably a high school jersey, maybe college. It probably had a patch at one time here where it's torn off. It's been sewn several times. That's the way they did back in the day. They just kept using the same jersey over and over, so it's been used quite a bit. I don't know, and if I could prove that he ever put it on, believe me, I'd probably get 100 grand out of it without even blinking an eye.
Anything from the Yankees is highly collectible. And a signed jersey by one of the biggest baseball stars in history, I mean, this thing could go through the roof.
He won several World Series. The most famous probably with Murderers Row group would be 1927.
On a team with Babe Ruth.
Right, absolutely. He was kind of overshadowed by Babe Ruth.
Yeah.
And Babe Ruth signed a lot more stuff than he did. So he's really very collectible because he signed very few items. And this is like the only jersey I've ever seen that he signed.
You got any paperwork or anything with it?
Yeah, I've got actually 3 certificates of authenticity with it.
3 of them?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, give me an idea how much money you're looking to get out of it.
Well, I'd like to get 10 out of it if I could.
I'd like for my man Chumley here to grow a brain, but I don't think that's going to happen with either of us. Before I drop a bunch of money on a jersey, we're generally kind of leery of sports collectibles. Let me call my dad up, see if he wants to come down and take a look at it, and we'll kind of go from there.
Sure.
All right, let me give him a call. The sports world's full of fake merchandise, so I got to call on someone who's literally seen it all. And that person is my dad. What you think?
Was this framed up like this when you got it?
No, it was not.
So you framed it up?
Yes.
Is there anything on the other side of the jersey?
Yeah, it says Marsh Hill.
Is it a team?
High school.
Team jersey or something?
Yeah, it's the only jersey I've ever seen signed.
From where it's signed, I imagine some kid said, could you sign my jersey? And then did that number. And you got any paperwork with it?
Yeah, I've had it certified by AAU, which is here locally in Las Vegas. And then I sent it out to an auction in Pennsylvania. And then I had it certified again by Stats, which is another sports authenticator.
Everything looks legit to me. It looks real. So you look up online what Lou Gehrig's signature is going for?
I got an idea.
Okay, because it's not on a Yankees jersey.
I know.
All right, don't spend too much of my money.
When it comes to sports memorabilia, it's all about having the correct paperwork. And not only does this guy have one certificate of authenticity, he's got 3 from 3 very reputable companies. I know this jersey's legit, and I know it's gonna be worth a lot of money. So give me a realistic idea of what you're looking to get out of it.
I guess I'd take 7.
7? I'd offer you about 2.
I don't know.
Seeing as how I gotta sell this thing for a profit.
Right. Yeah, 2 is way too low. I can't do 2.
Yeah. It's a hell of a piece, and I'd love to have it in here. But you're just gonna have to work with me a little bit more. I mean,
really, I'd do it heartbreakingly for 5.
you know, and I'm really scared to do it, but I'll go up to 3. But honest to God, that's really the best I'm gonna do on it.
Well, I'll tell you, I really, really, really don't want to do it at 3, but with the economy the way it is and needing the money, I'll let it go at 3.
All right, deal. Let's go do some paperwork.
All right. You know, I wanted more for it, but yeah, now that I've taken the $3 grand, I have it in my pocket, I'm a happy guy.
I'm in Philadelphia. I'm about to hook up with Dan again. He has a guy who actually has Honus Wagner's game-used jersey and hat, and he might be willing to sell it to me.
Tony.
Dan.
How you doing, bud?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Good to see you.
I'm Rick.
Hey, Rick. How are you? I'm Tony. Nice to meet you.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm pretty good.
So game-used items from Honus Wagner. A game-used jersey and a game-used hat.
That's pretty amazing.
Well, I have a Honus Wagner game-worn jersey and game-used hat from 1935. We've had the items in the family for over 20 years, and my daughter and I might be interested in selling the items if it was worth it. Maybe it can pay for college.
This is amazing. How did you get this?
We inherited this from a family member. I was always a big baseball fan, and someone said, hey, you know, maybe Tony would like this. You know, I've had it for quite some time. My daughter, Farrah, is 11, and we named her Farrah
Wagner.
So
my middle name's Kevin. It's after nobody. Honus Wagner, I mean, like literally Ty Cobb said he was the best baseball player ever.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, lifetime batting average of .329. I mean, they called him the Flying Dutchman because he was fast, a great all-around ball player. He was one of the first members inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1936. So this is a guy who was with the inception of Major League Baseball.
It's cool.
So what's all this stuff?
So this is a photo that matches the jersey and the cap. And these are letters from an Air Force pilot during World War II. This gentleman's deployed out in Japan and sends Honus a postcard. Can you send me a couple of baseball caps? Because the guys and I would like to play some baseball.
This is a postcard from Honus Wagner to the pilot.
Correct.
That's incredible.
Can I see the cap?
Sure, yeah. In fact, the cap is signed by Honus Wagner on the inside. There's the signature.
That's crazy.
Can we take the jersey out?
Sure.
And compare?
Oh,
that's unbelievable.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the right stitching, Spalding, the labeling. This is a very famous photo by George Burke, and this matches up perfectly with the buttons, with the lettering, with the spacing. Leads me to believe that this is authentic. This is pretty incredible.
So what's it worth?
I think value-wise, with the cap, you are looking at about $250,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that'll pay for college.
Probably not.
I'm psyched that I got to see this stuff. It's incredible.
Thank you so much.
You're more than welcome.
All right.
Check it out.
Thanks.
And I'll catch you soon.
All right. So, you know, I'd give you 200 grand for it. If you're willing to sell it for 200 grand, I'd write you a check right now.
Wow.
Be a down payment at college.
Yeah, right. What do you think?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, we've had it in the family a long time, and
I'd keep it.
you would keep it?
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, Rick, I appreciate you taking the time to look at it, but I think we're going to hold on to it for a little while.
Okay, I don't blame you. Nice meeting you.
Hey, it's nice meeting you, too.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Have a good one. I'm going to catch up with Dan.
All right.
I struck out. Plain and simple. I didn't get it, but hey, it was really cool to be able to see it, and you never know. When this kid goes to college, he might need the money. What do we got here?
Got a 1909 Cy Young baseball card.
That's cool.
If I was a pitcher, I definitely would want the Cy Young Award.
I don't think you'll ever get one.
You never know.
I came to the pawn shop today to try to sell my 1909 Cy Young baseball card. I'd like to sell my card today because I have a 2.5-year-old daughter and a brand new 3-month-old daughter, and diapers and formula just aren't cheap these days. I'm looking to get about $1,000 today, but to tell you the truth, I'll take whatever I can get.
All right, yeah, Cy Young is the man. Won over 500 games. I know he pitched a perfect game. Had a few no-hitters.
Yeah.
That's why there's the Cy Young Award, because of Cy Young. So you got this from your grandfather?
My father inherited it from his great-grandfather.
That's cool, because I either trashed all my baseball cards or my mom threw them all out.
Right.
Every single one of them, yeah. No one really believed baseball cards going to be worth money one day, especially in, what year did you say this was?
1909.
The first baseball cards came out in the 1800s. But the early ones didn't come in a pack with gum, like when I was a kid. They were used to help sell products. Some of them came free in packs of tobacco.
Rick, don't these cards go for a lot of money?
Yeah, this card in like perfect shape, I'm sure it would go over $10,000.
Yes.
But it's not in perfect shape. It's in terrible shape.
You think it's that bad, huh?
It's definitely that bad. One of the things they judge when they grade baseball cards is the corners. Hell, we can't even grade one corner. I have a buddy that knows all about this stuff, but he's not available at the moment. So I'm just going to do the best I can. Even in the best of condition, most baseball cards are barely worth the stock they're printed on. But Cy Young is one of those rare cards that collectors go nuts for. So what do you want to do? You want to pawn it? You want to sell it?
I'd like to sell it.
What do you want for this thing?
Oh, about 1,000.
Do you got the other corner?
I wish I did.
I'll tell you what, I'll give you 200 bucks.
Oof. I was 102 years old, though.
Yeah?
I can't do 200. You gotta do better than that.
250? The condition's so bad, it's tough to even grade.
It's been in the family for so long. I just feel you gotta do a little better than that, man. I'm sorry.
I'll give you 300, and I think that's a lot of money for this card. 300 bucks is the most I want to be at.
Three it is.
Okay, all right. Go write them up, chum. Be careful with that. Don't spill a Coke on it or anything.
Yeah, like I can hurt this. I'll meet you over there.
To me, 300 bucks is definitely low, but in this economy these days, I'll take it.
Hey, how's it going? What we got here?
I have a book signed by Shoeless Joe Jackson.
Oh, it's actually signed by him.
Right.
This is absolutely incredible. When you talked about old baseball players, you would have talked about Lou Gehrig, Joe Jackson, and Babe Ruth. Do you know how rare it is to find his signature?
No, not at all.
It's the rarest sports signature, period.
Wow. I came to the pawn shop today to sell my book signed by Shoeless Joe Jackson. I found the book in a foreclosed home in a stack of other books. What I know about Shoeless Joe Jackson is that he fixed a World Series and he played a baseball game without shoes.
Say it ain't so, Joe.
It seems to be a collaboration of some sports stories. The first one is about Shoeless Joe, but it seems to be about the darker side of sports.
Yeah, the story is that him and 7 other guys on the 1919 Chicago White Sox took money to fix the World Series. They were all acquitted in a court of law. Okay, they were not found guilty in a court of law, but the whole incident more or less destroyed his baseball career, his reputation for the rest of his life.
Right.
Shoeless Joe Jackson was a baseball legend. He was such a good hitter, Babe Ruth actually copied his style. If it wasn't for the scandal, there is no doubt that he would make it to the Hall of Fame. So you got the signature certified.
Right. When I found the book, I saw what appeared to be 2 signatures. The first one isn't very legible, and then the second one is clearly different than the first one, so.
Well, he was illiterate. He could not read, and his wife signed everything for him. All the signed copies of this book, most of them, everyone you see will have this in it. Shoeless Joe Jackson, signed by his wife. He was embarrassed how bad his handwriting was on the only thing he could write, so that's why you never saw it.
Okay. So this could really be an amazing signature.
You will not find a rare autograph. Normally, I wouldn't go near a book like this unless I had my own experts take a look at it. But Joe Jackson's signature is so rare and so expensive, I just have to take the gamble before this guy walks out the door with it. So we have a certificate of authenticity, we have the book. So how much did you want to get out of it?
Well, I did a quick search on his signature and found that there's not many of them. I'd like to get like $30,000 for the book.
Not gonna happen.
Okay. What is gonna happen?
I'm thinking closer to 10 grand. Of all the sports signatures in the world, this is the one most faked. Okay, and I have no idea who this person is who authenticated it.
Right.
So, I mean, I'll take a shot at 10 grand.
It's just not a signature. It's on a book about the dark side of sports. I mean, that has to bring something to the table.
I'll give you 11.
You're not moving much.
There's not a lot to move. I mean, it's a big risk nowadays with stuff like this.
How about 16,000?
I'll make it short and sweet. I'll go $13,000. I won't go a penny more. I mean, ask for $1 more, you can just pick the book up and leave. But I'll go $13,000. If you do that, I'll do it. So.
Well, okay, let's do it.
All right, deal, man.
Great.
Okay, I'll meet you right up front. We'll do some paperwork.
Okay.
13 grand is a lot of money, but a once-in-a-lifetime piece like this, I think it's definitely worth the gamble. Hey, guys, check out this book. I got a book signed by Shoeless Joe Jackson.
I thought he couldn't even write.
He barely knew how to write his name.
How much you pay for that?
$13,000.
Is that a good deal?
I think so. I think I'll at least double my money.
Hey, Rick, you got a COA on it?
Yeah, I got a certificate of authenticity. I think it's legit.
Cool. What did Rebecca think about it?
I haven't brought it to her yet.
Oh, my
Who
God.
looked at it?
I did.
That's just a lot of money not to bring somebody in on that. You're no book expert.
I know enough.
Yeah, you know enough to get your ass in hot water. We have rules about buying expensive stuff without getting it checked out first. For some reason, Rick thinks his fat head is above the rules.
This is a business with risk and reward. And I'm like 90% sure it's real.
I'm worried about the damn 10%, Rick. Why don't you take the book and go up to Rebecca's and let's find out about this now.
Makes you happy, I'll go see her now.
Bye.
Hey, Rebecca, how's it going?
Hey, how are you?
Pretty good. I bought a really cool book.
Okay, what is it?
Say It Ain't So, Joe, signed by Shoeless Joe Jackson.
You know how rare that is.
Yeah.
Rick popped in. I wasn't too surprised. He comes to me every now and then, but I was surprised by what he brought me.
It also comes with the certificate of authenticity, but I don't know this person at all.
Yeah, certificate of authenticity is only good as the person who writes them, right?
Yes.
There are less than a dozen signatures of Shoeless Joe that everyone can agree upon. So if this is another one, this is a really big deal. So you wanted to know about the book, right?
Yeah.
So it's an anthology, and it covers different essays about the darker side of sports. There are essays in here from people like Ernest Hemingway, P.G. Wodehouse, so some great names.
Okay.
But they're all reprints, too. So the Hemingway originally appeared in his Death in the Afternoon, and so it's a reprint from that. So as far as the book goes, you're not looking at a whole lot of value in the book, even as a first edition.
All right.
It's worth only about 50 bucks. But the signature, that changes things. This signature is real. This is by far one of the craziest things you brought to me.
All right, well, I paid $13,000 for it.
Oh, well, you either got a steal or you got screwed. You're looking at up to $100,000.
Oh, okay.
So what I have here is one of the only Joe Jackson signatures that all the authenticators can agree upon. So you can see how shaky it is. With someone who's not practiced at writing, they're not going to have the same muscles to be precise in their hand. So look at the J here. You see how it's got a curl, and you see how it's kind of moving a little bit. This one almost looks a little smoother on top, especially. Look at the A. This A here he was struggling with. This one looks like a pretty normal A that someone would just do. And then the K here goes straight into an O, whereas this, the K, he tries to do the loop, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there are some differences here.
Would his signature be inconsistent since he wasn't practiced?
Possibly, and that's one of the reasons why all authenticators don't agree on every Joe Jackson signature. But the key with this one is that it's just too neat in its attempt to look messy. I'm not convinced that it's real. But it is so rare and so controversial because there are some signatures that all authenticators don't agree on.
Mm-hmm.
If you can get the consensus of the community, then you would still be good to go.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
All right.
Sorry, Rick. In my opinion, the signature is not real. I felt terrible telling Rick that he had made possibly a $13,000 mistake. That's not news you want to give to anyone.
What do we got here?
I have a Atlanta Braves 1995 World Series ring.
Oh, that's a pretty cool year, man.
Team of the 90s. Got there 7 times and then finally won World Series in 95.
They're like the Buffalo Bills of the 90s, man. They just couldn't pull it off.
I came to the pawn shop today to try to sell my 1995 Atlanta Braves World Series ring. I'd like to sell it because my wife and I were moving to Vietnam, hoping to get $13,000 inside.
So where'd you get it?
Yeah, I got it from a buddy of mine who needed the money, and I thought it'd be a good investment.
Atlanta Braves, 1995 World Champions. Was Turner the staff member?
He was the owner.
Yeah, Ted Turner.
This belonged to Ted, and he issued it or gave it away? Could make it worth more. They had some pretty good people on the team back then, didn't they?
Dave Justice, Greg Maddux,
Chipper Jones.
Greg Maddux won the Cy Young. It's a really good franchise. They just couldn't get it done all them other years.
You think they're the team of the 90s?
Sure, they were good, but no one really liked them.
The first championship rings were given to the Giants in 1922 when they beat the Yankees. The design was pretty basic and only featured 1 diamond. But by the 1970s, championship rings got flashier with lots and lots of diamonds. So it's no big surprise that these things can go for a lot of money. You know, there's a pretty big difference when it comes from staff to player rings. I mean, everybody wants a player's ring because it was by a guy who actually won the World Series. So what do you want to do with it, my man?
Yeah, I want to sell it. Yeah, I'd like to get $13,000 for it.
13,000, huh? Championship rings are one of my dad's favorite things to buy. We make really good money when we sell them to sports collectors, but every ring is different, so getting the price right can be tricky.
You mind if I have a buddy come down and take a look at it?
How come? I'd like to get the money and get out of here.
You know, right now, if you have to hold me to an offer, I'm gonna offer you $4 grand because it's a staff ring. My guy might come in and tell you it's worth a little bit more.
All right, that's fair. Okay.
All right, let me give him a call, and I'll be right back.
All right. I don't really know that much about the ring. They're going to bring in an expert, so hopefully he'll verify that it's worth the $13,000 I'm asking for.
What's going on, guys? The guys call me down to the shop whenever they have some sports memorabilia that they need some more information about.
1995 Braves championship ring.
The Braves are actually the oldest continuously playing team in American professional sports.
Oh, wow.
Over the years, though, they had a lot of ups and downs. Finally, in the early 90s, they found new life with a great lineup that propelled them into the 95 World Series. It was a great contest. One hand, you got the Indians. In the National League, you had the Braves, who by far had the best record.
Wasn't it like by 21 games or something?
Yeah, the Braves had about a 20-game lead in the National League. The Indians had maybe like 30-game lead in the American League. Braves finally won in Game 6, brought home their 3rd title, and actually gave the city of Atlanta their first major sports championship, too. I've seen World Series rings sell for tens of thousands of dollars, so I'm really excited to see what this ring might bring. What concerns did you have with the ring?
It's a staff ring.
Okay.
I know there's a huge difference in price between a staff ring and a player's ring.
Right.
I think it might be Ted Turner's ring, which is kind of crazy. I mean, what do you think it might be worth?
Let's take a look at the ring here. We have a large diamond set on top of a blue stone, and we're going to have 18 smaller diamonds surrounding it. The company Jostens, they made the rings for the 95 championship Braves. So on the inside, we should see the Jostens logo.
What do you see?
Unfortunately, this isn't even a staff ring. This is what they call a salesman sample. They're provided to the team beforehand so they can get a look at the ring, see if they like it, approve it, and they make them from there. We know this based on two main reasons. Number one, the inside of the band does not have the Jostens logo. And also, it's issued to Turner, which is Ted Turner, the owner of the team. Ted Turner's not a guy that needs to hawk his ring or sell it to come up with a few quick bucks. So there's no doubt that this is what we would call a salesman sample.
Okay.
They still do have value. People just want to own a piece of the 95 Braves. With the original box and everything, you're looking at around $2,000.
All right.
I was really disappointed. They bring some bozo off the street. I don't know where he came from. All of a sudden, he comes through the door and he's Mr. Expert on baseball. So I don't know. I was really disappointed.
Well, have you heard what my guy has to say? Thinks it's a salesman sample. I would offer you around $800 for it.
Oh, that's okay. And I'll just take it home.
All right, my man, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. I've learned my lesson. I'm not bringing any more rings into this shop.
What you got there, guy?
How you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Got a 1951 Yankees team signed baseball. Got about 22, 23 signatures on the ball. Joe DiMaggio, Yogi Berra, Mickey Mantle, and it's a 51, the year they won the World Series. My grandfather went to a game in 1951 with my mother and received the autographs from a friend of his that was involved with the team. The baseball doesn't really mean a lot to me. It's got some family heritage, but it's a baseball.
It's a very interesting piece. What can you tell me about this?
51, that was Mantle's rookie year, Joe DiMaggio's last. So you got a critical intersection of history right here on that ball.
Can I see it? This would be perfect for the company softball game.
Chumley, I'm fixing to hit you. It looks like it's been run over by a truck.
The condition of this ball is fair to good. Signatures have faded, but you can read them, and I would be suspicious of any other ball that was a mint condition ball.
What you trying to do, sell it, pawn it, donate it?
I'd like to sell it. I think the ball's well worth $3,000.
Do you have any paperwork on it?
None whatsoever.
The way you sell this stuff is with authentication, because there's a tremendous amount of people with a ballpoint out there. I'm definitely interested.
Okay.
But I just want to have somebody that knows more than me look at this thing. It's not that I don't trust this guy. I don't trust nobody, especially when they're trying to sell me something.
If they want to bring in an expert, I'm fine with it, and I'd like to learn more about the ball as well.
How you doing, Brenda?
Hey, old man, how you doing?
I'm fine.
Good to see you again. Chumley. I'm a forensic handwriting expert and the owner of Expert Handwriting Analysis in Las Vegas. Do you mind if I take a look at it?
That's why you're here.
That is why I'm here.
Okay.
I have obtained genuine signatures of all the players on the team that year.
Okay.
So what I will do is use those as examples and compare them to the signatures on the ball. When I first looked at the ball, it didn't have any obvious signs of not being authentic. Certain things that can be done to age a baseball would be abrasion to make those signatures look older than they are, or exposing it to unnatural elements such as lemon juice and sunlight. Right now, I'm looking at Mickey Mantle's signature, and I like what I'm seeing because Mickey Mantle had two different signatures. The first signature that he used in the 50s matches the signature on the ball.
Okay, that's good.
Which is good. Later, throughout the years, Mickey Mantle added a billowing shape. Almost, his M's started to look like sailboats. Do you see that?
Uh-huh.
That tells me that this signature was from the right time frame, from 1951. That's good news. Good news for you.
What's the light for?
So I can see the handwriting on the ball.
Oh.
The signature that's in the best condition, I would say, would be the Joe DiMaggio signature. Joe DiMaggio had a real heavy writing style. There's 23 signatures on here. 22 of them, without a doubt, match a player on the 1951 Yankees team. There is one signature on the ball that I am unable to determine the authorship of. And there's indications that it belongs to Casey Stengel.
Brenda's checking out the ball right now, and I know it's real. I believe it's authentic. This is a historical baseball piece.
Okay, in your opinion, this ball is, you can classify this as a real 1951 Yankees ball.
I do believe that this is a genuine 1951 Yankees baseball.
Thank you very, very much.
You're welcome. The value of the ball is really subjective. It just comes down to what a buyer is willing to pay for it and what the seller is willing to get for it.
So what are you trying to get out of it, Clint?
I think $3,000 is a reasonable amount for the ball.
If the signatures was better shape, I'd say the ball's worth well over $3,000. In the shape it's in, it's not worth $3,000. I'll be glad to negotiate with you, but you're gonna have to come down a whole lot if we cut a deal.
What could you guys offer me on this?
I'm gonna shoot you a price. If you don't like it, don't hit me, but I'd be a buyer at about $800.
This is a historical piece above and beyond the signature factor of the ball, which I will grant you the signatures are faded.
I couldn't pay $3,000. And you gotta understand too that I'm tying my money up and I have to make a profit.
Well, I would respectfully decline.
The offer will stand. You're welcome back anytime.
I appreciate it.
When the price is not right, it's not right. And $3,000 was too much for that baseball.
Hey, how can I help you?
I have a couple rare baseball items here. What I have is John McGraw and Joe DiMaggio. And these are the busts that made the plastic figures, and these were sold in the National Baseball Hall of Fame and ballparks throughout the country in 1963.
This is the mold to make this.
That's correct.
And this is Joe DiMaggio?
That is Joe DiMaggio.
Marilyn Monroe fell in love with that. I'd have had a chance with her.
In your dreams, Rick.
I came to the pawn shop today to try to sell my 1963 Hall of Fame bust molds. They were used to make little plastic figures of Joe DiMaggio and John McGraw. I've been collecting sports memorabilia for over 30 years, and I just like to move some of the stuff out.
I mean, the outside of the mold does not look like Joe DiMaggio.
Right. Well, all the details on the inside, that's where the figure comes from.
Yeah, the way they would do it, this would clamp onto a machine, and there's a vacuum process. They suck all the air out. They shoot hot plastic in.
Okay.
And then, when it's still really hot and pliable, they put the vacuum machine on it again, which shrinks this thing down to nothing. They pull it out of the mold, fill it back up with air, and you're done. It hardens just like that.
I was wondering how that would work.
Okay, and this is Joe DiMaggio. Probably one of the best baseball players of all time. He's got the one record probably no one will ever beat.
Yeah, the 56-game hitting streak in 1941, which still holds up to today.
Yeah. When it comes to baseball, it doesn't get much better than Joe DiMaggio. He helped the Yankees win 9 World Series. Plus, he married Marilyn Monroe. This guy was cool. And who is this guy?
That's John McGraw, 1891, the dead ball era.
Was he the guy they called Napoleon?
It's Little Napoleon. He was 5'7".
Got kicked out of more games than anyone else in baseball?
Yeah, I believe it's 132 games. He was the most kicked out.
Did you ever see McGraw play?
No. Joe DiMaggio I saw play when television was in its infancy.
Okay, so what do you want to do with all this stuff?
I'd like to sell it. I want $2,200 for both molds, and I'll throw in the Joe DiMaggio bust.
What we have here is not the baseball collectible, it's the thing to make the baseball collectible.
Right.
I mean, there's something here, I just don't know what it is. Let me call a buddy of mine, let me have him come down here and see what he thinks they're worth. Okay, be right back.
Thank you.
Rare items that feature Hall of Famers can go for big money, but it's really hard to price these weird, one-of-a-kind items. Sometimes they can be flops, and sometimes they can be huge money, so I have to be sure.
Jeremy, how's it going?
Going good, Rick. How's it going?
What's going on, good buddy?
The guys call me down to the shop whenever they have some sports memorabilia that walks in that they have some questions about. Back in 1963, these would have been made by a company, Sports Hall of Fame, and sold at Cooperstown and other souvenir shops. What we have here, we have 2 great Hall of Famers. We have Joe DiMaggio, who's a Yankee legend, and then a lesser-known but very well-respected Hall of Famer in John McGraw. Most of his fame came from the days he was a manager of the New York Giants. He strung together something like over 2,700 wins, which ranks all-time second behind only Connie Mack. It's because of great Hall of Famers like this that items like this even exist. The molds from this era are very rare to find. They seldomly come up for sale, but every once in a while you do see one pop up. Now, the main thing we want to see here is a mirror image of the stamping of the player name and the company manufacturer. On the finished product, it would appear right side up. And I can see on the inside, we have the information, Sports Hall of Fame, and Joe DiMaggio, which is exactly similar to the finished product, how it appears on plastic. We also have John McGraw, same exact thing. And looking at these, I mean, everything seems to check out, but there's this one thing that's kind of bothering me about them.
Okay.
Do you guys have a ruler?
Yeah.
All right, so what we want to do is just basically measure from the base of the bust to the top. A lot of the fakes I've seen before, they're actually smaller in size, and they have a lot less details in them. Okay. All right, so taking into consideration all the details, especially the height of them, these are absolutely good.
That's great to hear. It's a relief.
The original busts are 6 inches tall. The base is about 2 inches, and the actual bust itself is about 4 inches. These are good.
So what are they worth?
Being one of a kind, it's a little difficult to pinpoint, but John McGraw, you're looking at maybe around $500, $800. Joe DiMaggio, one of the most famous baseball players of all time, $1,500 to $2,000.
Okay. Is the bust worth anything?
Yeah, around $50.
Okay. Well, thanks, man.
Being that these are one of a kinds, they appeal to a lot of people, but at the end of the day, there's a very small market for something this rare and unique.
So how much do you want for them?
After hearing the expert, $2,200.
No. I'd give you like $1,100 for the pair.
$2,000 would be the lowest I'd go.
Well, then you're going to take them home.
You know, this happens all the time. People come in and they literally want what I can get out of it. I mean, if I do that, I'm not going to be in business long.
Right, I understand that.
Yeah, $1,200 would be top, Rick.
It's one of those weird, odd things. I think I can get money out of it, but it's going to sit up for a long time.
$1,500.
Yeah, I'll meet you in the middle at 13. That's the most I can go. I believe they're going to be a hard sell. They're going to sit for a long time.
I understand that, and I'll take $1,300.
Okay, I'll meet you right up front, and we'll do the paperwork.
I'm walking out of the pawn shop today with $1,300, and I'm very happy. It's going to go in my kids' college education fund.
What do we got?
Got a 1925 Ty Cobb Joe Sewell game used signed bat.
What? Ty Cobb, Joe Sewell, game used signed bat. Okay,
Yes.
Did these guys ever play at the same time?
They did. They both played in the 20s together.
Okay, and so Ty Cobb signed Joe Sewell's bat, or?
Joe Sewell signed Ty Cobb's bat, but Joe Sewell used it.
I feel like we're playing like who's on first here, but.
I buy and sell game-used bats. That's my specialty. I've had it for about 15 years. It's an actual Ty Cobb game bat that's 90 years old. It's a part of baseball history. It's a piece that belongs in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
I know a lot about Ty Cobb. This is the guy that would sit there in his dugout where the catcher could see him and sharpen his cleats, so they would actually, they'd be terrified of him. I don't know that much about Joe Sewell.
He's a Hall of Famer, played for the 32 World Champion Yankees. Great player.
All right. So he signed it 2 times?
3, actually. The third one's right there.
Okay. So was it actually Ty Cobb's bat, or was it like a Ty Cobb model?
No, it's Ty Cobb's bat. It's got his name on it.
Why would Joe Sewell sign Ty Cobb's bat?
Well, they're both Southern boys. Joe was from Alabama, and Ty was from Georgia, and Ty let Joe order one of his bats.
All right. So did Joe Sewell use this bat?
Joe Sewell used it. Yeah.
Okay. And Ty Cobb.
Ty Cobb, I don't know if Ty Cobb used it or not, but I know Joe used it.
Okay. All right. So how much are you looking to get for it?
I'm looking to get $100,000.
It's a lot of damn money.
Yeah. Well, this bat belongs in a museum. I mean, look at it.
This definitely looks like a Ty Cobb model bat, but the real question is, was it his personal bat? A bat that Ty Cobb actually used in a game is worth a lot more than the model bat that he sold to a lot of people. There's no way I'll even consider paying 6 figures for this without a second opinion. Let me have a few buddies come in.
Sure.
Got a buddy who's authenticates all my sports stuff. The guy's really, really good, and a guy who does all my signatures.
Okay.
Let me give him a call and see who I can get down here first, all right?
Thank you.
I'll be right back, all right?
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm 100% confident because that's my business, and I'm an expert. Zane, hey, Steve.
How are
Good
you?
to see you.
Good to see you, too. How you been?
You guys know each other?
Oh, yeah, for years, absolutely. Yeah.
What are you bringing it to me for? Just bring it to him next time.
You got more money.
Steve, I got a few concerns. I don't even think I've heard of Joe Sewell, so...
No problem. we flip that around? Sure. That's the first thing I want to do is take a look at what we've got here with the signatures, and I know there's 3 different ones on here. The first one, obviously, what I'm looking at is more of a paint pen type on here. Definitely overlaps, so there's no question about that being on the bat. The second one, I see live ink on here, so that's not an issue there. And then the last one is where at? Yeah, and the same could kind of be said for that. I'm seeing the impression.
All right.
Joe Sewell had a really nice signature, and that's what I'm starting to see on here. He just kept it basic throughout his whole life. And I'm seeing that here, I'm seeing that here, and finally seeing that up here. Everything matches perfect.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, so no issues there.
Signatures are authentic. What do you think it's worth?
I could tell you Joe Sewell autographs, generally speaking, he's not much in demand. Still a good autograph, but he's not really sought after. You know, $100, $150. You know, obviously, the complexion changes when you have it on a bat like this, but still, that's kind of out of my department. Autograph's good, no problem there. Not a real high-value signature.
Steve, I appreciate it. All right, man. Well, let's hope the next guy shows up and 99,900 and more reason to like the bat.
Send him in. Send him in.
Let's see where he's at. I'll give him a call.
Thank you.
You know, I understand that there's a whole other aspect to it in terms of a game-used bat and whose bat was it. I really don't deal in that stuff too much. I'm just basing my value on just the autograph alone.
Hey, what's up, Jeremy?
Corey, how's it going?
Going good.
Right on, good to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Know the signatures are legit. I just need you to kind of tell me more about the bat.
Okay. What this is, it's a Hillary and Bradsby Louisville Slugger baseball bat. Now, Ty Cobb, I can go on and on about what he did for the sport. I mean, over 4,000 hits, over 2,000 runs. I mean, he's one of the purest, best hitters in the game, bar none.
Right.
Now, Joe Sewell, he's not as much of a household name, especially as far as a Hall of Famer, but what he did, throughout the 1920s, he didn't strike out, and that's what made him very famous. Over 7,000 at-bats, he struck out 114 times. In this day and age, 3 or 4 times a game, you know, guys will strike out. He did that in a season. I mean, that was remarkable.
All right, so tell me what's up with the bat. I don't get it.
I can see why you don't get it. This is a very unique bat. First of all, Joe Sewell game-used items are very hard to come by. Now, that on top of the fact we have Ty Cobb's name on here, I mean, we have a really unique piece of memorabilia here.
What do you think it's worth?
Let me start off with just a Ty Cobb game-used bat. Easily 6 figures. There's no 2 ways about it. I mean, that's one of the most sought-after, rare pieces of memorabilia from this time in baseball. Now, we're not dealing with just a Ty Cobb bat here. We also have Joe Sewell's name engraved into the bat barrel as well. And what I can tell you about that, the reason his name exists on here is because in the later part of his career, during the mid to late part of the 20s, in order to be just like Cobb, he wanted to emulate his hero, he wanted his bat. So he contacted Hillary and Bradsby, had a bat to Ty Cobb's specifications made for him. In doing so, the Hillary and Bradsby went ahead and put his name on it. Later on, the Ty Cobb part would have been removed and just it would have been a Joe Sewell bat, and again, identical to Ty Cobb's specification, measurements, and so on. So Ty Cobb never used this bat.
Oh, wow.
It's just his model bat, and it's cool because this is like the transition bat, so to speak. You know, this was the one he was trying out first. Do I like it? Do I hit well with it? Do I want to continue with it? So these are extremely limited.
What do you think it's worth?
This bat right here, we're looking at 15,000 bucks.
Oh.
I mean, I've seen just a game-used bat of Sewell, you know, in that kind of shape. It's about $7,000 to $8,000, and you can almost more than double it because of the fact that it can be pinpointed to a particular time in his career, and it is affiliated with Ty Cobb.
Yep, Jeremy, I appreciate you coming down.
Not a problem, man. Good to meet you.
Thanks for coming in.
You bet. This bat was only used by Joe Sewell. The bat model itself is based on Ty Cobb, but it was actually never in the hands of Ty Cobb during a major league game. There's just absolutely nothing Joe Sewell out there that would command that kind of premium.
Well, my guy's saying it's worth 15, which means at the most I'd offer you 12. You're asking for 100.
Yeah, we're pretty far off. I mean, I would come down to 75 if that helps you.
Well, bad news for me is I got to believe my guy, and I'm gonna go ahead and stick with 12. I just don't think we're gonna be able to come to a deal here.
Thanks for letting me come in.
Appreciate you coming down.
Thank you. I'm very disappointed in that price. I think the expert they brought in left a lot to be desired in his knowledge of the market.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good.
What do we got?
I got 5 Topps 1967 Pete Rose baseball cards here, mint condition.
You got 5 Mona Lisas too?
I'm dead, don't I wish?
I don't really know too much about Pete Rose, the baseball player. I'm a fan of Pete Rose, the gambler.
Yeah. Well, I used to be a big collector of baseball cards, and I don't collect any longer. I've got 5 of these 1967 Pete Rose baseball cards. They're in like mint condition. They've got to be worth some money.
Pete Rose was the man. Too bad he screwed up. I mean, he definitely would have gone down as one of the best baseball players that ever lived.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Fortunately, he's in that shoeless Joe Jackson club that no one likes to be in.
When he was playing, he was one of the greats. I realize he's been banned, but I just still think they're really fabulous, neat cards. They're Pete Roses.
So how'd you come across these, man?
I was cleaning out the garage and stumbled across them.
What do you know about them?
They're authentic cards. They're labeled Topps 430. The little cartoon shows him hitting one out of the park there. It's got all of his stats for the year. No tears, no marks.
You have any idea what these are worth?
No, I did do a little checking online. They should be worth about 50 bucks a piece, so it's about 2.5.
All right. Before I buy these, I got to know that they're legit. And these things look like they're in great shape. Maybe a little too good a shape. My concerns are that they're in like almost too perfect shape and that you got 5 of them. I'm just not willing to take the risk of buying counterfeit cards. I just don't know enough about them to buy them.
Well, they're not counterfeit. They've been sitting in my garage for years.
Well, there's always a shot. Let me call my dad over and see what he knows about them.
If these cards are fake, then I need to reevaluate my entire card collection.
Hey, Pops. This guy's got 5 Pete Rose cards. Figured I'd let you look at them. Seeing as how you don't trust me with anything.
Yeah, Pete Rose was the man back in the day. Won 3 World Series, over 4,000 hits. On the All-Star team 17 times. So what do you want to know about these?
If they're real?
I'd be willing to bet on Pete Rose's reputation these cards are real.
No.
How can you tell that? What do you mean?
Because the color's all faded. Everything's a blur. Even his face, it doesn't look silk screened. They're printed with an inkjet printer. And the picture looks overexposed. They probably scanned it and reprinted it. It's just not right at all.
They've been in my garage for years. I mean, they're good.
They've been faking baseball cards forever. People come in here all the time and think just because they've had an item for years, it's real. No, what it means is years ago, they bought a fake. And another suspect thing is all of a sudden you have 5 of them that are just perfect. These were bubblegum cards, so they were in a pack with bubblegum.
Yeah.
Okay, and they're not like baseball cards today that come in a nice, neat box where nothing's screwed up.
Yeah.
These were old baseball cards that were just thrown out on the candy shelf. Kids would open them up. So it's really, really rare to find one in good shape. These things right here, I wouldn't touch them at all. They look completely fake to me.
Think you're wrong, but all right. I'll get something someplace else for them.
Okay, thanks for coming in.
Thanks. If these cards are fake, then what else is real? Is the wife real? The dog? The cat? What's real?
I got a Dodgers signed World Series baseball.
All right. And you got a certificate of authenticity here?
Yes.
Let me take a look at it real quick. Official Rawlings National League Baseball signed in ballpoint by 15 members of the Brooklyn Dodgers. Signers are Sandy Koufax, Elmer Vaux.
Elmer Vlah? I didn't know he played with the Dodgers.
I am not going to try to pronounce his last name. And remember, man, this is 1959, a little before my time. So
I'm here to sell my 59 World Series signed Dodgers baseball. There's 15 signatures on the ball. I have Sandy Koufax, Don Drysdale, Don Newcomb, all Hall of Famers. I'd like to add $4 grand. We'll go from there.
So how long have you had it?
I'd say about 14, 15 years.
Okay. Right off the bat, Sandy Koufax in the sweet spot. That's awesome.
Right.
The guy was a really good pitcher. I mean, he was the youngest person ever elected into the Hall of Fame. At the time, him being Jewish and everything else, I mean, there's a lot of people that just didn't like him because of it. I mean, I think it was in the 1961 World Series, he refused to pitch on the first game because it fell on Yom Kippur, which really pissed some people off and, got a lot of attention over it. The Dodgers absolutely dominated baseball in the 1950s. They won 5 National League championships and 2 World Series. If this ball's signed by a championship team, it could be worth some serious money. So what are you looking to do with it?
Sell it.
What are you looking to get?
I'd like to get $3,500.
Okay, got some questions with the ball. The signatures are in ballpoint pen. That's It's kind of a big red flag there. Those weren't really around yet.
Okay, so it was signed when? Maybe they had a get-together years
They had
later?
like a reunion or something maybe, or?
Now, I did hear they had a couple reunions, so it very well could have been done at a reunion.
Okay. I just want to find out more about the ball, so let me have a buddy of mine come down and take a look at it.
Okay.
Go give him a call.
Okay.
Guy says it's a 1959 Dodgers signed baseball.
Well, you know, the great thing about the Dodgers, they had all those great players in the 50s, and then they left Brooklyn behind. I mean, they still brought a lot of guys out west with them, but that move signaled the end of kind of that era. And then you had guys like Sandy Koufax. The great thing about Koufax, from 55 through almost 60, Sandy Koufax's numbers were pedestrian. He had his great time from 61 to 66. But when you think of Brooklyn Dodgers, everybody thinks of Sandy Koufax. Guy was such an amazing pitcher. Well, the 1959 Dodgers were the World Series champion, and it was really significant for them because it was their second year in LA, and he had these players sitting at, picnic benches in the clubhouse before games signing baseball after baseball after baseball. It really became a big thing, and collectors loved having them. And what are your concerns?
You know, the ballpoint pen always throws me off,
Yeah.
and when I'm dealing with signatures, I just rather call you.
Okay, the first guy I want to look at is Sandy Koufax. I mean, he's the main guy for those Dodger teams. He kind of rolled off his letters, as you could see here. He had a great way of finishing it off with his X that kind of dropped down. The next guy I'd like to look at, and that's the great Don Drysdale. The great thing about Drysdale, I always look for it, pinpoint to one thing, is he dropped his S down in his last name. And I keep looking at that, and I look at those two things.
So what do you think?
You know, after seeing the players I just pulled up here, there's no question the signatures are authentic.
Okay.
Great, great.
Okay, the next thing I want to do, I start looking at the players, Don Newcomb, Rube Walker, there's Ed Roebuck on the bottom, and Ken Lehman. That's kind of odd. Now, that's one signature I have to pause at. But Ken Lehman was a guy that wasn't part of that 59 team. It's not a 59 World Series ball. If I had to guess, probably like a 57 ball. And unfortunately, they didn't win a World Series.
Okay. Value-wise, what are we looking at?
I'd put the value of this ball right around $450.
Well, appreciate you coming in, man.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Thanks, man. Nice to see you again.
All right.
Thanks. Take care. The seller didn't like my appraisal of the ball. Was signed at a reunion show. Does it have appeal? Yes, but it's very limited.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking I'll give you $250.
No, no.
I mean,
No.
you know where I'm at with it, buddy. Are we even gonna make a deal, or are we just wasting each other's time? You asked me for $3,000. I'm telling you $250. I mean, let's.
No, it's still a $750 baseball to me.
$750 baseball to you?
Yeah.
That's not to me, my man. I appreciate you coming down, though. Next time.
All right, thanks. With the ball now still in my possession, I'm probably definitely going to hold on to it because I know it's going to just go up in value. So it's a great ball to have. I'll keep it.
Hey, can I help you?
I have a Babe Ruth baseball card.
Did you say Babe Ruth candy bar?
Really?
I was hungry.
I came down to the pawn shop today to try to sell my Babe Ruth baseball card. When I found this card, holy moly, I almost crapped my britches. I like to sell it because I would like a new car. Asking $65,000 a day, but lower I would go, probably about $45,000.
Where did you get this?
I found it in our shed in our backyard.
You just found it in a shed?
It was in a lockbox. It was my grandfather's.
All right, this is Babe Ruth when he was still with the Red Sox. Some people consider the best baseball player ever. I mean, if he wasn't a pitcher at the beginning of his career, he would have probably hit over 1,000 home runs.
Wow. No one knew him as a pitcher.
Yeah, most people don't realize he started off as a pitcher. And most people don't realize what a great pitcher he was. I mean, literally 1 year of pitching, his ERA was 1.75.
Wow.
What happened with Babe Ruth, I believe, is he kept on telling the owner of the Red Sox, I want to be a hitter full-time. I don't want to pitch. I don't want to pitch. And it eventually ended up going to the Yankees.
It's got to be the dumbest trade in baseball history.
You know what? That's why they didn't win the World Series for a very long time. It was the curse of the Bambino. Babe Ruth is one of the guys who made baseball America's favorite pastime. His record of 60 homers in a season took over 30 years to break, and his lifetime home run record took even longer. Baseball cards like this were generally sold in cigarette packs. Back in the day, major stars used to endorse cigarettes. Nowadays, they don't do that. Now, this one, I find it a little weird that it's got a newspaper advertisement on the back of it. Do you have an idea what you wanted for it?
$65,000.
$65,000. This is the big thing with a Babe Ruth baseball card.
All right.
They've been faking these things since the 40s and the 50s. They've always been worth money, so they've always been faked. So I'm not going to say it's real until I have someone else look at it.
That sounds awesome to me.
If it's real, you hit a jackpot. It's extremely rare for authentic Babe Ruth memorabilia to walk into the store. This could be an absolute jackpot, but 65 grand is way too much to risk without getting it checked out first.
What's going on, Rick? Chum.
How you doing?
Doing good, man. What do we have?
The Great Bambino.
We got an old Babe Ruth card, man. You gotta be kidding. This is just awesome. I own Ultimate Sports Cards and Memorabilia here in Las Vegas. The guys call me down to the shop anytime a card comes in the shop that they need some help with. In baseball, there's no name bigger than Babe Ruth. By the time he was 19, he signed a minor league contract. The problem was, since he wasn't 21, the owner of the minor league organization had to take custody of him so he could sign the contract. Then his teammates kind of teased him, saying, hey, that's Jack's newest Babe, and that's how the name Babe Ruth came to be.
That's cool.
Then after that, that's when the dumbest move in sports history happened, when he got sold to the Yankees. It's been over 90 years, and I'm telling you, Red Sox fans are still pissed off that the best player in the sport was dealt to finance a Broadway play to a rival, especially.
To finance a Broadway play?
Yeah, the owner of the Red Sox had, I guess, another interest aside from the sport, and it's known as the dumbest move ever to happen in sports. But Babe Ruth items, especially from his playing days, these are pretty much one of the only guarantees in sports memorabilia that always go up. Babe Ruth items, they appeal to any collector. His name is just so important with sports in general, it's an absolute must-have for any sports fan. What you have here is one of Ruth's earliest cards, and it's the very first to ever feature him in his major league uniform. This is a top 5 must-have for any serious collector. What this is, the Sporting News, they basically had 2 200-card sets that were distributed in their publications every week. On this one, we have the Tribune advertisement, which of the 2 Babe Ruths, this one's the more preferred one. Last time I checked, there might have been maybe 40 or 50 of these known to exist. The highest graded example of this I saw sell for over $200,000 not too long ago.
So is it real?
We're gonna find out right now, man.
All right.
Let's start with condition. It's not mint, but it's not bad. The corners and the edges are actually quite nice, and what's amazing about it, the centering is almost dead on. What we're looking for is we need to analyze the paper stock and just overall feel and texture. Now, as far as value on this, nothing. What we have here is not a real card. The whole texture's off, the coating on the surface, and especially the printing. Even though the technology was pretty weak back then, it was a lot more clear than what it appears on the Babe Ruth card here. So this is without a doubt a reprint. Yeah, fortunately you don't have a winning lottery ticket here, man.
It is what it is.
Yeah, sorry, man.
Hey, well, thanks, man.
Hey, you got it, Rick. Later, chum.
See you later, man.
These days, fake cards are actually more prevalent than ever just because the technology and the means to print them are so available. But that's the nature of the game.
Well, it's a bad day now.
Sorry, man. Well, have a good one, though.
You too. $65,000, that close, but no cigar. You know, I'm just disappointed.
What can I help you with?
I've got a couple items here. Baseball rule book from 1913. And then I've got an autographed baseball signed by 2 Hall of Famers from the 1919 Chicago White Sox.
Seriously, the Black Sox?
The ones that threw the World Series.
Okay.
So how'd they get in the Hall of Fame?
They weren't in on it.
Yeah, sure.
I came to the pawn shop today to sell an autographed baseball, and I also have a rule book. There's 7 signatures on the baseball, but the 2 main ones are 2 Hall of Famers from 1919 Chicago White Sox. I'm looking to sell both items for $1,000, but I'll take, a few hundred.
Have you had this checked out by anybody?
I have not. It was given to me.
Okay. Anything from the Black Sox is cool.
Yeah.
And can be worth a lot of money.
Got Ray Schalk, the catcher, and Red Faber as a pitcher. Red Faber didn't pitch in the World Series. He had the flu.
Okay.
And Ray Schalk caught the pitchers, and he was able to determine that there was a fix-in because the pitchers were not throwing the pitches he was calling.
They were the lowest paid team in baseball
That's
at
what it
that
was.
time.
Yeah, there was really, really bizarro contracts back then. Basically, you signed your contract, and you were stuck for life at that salary.
They just wanted to stick it to the owner and get paid more.
Yeah.
Makes it a lot easier to screw over your boss if he's a
Yeah.
It's hard to imagine today a team throwing the World Series, but back then, they didn't have the giant contracts they do now. White Sox owner Charles Comiskey was notorious for underpaying his players. I guess they got tempted. And this is the rule book he gave you.
Right. There's some cool rules in there that I didn't even know about. There's a rule in there that if they soil the ball, there's a $5 fine.
Okay.
It's pretty detailed for 1913.
All right, this is my big concern. The same guy who gave you that ball gave you a fake rule book from 1913.
Fake? How do you know it's fake?
First off, the staples are wrong. Modern staples in it, okay? We have paper with 0 oxidation. After 100 years, there would be browning, there'd be all sorts of things going on with the paper. This paper is brand new. We have this stamp right here. It looks like it was done with a rubber stamp. It's not a rubber stamp, it's printed. This is not one you would have gotten in 1913. This is reprinted from the original. Now, the ball, I have no idea. You know, I'd love to have it, but you got to realize there's probably 20 fakes for every real one. I mean, it's that common.
It's that common? Really?
It's that common.
My guts tell me that it's real.
You mind if I have someone come down to look at it?
Not at all. No,
All
I
right,
look forward to
let me
it.
go make a phone call. I'll be right back.
You got it.
The fact that the rule book is a remake makes me nervous, but the ball does look legit. It's definitely worth getting checked out.
Hey, Drew, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, how you doing? Good to see you. The guys always call me down when they're suspicious about signatures or question documents, and they always want me to take a look at it.
There is 2 players from the 1919 White Sox, supposedly guys who didn't cheat.
Yeah, what a scandal. Probably the biggest one of baseball all time, right?
Yeah.
Well, the 1919 White Sox were involved in the big scandal where they got the nickname the Black Sox. 8 players got together to try to throw the World Series, and they actually did. It's probably one of the darkest days in baseball history. All right, well, let's just concentrate on the 2 main signatures. I'm sure some of the other signatures are probably big leaguers too, but not ones I can recognize. We have in the middle here, appears to be Ray Shulk. Very odd K that he makes. He was considered the greatest catcher of his era. Red Faber right below it. Now, he was one of their best pitchers and future Hall of Famer. Red Faber's signature is kind of like a printing style. It's simplistic. Well, if you take into account all the other evidence I can see, congratulations, you got a good one.
Yes. Yes.
Good for you.
Yeah, I'm completely shocked. I mean, I thought for sure it was going to be fake. Now I just got to figure out what it's worth.
These guys are huge names. In fact, because they're tied to the Black Sox scandal, that definitely keeps the value of the ball way up there. Condition of the ball is very good. If I would have to put a price on it, around 2,000. 2,000 retail.
Yes! All right, thanks, man.
Good to see you again.
Like I said, I'm still in shock here.
All right.
I'm really glad I called in Drew and didn't let this one get away. Hopefully, I can get this at the right price. I'll give you $600.
No way. Your expert said 2,000. I know you need to make money. I know that.
Okay.
So, 1,900.
I'm going to price at 2,000, and someone's going to beat me up to 1,400. I'll go like $800 on it.
All right. 1,500.
I'll go $800.
I'm not going to do 800. I'll go 1,400. That's it. I can't go.
No. It's a baseball, and the ones I've had here lately, they've been sitting.
Will you come up to 1,000?
I'll go $900. And remember, the risk is all on me.
All right, 900. It's a
All
deal.
right, it's a deal. You want to write them up, son?
I really would have loved to have 1,000, but the 900 I thought was very fair. I know gambling is really bad for the sport, but in my case, it paid off.
What do we got?
I've got a triple autograph photo of 3 of the greatest baseball players to play. We got Killebrew, Mays, and Mantle.
Mays played for the Giants, Mantle for New York, Killebrew for the Twins.
You got all that just by that photo, huh?
I came down to the pawn shop today to see if I could sell my Mickey Mantle, Willie Mays, and Herman Killebrew photo, signed by all 3 of them. To get a little extra money to go out tonight and hit the strip, I'm looking to get $500 for my photo. Feel like I'm a pretty good negotiator. I think I can get this done.
So where did you get this thing?
I'm a collector, and I picked this up from a gentleman who needed some money back in the day.
I mean, they're definitely 3 of the greatest players in baseball. This is the picture to have. These are all big guys. Willie Mays started when there was very few black players in the major leagues. Mickey Mantle, I mean, God, he went to 7 World Series.
Sure.
I mean, at one point, Killebrew was like second to Babe Ruth in career home runs.
Baseball has been popular since the 1800s, but it's the star players that made it as popular as it is today. Guys like Willie Mays, Harmon Killebrew, Mickey Mantle, they had a huge impact on the game.
Where was the picture taken?
To me, it looks like it was from an all-star game.
Yeah, but it definitely wasn't signed at an All-Star game.
No, absolutely not. It was TriStar witnessed signed. They won't put their hologram on it if they didn't witness the autograph being signed.
Quite frankly, I don't think anyone's gonna fake a Mickey Mantle, a Mays, or a Killebrew. They're not super expensive autographs because the guys had very long baseball careers and very long signing careers. Baseball memorabilia is so popular, if you're a really good player, you can have almost a whole second career signing autographs. During the 1980s, Mickey Mantle could get like $5 grand an hour signing balls at a convention. So what did you want to do with it?
I'd like to sell it.
Okay, and how much did you want for it?
Well, I'd like to get it $500. I think that's more than fair.
You know, I'll give you $200 for it. I mean, it's a tough sell.
You're not going to be able to get these guys anywhere. The key is catching them on a 3. How about $375?
How about $250?
Can you budget to $300? Let's split it.
All right, $275.
How about $295?
$275.
All right, you got a deal.
All right, so where are we at?
$275. Go right above.
All right, let's go do some paperwork.
$285.
$275.
Tried to do my best. I got less than I wanted, but I'm all right with it.
What do you got? They are a set of 1933 baseball cards.
Nice. Look, it's Guy Bush.
You remember him?
No, but he has a cool name. I'm Guy Bush.
Like a private eye. Baseball was very important to my grandfather. It was basically God country in baseball. I don't know whether or not my grandfather got these cards actually signed, but I know that he collected them throughout the years. I have no idea how much these cards are worth. Hopefully it's going to be $5 million. I have no idea.
Do you remember any of the big names in here?
Some of the names I know. You got Bill Herman, who pretty much was 10-time All-Star. Ted Lyons, one of the most consistent players. And then Travis Jackson. I don't think he ever made a mistake the entire time he played.
All right. They all look like they're from 1933. Real kind of interesting time in baseball. I mean, it was right during the Depression, and it was a little bit dirtier back then, I'd say. Guys used to sharpen their cleats. If the pitcher didn't like you, he would just beam you in the head with a baseball back then. It probably cost a day's pay to bring your family to a baseball game, but baseball was still front and center as far as professional sports were concerned. One way to keep people interested was marketing, and that's where baseball cards came in. And they're all autographed?
Yes, every single one of them.
Okay, so I see you were smart about it and sent them all off to be graded.
I did.
Let's see what we have here. We got Sam Bird there, New York Yankees. One of the best golfers in professional baseball.
Big Travis C. Jackson.
This one, the back's too messed up to read, but back then, it was in chewing gum, so it was marketed to kids, and no one really thought they'd be worth anything. And Mom would go in the room and throw all the crap away, which was the baseball cards, which is why cards from these eras are the ones that are worth so much money. How much are you looking to get out of them?
Unless there's a hidden one in here worth $1 million or so, I'd say I'd want to look at getting about $100 a piece for each card.
Okay. How many do you have total?
23.
23. Okay. I completely suck at pricing these things out, and I've had some bad luck in the past. Let me have a friend of mine come down and take a look at them because he's going to be 1,000 times better than me.
Sure.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Hopefully, this guy that comes in to look at them is going to change that luck, and I'm going to end up making a fortune off these.
So you got some cards for me?
Yeah, man. I am the worst person ever when it comes to old baseball cards, so.
Are these all from the same set, 1933 Gaudy?
All from the same one.
How many do we have total?
23.
Outstanding.
Told you.
I mean, hands down, this set is one of the best releases ever. It's one of what we call the big three, the most collected sets of all time in the hobby. I mean, just the artwork, the portraits, just everything about them, it was very well received with the collectors. Cards like these are why I got into this business. You know, 1930s, back when baseball was pure, you know, these are some of the best players the game's ever seen.
You know, there's some names in there that sound familiar, but no one I recognize.
Okay. Well, let me see what we have here. Well, right here on top, Sam Bird, what I can tell you about him, he's more known as a golfer than an actual baseball player, but what's really cool, he has the distinction of being the only guy ever to win a World Series and a Masters tournament.
Really?
Wait, what?
Yeah. Oh, here we go, Ted Lyons. Hall of Fame White Sox pitcher, probably the best pitcher the White Sox organization has ever had. This is a great collection here. I mean, you got some Hall of Famers, some other notables.
You know, I know the autographs are authentic because it says that on there, but they don't grade them. What do you think about the condition?
Let me take a look, man. That's a good thing these aren't graded. Because corners, creasing, writing on the backs.
So, what do you think they're worth?
Your money cards are your 3 Hall of Famers. Travis Jackson, Lyons, and Herman combined, you're looking at about $500 for those 3.
Okay.
Okay, it's a good start.
The rest of them together, you're looking $50, $80 a piece.
So how much are we looking at for the whole set?
For the whole lot here, 23 cards, $1,500.
Nope, I appreciate it.
You got it, man. Later,
See you
Chuck.
later, man. Not exactly what you were hoping for.
It's not 1,500. It's a good start, though.
I'm gonna offer you like $400, man.
That's completely awful. I know it's got to be worth a lot more than $400 coming into this.
It is, but even your best 3 cards there, you got to be a pretty big baseball card collector to even know who those guys are.
Let's at least get around $1,000.
About 500. I don't need them that bad.
I understand that, and I'm sure I can take them somewhere else.
You know what? I'll give you 500 for the 3 known guys.
I just don't think it's worth it. I think I'm just going to keep them and take them somewhere else.
All right, man. Well, take it easy.
Okay. Well,
$600, man.
okay. I'll do the whole set for 600.
All right, I'll meet you over there. Let's write them up.
Now, I've been here before, and I keep coming back because I think I'm addicted to this. It's kind of like going in and playing poker. You got to bluff a little bit. You got to stare that guy down and see if eventually he's not going to know what he's talking about.
What do you got?
What I got here is a very rare Babe Ruth Boston Red Sox team photo from his 1915 rookie season.
That is cool. I love Babe Ruth. The guy had a really interesting life. Did you know, apparently at 7 years old, he was so bad that his parents put him into reform school. Didn't want anything to do with him at 7 years old, which I think is probably bad parents.
Yeah, correct. I bought the photo at an auction about 7 years ago. There are only about 5 or 6 in existence of this type 1 variation. I'm asking $12,500, but the least I'll take is probably $9,000.
God, this is pretty amazing. Because Babe Ruth didn't have a rookie card, as far as I know.
This is considered a type 1 photograph. So this was actually printed in 1915, right off the original negative.
That's cool. A lot of people don't know that in 1914, 1915, to sign a legal document, it wasn't 18, it was 21.
Correct.
So the Red Sox more or less had to be his guardian, and I think the Yankees paid like $200,000 for him, which was just an enormous amount of money back then. I guess they thought he was that good.
Right.
But next thing you know, the biggest rock star, I don't think there's ever been anyone as big as Babe Ruth.
He transcends generations and generations.
And this was a publicity photo of some sort?
Correct. They put these in the newspapers. These are very rare. They tell me there's about 6 of this type 1 variation in existence, but the other one I've seen has pinholes in it.
Anything Babe Ruth from this time period is worth money, if it's real. Over the years, there's been a lot of fake Babe Ruth stuff that's tried to sneak onto my shelves. I have to be extremely careful here. And what are you looking to do? Are you looking to sell it?
I need to sell it. I'm asking a very reasonable $12,500.
Okay. I see you had it authenticated?
Yes, a professional sports authenticator.
Okay. Why in the world did you open it up? The side is open, which means you can pull the photograph out and replace it with something else.
It came straight from the auction house in this sleeve. I said, I don't want it in case because I might want to frame it.
Okay. You mind if I have a friend look at it?
Have at it.
Okay, hang out. I'll be back in a few minutes.
You got it. He can call an expert, but I verify my information. I pretty much know all there is to know, but yeah, he can go ahead and call whoever he wants.
Man, 1915 Boston Red Sox?
Mm-hmm.
20-year-old Babe Ruth.
That's right.
That is really cool. I mean, who could have possibly imagined what history had in store for this guy? With baseball being in its infancy and Babe Ruth came into the sport, there's only very few media outlets covering it, so having anything related to Babe Ruth surviving 100 years later is an amazing find. So, I mean, one of the biggest urban legends in baseball is, how did Babe Ruth get the name The Babe? The story goes back to his days when he was in the minor leagues with the Baltimore Orioles. A guy by the name of Jack Dunn kind of took him under his wing since he was underage at the time and really took care of him. So his other teammates kind of busted his balls a little bit about it, oh, he's Jack's newest babe and everything. And it kind of stuck after that.
Cool. Here's my concerns.
Okay.
It's open. And everything I see PSA is generally sealed up.
Sometimes. With PSA, you can have discretion as to whether you want it encapsulated or just stickered. In this case, it has just a sticker on it. And in looking at this one, I mean, the sticker, the letter, the condition, everything's authentic on this.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, so the big question, what do you think it's worth?
I can't emphasize how exceedingly rare it is to find an image of Babe Ruth, especially from his rookie year. So these are actually a really big deal. And honestly, man, in this kind of condition, on a good day, I'd say you could sell this for about 10 grand.
Okay. Thanks, man.
You got it, man. But when you're talking about a photograph from his rookie season, 100 years old, there are far less of those out there than there are autographed baseballs or other items. I don't think it would last long in any retail setting.
Well, verified.
I mean, what's your best price on it?
What about 12,000?
There's no way in the world that's gonna happen because I don't think I can get that much out of it.
You heard Jeremy. On a good day, I could sell it for 10,000.
So, I'll give you 7 grand.
7 grand, wow. You heard what the man said. They rarely come up. I think it'll sell fast, I really do. 11,000.
No.
I will go 7. I take all the risk. I have stuff all over the place in here that I thought would sell real quick.
Will you do 8,500?
No, I will do 7,000. That's what I can do.
I've come down. You haven't bumped up not even a nickel.
I won't bump up a dime.
Yeah, I don't think I can let it go for that price. But thanks anyway.
All right, thanks for coming in, though.
All right, okay. Yeah, I'm disappointed he didn't budge from 7,000. I thought he would at least come up $500. It looks like it's back to the auction houses and see if I can get a little more money for it.
What do we got?
Well, I have Bucky Dent's cleats from the famous 1978 tiebreaker game between the Yankees and the Red Sox.
Hell yeah.
Bucky Dent.
Aha, yes, that's the one.
I'm definitely interested.
In that 1978 game, the Red Sox thought they had it won, and here comes Bucky Dent, and he hit one of the top home runs in baseball history to knock the Red Sox out of the playoffs. The least I'll take is 3,000.
I mean, this is like one of the most famous games of all time. You have the Yankees and the Red Sox playing in a one-game playoff to make the playoffs. Out of nowhere, here comes Bucky Dent, hits a 3-run home run and knocks him out of the single-game playoff. So Bucky Dent was an average batter at best.
He hit 40 home runs in his entire 12-year career. That's it.
Yeah, I mean,
This is the only one I remember.
That's exactly it.
So show me the cleats.
Well, they still have dirt caked into them from Fenway Park. Also, it's got his number on there, 20.
How'd you get these?
Well, my husband's uncle was able to obtain these cleats from the charity auction that year, and part of the auction item is the picture. He wrote, "Good luck in my home run shoes."
Did they give him any other kind of paperwork?
You know, they don't have any records of the auction.
Sports memorabilia is great, but stuff related to major moments in sports history are pretty much priceless. If these are legit, they're a big deal. Any idea what you're looking to get out of them?
Yeah, I'm thinking 6,000.
You know, here's my concerns. I wish you had a little bit more than what I'm looking at here. I mean, you would think if he was auctioning off his home run shoes, he would have at least signed in the same color ink. You know, I got a buddy that deals in this stuff all the time. You mind if I give him a call and have him come down?
Oh, that'd be great. I'm absolutely confident that these are the shoes. That being said, I'm a little nervous because I'm not sure what he'll say they're worth.
What I love about these shoes is they just scream the curse of the Bambino. When the Yankees started the season, they were quickly falling out of contention. Even at one point, they were like 14 games behind Boston. And by the end of the year, they actually tied Boston and forced the one-game playoff. So by the 7th inning, the Red Sox fans, they could already see themselves playing the Royals in the ALCS. They were up 2-0. Well, then all of a sudden, Bucky Dent's up next. Well, who knew the little light-hitting shortstop would end up crushing a home run? The Yankees won 5-4, and Bucky Dent's home run is one of the most important moments in baseball history. So if these are actually the shoes that he wore in 1978 when he hit that home run, we'd be looking around $20,000 or $25,000.
Great.
So is that a Bucky Dent signature?
We have 2 different colors of ink. The top portion is his handwriting. The bottom is just a copy of his signature printed on the paper.
Okay.
Okay, so it looks like he wrote the note, but he didn't sign it. Can you authenticate the shoes?
All right, so we do have a pair of Adidas size 8.5 shoes with the number 20 marked on the back. Now, when Bucky Dent came to the Yankees in '77, he did change his number from 30 to 20, and he also did wear size 8.5. Specifically, Bucky Dent wore the MVP model of Adidas, which if you look right here above the stripe, it's hard to see, but it does say MVP on it.
Okay.
What I can tell you about these shoes, these are absolutely authentic, game-worn Bucky Dent shoes.
Oh, wow.
The value, as is, you're looking around $300 or $400.
Oh, man. Why such a big swing?
Well, in order to get $20,000 or $25,000, we would need a lot more proof that these are, in fact, the shoes he wore October 2nd when he hit that home run.
Why would he write, "Good luck with my home run shoes"?
The problem is there's nothing saying that these shoes are the home run shoes. You have a photo and a pair of shoes and no common denominator.
Well, I respect your opinion.
I appreciate you coming down, man. Thank you.
See you later.
I have to admit, I'm disappointed in what he said because I feel like you guys could get these authenticated and make that $25,000 easily.
And I will right now. I'll buy them off you for $300, and I'll go out and I'll do all the legwork and get them authenticated, and I'll sell them for $25,000.
No way. You can't meet me somewhere down the middle of the road there. I'll come down to 4,000.
You'll go down to 4,000.
Yes.
All right, and I'll go up to 400.
Well, fair enough. Then I'll take him home with me.
All right.
All right. Thanks
a lot.
so much. I was pretty disappointed when he said $300 to $400. I absolutely think I have enough proof based on the evidence.
What do we got here?
I have a 1977 World Series Dodgers pennant that I bought at an auction, and I noticed this signature on it.
Okay, that looks like Frank Sinatra.
Oh, Blue Eyes, huh? He probably was a Dodgers fan. I knew I didn't like him.
When I realized that I scored Frank Sinatra's signature, it was one of the better moments of my life. I think this is twice as cool simply because it has the LA Dodgers, which has a huge fan base, and Frank Sinatra, which has even a bigger fan base.
Does anybody like the Dodgers?
I do.
Oh, it must suck for you, because I'm a San Francisco Giants fan.
Why would Frank Sinatra sign the pennant? Any idea?
The little research that I did shows that Sinatra attended all 3 games in October 1977. Someone probably went and got a pennant and asked him to sign it.
So how did you come across it?
Several of these banners came up at this auction, and I bought them.
It's kind of strange that he actually signed it. He was really, really known for not signing autographs. I mean, this guy rolled with a crowd of really big dudes that if you ran up to him and asked for a signature, you'd probably get shoved on your ass.
Okay.
He probably didn't have his goons all around him at the baseball game, so it's possible someone could have walked up to him and got an autograph.
You know, it's very possible that it could have been, you know, someone on the team or someone for the organization. I mean, I'm sure after they won, Frank Sinatra went back into the locker room and talked to all the guys. I mean, he was 10 times more famous than anybody on the team.
Who would even want this thing?
I know you hate to admit it, man, but there's a lot of Los Angeles Dodgers fans out there. I've never heard about a connection with Sinatra and the Dodgers. And even if there is, would a baseball fan be interested in the Rat Pack signature? So what are you looking to get out of it?
The research I did says it should be worth retail about $1,500. I'm looking for $750.
$750? You know, I've got some concerns here. I'm just kind of trying to wrap my head around Frank Sinatra on a Dodgers pennant. You know, it's kind of 2 real things that don't really go together. You know, if you had the actual team signing it, then, you know, I could see a value there. If you had, you know, a Frank Sinatra set list signed by him, I could see some really value there. I'm not a signature expert.
I did the signature research, and that signature is real good.
And I have no idea what to even price the thing at, man. I've got a buddy. You mind if he comes down and takes a look since we don't have any paperwork?
That's fine.
All right, I'm gonna go call my buddy. I'll get him right down.
I don't have any problems with having a professional look at it. My fingers are crossed that this is good news and that this is really his signature, and we can make a deal today.
Frank Sinatra was a huge baseball fan, and he was a huge, huge Dodger fan. Matter of fact, him and Tommy Lasorda were as close as could be. So on April 7th, 1977, which is the same year as that pennant, he came out opening day, sang the national anthem for him, and they bonded ever since then.
Okay.
So tell me, what are your concerns about this piece?
First and foremost, I don't know if the signature is real. I don't even know what it's worth. And Frank Sinatra signing a baseball pennant, they don't seem to go very well together.
Okay, well, first we'll get in here, we'll analyze the signature. And oddly enough, Frank Sinatra did sign baseball-themed items. I think you'd be pretty surprised at that.
Wow.
Most of the work that I actually do is more detective work, trying to get to the bottom of things, trying to figure out how something was signed and really making sure someone actually signed the piece. And there's the ink on the pennant. Looks like a felt-tip pen. I see some overlapping here. Right away, we know this is a live signature. So that's a good thing. It's actual ink on the item, and he actually signed it as opposed to being printed or being reproduced.
Okay.
Next, I want to take a look at my exemplars and compare it to this signature. Frank Sinatra was notorious throughout his entire career for having women sign for him. I mean, he just didn't like to sign autographs. Now, what I pulled up here was a baseball he signed a few years later. And as I start to look at the two signatures, I start to see some pretty distinct similarities of how Frank made his autograph from one to another.
Okay, well, I'm glad you're the expert because they look absolutely nothing the same to me.
Okay, when I take a look here, first of all, the Fs are a little different. But you know what? You could blame that maybe on the item being signed. You have a baseball that's more curved. You have a pennant that's flat. He's probably signing this on a flat surface. But I start to see similarities in angle, the slant, the pressure.
So you think it's official?
Well, based on everything I've seen today, the ink analysis, looking at the exemplars side-by-side comparison, I feel that Frank Sinatra signed this pennant.
Yes.
So it's still worth nothing, right?
Well, not exactly. The signature isn't as strong as I'd like to see it. It's about a 7 or an 8. But I feel this signature in this state on this pennant is worth about $600.
All right, man. I appreciate it.
Cool. Good to see you guys.
All right.
Thanks.
See you next time.
Whoever ended up getting this signature was probably one of the luckiest people in the ballpark. First of all, interaction with Frank Sinatra, and then second, his autograph.
Well, you heard what my guy said. Reasonably, I can expect to get $600 out of it. I'll offer you 3.
My research is a little different. Online, Frank Sinatra's signature just plain is $1,200 asking price. And I'd like to negotiate with you. $700, I think that would be a fair price.
You know, I've got to trust my guy. I mean, he works for probably the most reputable company that there is when it comes to autographs. I'll go up to 4 if it helps you.
I don't know that he's an expert on value. He's an expert on signatures. So
I'd say he's an expert all the way around.
All right. Give me $500 for it.
I'll go $450.
You're $450, I'm $500. Let's meet in the middle. Make it $475.
All right, man, let's do it.
I'm done with this. You can write it up.
I spent $25 on all 10 of these banners, and I just made $450.
Did you order pizza?
No. What do we got?
Is that a pizza box or a base?
I came into the pawn shop today to sell my 2016 Chicago Cubs base. This is the granddaddy of baseball memorabilia. I'm looking to sell the base because I'm not a big Cubs fan, and I think that there's Cubs fans out there that would really appreciate this probably a little bit more than I do.
I mean, it's pretty cool, dude. So this was from the World Series when the Cubs finally won a World Series.
Correct. This is actually the first base from the 7th through 9th innings of Game 2, which marks the first time that the Cubs won a World Series game since 1945.
And that's why they're known as the lovable losers. I guess not anymore, but...
Well, I mean, it'll probably be 100 years before they win another World Series at least. So where'd you get it?
Actually, you can get them from Major League Baseball. They sell the game-used memorabilia after the fact. And I bought a huge collection of World Series bases months back, and this is probably one of my best ones that I own right now.
Okay. How much you want for it?
I'm looking to get $30,000 for it.
$30,000. How'd you come up with that number?
The Game 7 base that was from the last inning went for $101,000. There was another one also from Game 2 that went for $16,000, but this base is from inning 7 through 9. This is the base that you want. The other one was more 3rd to 4th inning, so that's why I think that the value of this is unprecedented.
It was a big World Series, I'll give you that. But I have no idea what this thing is worth. Quite honestly, it sounds a little high, but I have a guy who deals in this stuff all the time. Let me give him a call. Let me see what he thinks. Who knows? Maybe there's money here. I'll be right back.
All right, sounds good. I hope that the person that they bring in can take a look at my base and see the value here and that it is a one-of-a-kind item.
What do you got here?
It's World Series, first base, Game 2, last inning, right?
Yep.
This base is from a great game. The Cubs did win 5-1, which obviously helps the value of it. So in order to make sure that this is authentic, you want to get to the back and check out the hologram right here. That's an MLB hologram, and you can pull it up on the website. And it is marked by MLB as first base Game 2, set 4. So those are definitely indicators to make sure that it's going to be authentic. It's a really cool base.
All right, so this was like the first game they won in the World Series in like 100 years. I mean, it's got to add something to it. But in the end, what do you think it's worth?
Here's the thing, they swap them out every 2 innings. Yeah. So you're looking at 20 bases that you could have access to in buying on Major League Baseball's website from Game 2. And things are pretty much only as hot as at the time. But one thing that this base has going for it that I haven't seen a lot of is that it's got a lot of great game use and all this dirt stuck to it. So as far as value, I think retail-wise in a strong market, it's worth about $15,000.
All right. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
You got it.
Appreciate it, man.
You got it. Take care. Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much.
Have a good one. This being a base from a Cubs World Series win is really impressive. If Rick's able to get this for a good deal, I think he should definitely buy it. It's something that Cubs fans would die to have.
You're asking how much?
$30,000.
A lot less than the $7,000 I'd give you.
It can go nowhere near that. I mean, this is it's a one-of-a-kind. It's baseball history.
It's one of a kind, but just in that series alone, there was 140 one-of-a-kinds. Yeah. And if you think you can get $30,000 for this thing, more power to you. There's Cubs fans out there, and some of them are crazy. So have a good one.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. I'm going to hold on to it because this $7,000 offer isn't even in the ballpark for what I'm looking for.
Hey, what do we have here?
I have a signed check by Babe Ruth for 2 rows of seats for the 1937 World Series.
The Sultan of SWAT. This guy lived the American dream. This guy was an orphan, and he went from nothing to, you know what? He probably had more fans than the president.
Ball! I think everybody's a Babe Ruth fan, and it's one of the most sought-after signatures. I'm looking to get around $8,000 for this piece. Probably the least I would take for this, maybe around $4,500, possibly.
You got his stats right here. He hit 714 home runs. What people don't realize now is, I mean, he got these stats when they played less games every year.
Right.
It just wasn't possible to play as many games back then because a lot of times it was a 2-day trip on a train to get to where you're going to play the next games.
Right.
And the other thing I love about Babe Ruth, he never really looked like he was in peak physical condition.
But he put up the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it got to the point where he would come up to a plate and they would just walk him.
You can't overstate how important Babe Ruth was to the game of baseball. I mean, before he joined the Yankees, they had never been to the World Series. These days, it seems like the Yankees win every damn year. And the Babe is the one who started that trend.
Now, one thing that, you know, puts a doubt in my head that it's for tickets, I just can't imagine that they would make him pay for seats.
You know, they call it the house that Ruth built, but yet he had to buy his own seats for the World Series.
You would assume he should be able to get any damn thing he wanted. Because it's $481.70. That's a little odd. World Series seats were expensive, but back then they priced them These are $3, these are $4, these are $5, these are $10. It's sort of hard to come to that figure buying seats.
But it's endorsed by the Yankees World Series Fund, too. He went to the World Series Game 1 and 2. He bought seats.
Okay, how do we know it was for rows of seats?
That's what it said in the description.
And, oh, we have the PSA.
Correct.
All right, and it's signed by Steve. He's a friend of mine. You know, this is the company he works for. He works for PSA, and he does this stuff all the time.
Anything with Babe Ruth's name on it is a sports collector's dream. And this is pretty cool and unique because of the unusual theory behind it. I know it's legit because my buddy Steve authenticated it. But the backstory does not entirely add up, and that affects the value.
How much you want for it?
I'd like to get $10,000.
That sounds like a lot, to tell you the truth.
Looked at a lot of Ruth signatures throughout the years in my collections. I know what I've paid for items. But this is so special due to the fact it's just the point that he had to buy his own seats. That's just crazy to me.
And, you know, it might boost the price up. It might. To $10,000, I don't know. Let me call my buddy Steve, the actual guy who signed this report.
That's great.
I'm going to give him a call. Let me get him in here. He'll take a look at this thing, and he'll help me figure out a price. Do you mind?
Oh, no problem.
Okay.
No problem.
I will be right back.
Okay. I have a certificate from PSA and DNA signed by Steve Grad, so I'm pretty excited that he's coming in to look at it. So that'd be funny if he said it's not authentic. It would be kind of hilarious.
Hey, what's up, man?
How are you? How you doing?
Hi.
Well, here's the check I was telling you about, and the piece of paper you signed.
Wow, okay.
Okay. You want to verify your signature?
Let's see.
Well, this is it. Pretty interesting. It's a check written by Babe Ruth to the New York Yankees, and this guy says that it was for World Series tickets.
You guys mind if I take a look at this?
Go ahead.
Babe Ruth was the guy who really changed baseball and made it what it is today. He signed a lot of autographs, but the value kind of keeps going up and up, especially on single-sign baseballs and stuff like that, where, you know, the value is almost through the roof now. This is a pretty standard Babe Ruth signed check. Pretty common of Ruth to sign G.H. Ruth. He typically went with that style on checks because he had to. It was more legal. There's no issues with that at all. When I look at the check, you know, just looking at aesthetically, the one thing that kind of kills it for me is the stamp. You've got the stamping over part of the signature. Signature would grade about a 7 right now. You want a signature to grade a 10.
All right, so the big question is, how do we know it was for rows of seats?
You don't know for sure. And do you want to take a leap of faith? It's up to you. That's not up to me.
No, it's, you know me, it's all about facts and money. He wants $10,000 for it. And I just think that's a really big number for something like this.
I think that $10,000 mark is pretty high.
Does it add anything that it was to the New York Yankees? Doesn't that tell you something that it was for the World Series?
There's still nothing saying it was for tickets.
What else could it be?
I don't know. I mean,
popcorn, hot dogs,
you never
peanuts?
know. Hypothetically, let's say maybe you bought an extra uniform for a kid or for a friend. I don't know. The bottom line is you can't say for certain it's the check for World Series tickets. Given the fact of where the checks are at right now and where I see them sell every day, I'd say you're talking a ballpark value about $4,000. Good luck.
Thanks, man.
Thanks. Good to see you.
All right.
Thanks. Nice seeing you.
All right.
Take care. $10,000 is pretty steep just for a Babe Ruth check. I sure hope he's not upset about it. And I also think the guy needs to get a haircut.
So do you still want 10 grand?
Well, I was asking a lot. What he said did make sense.
How much do you want for it?
I'd like to go 7.
Just not going to happen. I mean, there's no way I would buy it
5.
off you. There's no way I'm going to buy it off you for 5 and sell it for
Well, you tell
35 or 4. I mean, I'll give you $2,500 for it.
Ouch. No, I don't want to go 25.
I'll go 25. I mean, that's the most realistic price I can give you.
27?
No.
Ow.
$2,500 is a fair price.
All right. Okay.
All
Fine.
right. Okay.
I'm good.
All right. I'll meet you right up front.
Okay. I sure thought he was going to negotiate. I was really surprised that he didn't move it all on that figure.
2,500.
You robbed me.
Didn't rob you. All right. Have a good one, man.
That really shocked me. I really wasn't thinking logically. If I could go back and do it, I would have probably said no. I would have said no.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how you doing?
All right.
I got something here that you've probably never seen before. 1977, Game 6, World Series, Yankees-Dodgers. Reggie Jackson hit the 3 home runs. Was at the game. This is the bleacher seat, the right field bleacher seat.
A seat.
A seat. I decided to come to the pawn shop today to sell my 1977 Yankee Stadium original bleacher seat. It's an historic game. Reggie Jackson hit 3 home runs on 3 first pitches. $1,000 is about the minimum I would take for it. In the top of the 9th, all of a sudden, you know, we're standing up and somebody was pulling the seats out. And I'm like, whoa, what are you doing? What are you doing? He goes, is this your seat? I said, yeah, what are you doing? He said, here you go. After the game, I jumped on the field. That's me getting hit by Reggie Jackson after he hit the 3 home runs. Got the seat, put it away for 33 years, and here we are.
So what was it like getting hit by Reggie Jackson?
He was a train trying to get off that field.
Reggie Jackson is a Hall of Famer who's got 5 World Series rings. He was so good in the postseason, he earned the title Mr. October. In '77, they tore out all the bleacher seats at the end of the season.
They did?
Yes.
Okay.
That's probably why the one guy was tearing it out and no one was saying anything.
You could buy an entire row of Yankee seats and put them in your house if you want to.
There are thousands and thousands out there.
Really? There's a lot of sports memorabilia out there that has a lot of sentimental value, but just isn't worth that much. Since this isn't signed or tied to a specific player, it's just a seat.
So what do you want to do with this?
I wanted to sell it.
Okay.
Make me an offer I can't refuse.
I'd give you like $75 for it.
I can refuse it. Gotta be worth a little bit, you know.
I mean, how much did you want to get out of it?
I wanted to get $1,000 out.
It's not going to happen. You know, I can go online, I can buy them a lot cheaper than that.
Could you really? Okay.
Yeah.
The problem, it seems, boss, is that you got way too much sentimental value tied up in this.
Okay.
And there's not enough hard value there.
I know you were there when all that happened. It doesn't make the seat worth more. Well, thanks for bringing it in.
Thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you. What I'll probably do with the seat is give it to a good friend of mine. He has a sports bar and restaurant. I'll let him hang the seat there, and people can check it out.
Hey, what can I help you with?
I have Cleveland Indians 1948 World Series pennants.
Indians never won a World Series, did they?
Yes, they did. 1948 was the last. And they also won one in 1920. But
Okay.
It's been 62 years now, and they're still trying.
Probably be another 62 years, you know?
I decided to come to the pawn shop to try and sell my vintage Cleveland Indians baseball pennants. It was a big deal in 1948 when they won the series because we were all, at 8 years old, we were all aspiring ball players, and we looked up to all those big league players like they were God. I got those when I was 8 years old. My dad went to the series game and brought those back for a souvenir. I've had them all that time.
Okay. They're in great shape.
Yes, they're in good shape. I thought it was about time to move on with it and have someone else appreciate them like I did, really.
These are nice. These pennants really take you back to the golden age of baseball. And memorabilia from this era is extremely popular. So do you remember the team that year? Or?
Oh, yes. The name that really stands out is Bob Feller. He was one of the best pitchers in the league. Pitched, I believe it was 3 no-hitters. And in the middle of his career, his 20-year career, 4 years were spent in the Navy. He was a gunner. A lot of those baseball players did that. They went in the service. Ted Williams, Joe DiMaggio, they all did. I thought that was tremendous.
During World War II, there was no Major League Baseball. It's incredible to think these guys gave up 4 years of their peak playing time to join the military. But it was a time when everyone was focused on the war effort, baseball players included. So what do you want to do? You want to pawn it? You want to sell it?
I'd like to sell it.
So what were you looking to get out of them?
I'd like to get $600 for both. $300 each.
I mean, it's really great. I'd love to have it. But, you know, I just hate to give people what they're asking, so why don't you let me give you $500?
If you do that, I will accept that.
Okay, we got a deal then.
All right, thank you.
I'm really happy I got these pennants and for a great price. It was one of those rare occasions when the guy knew what he had, but wasn't asking for a price out of the ballpark.
I have a 1929 Cubs World Series press pin.
The Cubbies. I think it's the only team ever to go over 100 years without winning a World Series. I guess people just feel sorry for the Cubs.
Sure they do. I've come to the pawn shop today to sell my 1929 Chicago Cubs World Series press pin. I could use the money. I'd like to get at least $1,000 for it. The least amount of money I probably will take is about $800.
Where in the world did you get this?
My mom passed a few years ago, and we found out in her jewelry box.
You needed one of these things to get in the press box.
for the World Series. They gave these out instead of credentials. And the reason they probably did that, a lot harder to fake.
Sure.
You put it right through your lapel on your jacket. That's when everyone wore a jacket. Being a sports reporter in the 1920s was a pretty cool job to have. Baseball was more popular than ever, thanks to guys like Babe Ruth and Ty Cobb. So having a pen like this would make you a big deal. The amazing thing is it's in really good condition. There's not one chip in the enamel that I can see. It's a good thing it's from the Cubs, too, because if you get something from the Yankees, they're always going to the World Series. It's not quite as big a deal. It really does mark the end of an era. We're talking October 1929. That was the height of the Roaring 20s. Literally a few weeks after this pen was given out, the stock market crashes. The whole world went crashing down. Since this is from what a lot of historians consider the golden age of baseball, and it's in great shape, I can definitely see some real value in it. Now tell me, what do you want to do with this?
I'd like to sell it.
How much you want for it?
Like $1,000 for it. It's a seldom seen piece.
I know it's a seldom seen piece, and it's going to be a quick seller. And quite frankly, it's actually a little cheap.
Okay.
$1,000.
Okay.
I was thinking like $1,200. I always want to maximize my profit on anything I buy, but I also believe it's really important to be fair. So when I see a customer with a rare, expensive item and making a big mistake, I flag it when I can. Getting $1,000 for it's just a little too cheap.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'll take 12.
Okay.
That's absolutely no problem. I appreciate your honesty.
That's not how you negotiate.
Just go take the item, go write them up.
Well, when he offered me $1,200, I was a little surprised. I would have been happy with $1,000, but he just wanted to be fair with me, and I appreciate that.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm here to tell you a Bible today.
It better be real old, man, because there's a lot of them out there.
Actually, it's got a handwritten letter on the back cover from Mickey Mantle to Roger Maris in 1977 during a Mickey Mantle rehab stay.
Yeah, he was quite the party animal there, wasn't he?
Yeah. Everybody knows Mickey Mantle, so any Yankees fan, it would be like the holy grail to own something like that. I'd like to get $1,500 for it. I'd be negotiable.
If it was just a Mickey Mantle thing, I would just tell you to kick rocks. He made more money as an autograph signer than he ever did as a baseball player, and at one time he was the highest paid baseball player in the world. But the fact that it's a letter to Roger Maris is definitely cool, especially since apparently he was in rehab while he wrote it because he took more than a couple trips there.
Mickey Mantle was one of the greatest players of all time, but he had a lifelong struggle with alcoholism. For an autograph like this, the money's all in the story. So I just need to make sure it checks out.
All right, so what does the letter say?
It says to Roger, I want to thank you for your kind letters. I never thought our friendship would reach past the playing field. Every day it blossoms. I have no paper to write on, so I hope the Lord will bless you through this book. As he has done me, God bless Mickey Mantle.
All right, so have you ever got it certified or?
I haven't. I thought about sending it off a PSA and just hadn't had time to do that.
Any idea what you think it might be worth?
I was thinking maybe around $1,500.
It could be worth it, but if he was in rehab, it sounds really, really preachy and not very Mickey Mantle-ish. I mean, the whole story just sounds way too good to be true. Plus, you got somebody that covered the whole thing up in packing tape. Let me have a buddy of mine that authenticates for a PSA come check this out and see what he thinks it is.
Okay, great.
You want to give Steve a call?
Yeah. I'm glad they're going to bring somebody in. We're hoping that it's authenticated and real and worth a lot of money, and we can do some good things with the money.
What's happening? Apparently, we got a Bible with a handwritten note from Mickey Mantle to Roger Maris while Mickey Mantle was in rehab.
That's pretty interesting. If Mantle wrote anything, along the lines with good content to Roger Maris, you're looking at some huge money.
That'd be amazing, yeah.
Well, check it out, man. Tell us what you think.
The first thing I want to do is take a look at the ink. Now, it looks like maybe a tape was kind of applied to it first.
I don't know if somebody did that to try to preserve it, but it kind of made it a little bit blurry.
Well, yeah, that would happen. I mean, it would kind of pull that ink into the tape, so that's kind of that effect you get with that. Looks like it's signed to Roger. I want to thank you for your kind letters. I hope the Lord will bless you through this book. Yours truly, Mickey Mantle.
It just doesn't sound very Mickey Mantle-ish. 1977, if he is in rehab, I'm assuming it's more of a letter, oh man, I can't believe I'm in this place. These guys say I'll get out of here in 4 to 6 weeks.
Most of the stuff I saw Mantle write was more or less obscenity-laced. And I brought some examples of what we're looking at here, just in general. One of the few, by the way, of Mickey Mantle that's actually circulated in collections. But you see his writing. It's block lettering and his signature. This is from 1977. We're looking at a signature with speed, with flow, spontaneity. From this one to this one, there's no doubt in my mind Mickey Mantle never signed this. Well, it is just so far off, it's not even funny. It's a nice Bible to hold on to and maybe read from, but other than that, it's got nothing to do with Mantle or Maris. I can guarantee you that.
Yep, thanks, Steve.
All right, guys, good to see you, man. I think there's no question that when someone did this, they were just looking to make a buck. All they want to do is make money and profit off you.
Well, man, if something's too good to be true, it probably is. Thanks for coming down.
Well, I was very disappointed, but I'm a treasure hunter, and I'm not going to be discouraged by this one setback. I'll be back out next weekend trying to find the Holy Grail.
Can I help you?
Hi. Yeah, I was wondering if you'd take a look at this collection of mine.
Okay.
They're American League Baseball field passes from 1925 to, I believe, the 30s and 40s.
1925. You don't look that old.
I decided to go into the pawn shop today to try and sell a collection of American League field passes. I think these field passes are very special. There's nothing like them anywhere, especially as a set.
So where'd you get these?
These were passed down through my family from my great-great-aunt. She was a big baseball fan, and she met a sports writer from the Chicago Tribune on a train ride, and for 20 years after, he sent her these passes.
Okay, was there a little romantic thing going on there, or?
I don't know. That story got...
That story got lost?
Yeah.
Back then, all the big newspapers had a team of sports writers, but they couldn't watch it on TV and report about it. They traveled on the train to all the different games, and they reported on them right there. There was only 4 games going on at any time anyway, because there was only 8 teams. The American League was founded in 1901, and there was a lot of leagues competing to stay afloat at the time. The largest and most successful was the National League. And the National League tried to shut down the upstart American League. But the American League held on, and 2 years later, we had our first World Series.
A few years ago, my mom took these to Cooperstown with the intent to donate them to the Baseball Hall of Fame. The curator at the time took a look. He said he couldn't in good conscience take them because they could be worth a lot of money.
In addition to being old, these are extremely rare, and she has multiple sets spanning multiple decades. Most sports writers just threw these out at the end of a season. I really want these, but it only makes sense if I can get them for the right price. So did you want to pawn them or sell them?
I was looking to sell them.
How much did you want for them?
$2,000.
No. Things like this, people are expecting to be worth a fortune, you know, and it's...
A small fortune.
I know, but I've seen auctions like this where these all sold for between $15 and $150. Also, the ones I saw were from like 1903, 1912, a little older than these.
Well, I mean, there should be some value to the collection as a whole.
I would offer you like 40 bucks a piece. It's 40 times 25 is $1,000 bucks.
1,500.
No.
There's got to be some in there that are worth more.
There are some in there worth more, and there's some worth less.
So let's average it then.
We are $1,000. I gave you my best shot.
Well, I guess I'm going to have to take them back to Cooperstown.
You know, it's one of those weird things where I might get lucky with them, I might not.
I can't.
Okay, well, thanks for coming in. I appreciate you showing it to me. I really like them.
Well, I'm a little disappointed. He only offered $40 for each pass. I just couldn't let him go for that. It would be getting ripped off. I just couldn't do it.
Hey, what do we got here?
I got a couple of souvenir World Series mini bats.
Super cool. No, it's the World Series. I mean, it's a big deal. 1939 World Series, that was the Yankees versus the Reds. And the Reds won 0 games. The first, like, 18 World Series, there wasn't radio.
Right.
There'd be crowds outside the Western Union office so they could keep on getting reports of how the game was going. Like, even newspapers knew that they're gonna have to print way more newspapers the next day after World Series because there's gonna be so many people reading about them. And arguably, I mean, baseball was even bigger back then than it is today. And souvenirs like these bats were used as an incentive to get fans to come out and see a game. I mean, even when I was a kid, you go to a game, you get mini bats. There'd be hat night. There'd be all these different things. And, you know, hats would wear out, but these things are practically indestructible. Okay. And then we have one here. What year is that?
It looks like a 7 to me.
Okay.
1957.
The guy collecting must have been a Yankees fan because 57 was also New York Yankees, I think, against Milwaukee. But here's the problem. Mini bats, they were maybe 4 or 5 cents to make. You'd go to a baseball game, say it's the World Series, there's 40,000 people in the stands, they get about 40,000 of these. Over the years, my experience is they're cool, you can hang them on the wall, do something with them, but I'm just telling you, they don't sell and I don't want them.
Alrighty, well, thank you very much.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Definitely a swing and a miss. Hey, how can I help you?
I have a 1962 American League All-Star Team signed baseball.
Hey, Rick, who's on first?
I'm not going to play that.
Okay.
Play ball! I love baseball. I grew up with it. I watched a lot of games with my dad growing up. I collect a lot of baseball stuff. I really like the rare one-of-a-kind items. I'd like to sell the ball because my wife and I are going out of town for our 10th anniversary. I'd like to get about $2,000 for the ball, but I'd settle for around $800.
So where did you get this?
I bought it from the lady whose husband got it originally signed at the game. Back then, they played 2 games. I think this was signed in Chicago.
So you don't have any paperwork on it?
I don't have any paperwork on it. I've collected for a long time, so I'm pretty confident.
All right. Do you mind if I take it out?
Sure, go ahead.
Like a damn Rubik's Cube.
Here, you do it. Oh, okay. All right.
You gotta be smarter than the case, son.
I know. We have... I am not wearing my glasses.
You want me to read it to you?
No. You're not wearing your glasses either.
I don't need them.
Yes, you do. You're supposed to wear your glasses. You're supposed to take your old crazy medicine every morning. It's just American League signed it?
Yep,
No
just
National
American.
League?
Yep.
No Hank Aaron signed or anything like that?
No.
All right. Okay, we have Yogi Berra and Mickey Mantle.
You have Roger Maris on the underside. Here, this is the year after he broke the home run record. He was a 2-time AL MVP.
This is the entire roster?
All 30, yep.
That's really cool because being an all-star team, they're only together one day a year. That's a really rare, weird thing. So what do you want to do with it?
I'd like to sell it.
How much you want for it?
Well, I know the Maris single sign balls go for about $2,000, so I figure right around there would be a good price range to start at.
The problem is, it's so hard to price things when there's only one of them. Do you mind if I have someone come in and take a look at it?
No, I'd be glad to have it checked out. Thanks. I'm a little worried about the expert. If this ball turns out to be fake, I'm going to be upset I got taken by a little old lady in Kansas.
Looks like you found a baseball.
1962 All-Star Game, American League.
Very nice, man. The All-Star Game gives fans a great chance to see the best of the AL face off against the best of the National League. Here, specifically in 1962, these are some amazing games. Over the years, the All-Star Games changed tremendously. Back in '62, they actually had 2 different games a month apart from one another. These days, we have the Home Run Derby attached to it, and also the winner of the All-Star Game decides home field advantage for the World Series.
Well, do your magic.
All right, man, let's see who we have on this ball. On the bottom, Hall of Famer, Tigers great Al Kaline. Right above him, another Tiger slugger, Rocky Colavito. And then we go over here to the sweet spot. We have Yogi Berra, Mickey Mantle. And on the reverse side, it's a little tough to make out, but we have Roger Maris. If this baseball has all real autographs, man, you're talking a couple $1,000 here.
Wow.
But the one big concern with balls from this era are clubhouse signatures.
Clubhouse signature is basically your nice term for forgery?
Yes, yes and no. By definition, a forgery is it's an attempt to actually fool somebody. With clubhouse signatures, when you have a multi-signed item, they're not meant to fool somebody. They're just not the actual person who signed it.
Okay.
Are the clubhouse signatures or are they legit?
All All right, man. Got a little bit of news for you. And K-Line and Aparicio, 100% good. But right here on the sweet spot, Yogi Berra and Mickey Mantle, both clubhouse. Very popular Yankees players, both in the Hall of Fame, signed a lot of autographs over the years. I have never seen an autograph of either of them look like that. Now, the main one is Roger Maris. Of all the guys on this baseball, he's the one name you want to see. What you want to look at is the R in Roger and the M in Maris. Now, the R in Roger forms an oval up top, it slants to the right. The M in Maris, it starts off as high as the R, snakes down, and then he brings it right back up about halfway. Okay. Good news for you? This Maris is 100% authentic.
Great.
Bad news, he could not have picked a worse spot to sign it because of the stamping behind it. You're looking at about $600, $800.
Okay.
Thanks, man.
Hey, you got it.
Appreciate it. So what do you want for it?
He says worth $600 to $800, so how about $650?
$650 is not going to happen. The problem is I sell the thing and I say these two signatures right here, Mickey Mantle and Yogi Berra, two of the coolest signatures on there, they're not exactly real. I'll give you $400 for it.
In my opinion, as a collector, I think the Maris makes the ball. But how about $550?
I'll tell you what, I'll go $450. I won't go a penny more.
All right, what the heck? $450's fine.
All right, we'll do some paperwork.
Okay, thanks.
It may have some clubhouse signatures on it, but $450 for a baseball signed by some of the biggest legends of the game, this is a pretty good score. Hey, how's it going?
How you doing?
All right.
I got something I think you're really gonna like. 3 player Super Bowl rings from the greatest dynasty to play football, the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay.
And I also have the presentation boxes as well that come with the rings.
All right.
This is the one from 1994. This is the one from 1988. And this is from their first Super Bowl ring in 1981.
This is really, really cool. Super Bowl 29. This is the one where they beat the Chargers?
That is the one where they destroyed the Chargers.
Yeah, I grew up being a Chargers fan.
Definitely, I apologize for that. I'm here at the pawn shop today to sell 3 player Super Bowl rings from the San Francisco 49ers. I'm looking to get $37,500 for each Super Bowl ring, or $112,500 for all 3. If I end up selling the rings today, I'm probably going to take the money and put it right back in and buy some more 49ers memorabilia.
These are pretty cool. The 49ers, they just dominated the 80s. I mean, in the course of 13 years, they won 5 Super Bowls.
You got it, that's correct.
The whole evolution of Super Bowl rings is pretty cool. The NFL actually has rules on how you can make a Super Bowl ring. Your first Super Bowl ring can only be 10-karat gold, can only weigh so much, only have so much diamonds. I mean, if you look at the original Super Bowl rings, they're more or less glorified class rings, and they slowly got gaudier and gaudier over the years. And in 2001, when the Patriots won the Super Bowl, Kraft basically told the NFL, I don't care what your rules are in a Super Bowl ring, I'm gonna do the ring the way I want it. So these are players' rings.
You bet they are.
You just collect them from different collectors, you get them from the players?
Different collectors, conventions, not directly from the players.
They're players I've never really heard of.
Really? Eric Wright, the starting cornerback for 4 Super Bowls, you've never heard of him?
Okay, and Cook?
Toy Cook had an interception in the game, and Jeff Fuller's pretty well known as well. These were starters.
I don't know if you noticed this one, there's no marks inside of it.
I've had the ring authenticated. It
Okay,
does.
well, no, I can tell you right now, this is a 100% genuine ring, but it's been sized by a really bad jeweler. He sized it, he soldered it, he put too much solder in it, and they had to sand the hell out of the inside. That's why all the markings on the inside are gone. So, in my opinion, it brings it down a little bit just because you don't have the markings inside of it, and people want to see that. The other ones are like pristine. So, how much you looking to get out of these?
I'm looking to get $112,500 for all 3, which I think is very fair.
Do you mind if I call someone in to take a look at them?
I have no problem with that at all.
I'm gonna call in my sports guy and get his opinion. What do you think it's worth?
No problem.
All right, I'll be right back. And one of these days, the Chargers are gonna get a ring.
Super Bowl rings from the 49ers.
Yep.
Those are cool. Very cool. Toy Cook, Jeff Fuller, and Eric Wright. These are really neat. How'd you acquire these?
I got them from some collectors I know. These are pretty rare, in my opinion.
They make about 150 rings a year. They are very expensive when it comes to the owner of the team buying them. They cost between $5 and $5.5 million to buy the 150 rings. So the average price is about $36,000, $37,000.
That's crazy.
I just want to take a look. So this ring belonged to Toy Cook. You got to look for the markings. Looks like, yeah, it's resized. It looks like it was really...
It was done by a really bad jeweler.
Yeah, that's true, but it looks like it's authentic. The Jeff Fuller ring from 1988. This is really, really nice. And this is Eric Wright. Very cool. These are definitely genuine 49er Super Bowl rings. They have the right diamonds, they're yellow gold. It's really a great collection of 3 rings.
So what do you think they're worth?
Value-wise, Super Bowl rings are very highly collectible. 49ers, they pretty much owned the 80s, so there's a lot of demand for 49er rings. I think retail, they're probably in the range of about $20,000 a ring.
I think they're worth a lot more than that. And these are very rare to have 49er player rings, especially from this era. You don't see them very common go on the market.
They used to be a lot more, but, you know, that's about what they're commanding these days.
Okay, well, thanks for coming in, man.
You're welcome. I think these rings are a great buy for the shop if you can get them at the right price, because there's so much demand and there's a great presence when you have that type of eye candy in that store.
So are you going to budge off that price at all?
You know, I wish I had Montana and Rice here to argue for me, because that was a pretty low price. I'm still a little shell-shocked.
I'll tell you what, I mean, my best offer would be $45,000 for all 3 of them.
Unfortunately, I can't part with them for that price. It's just too low.
All right. Have a good one, man. If you change your mind, call
No
me.
problem. I appreciate it. Thank you. I was hoping to make a deal, but I would not accept anywhere near that. I'll take my rings and display them at my office till I get a better offer that's more commensurate with what they're worth.
What do we got here?
Well, I want to see what you guys could do with a Walter Payton signed football. It does have his number, and it has his nickname, Sweetness.
Super Bowl 31, he wasn't in that.
You're right. Not exactly sure why he signed this ball. And that's one of the reasons that I'm trying to see what I can get for it. Super Bowl 31 was won by the Green Bay Packers. And as a Chicago Bears fan, there's no way in good conscience I could keep this in my house. I am a huge Bears fan, lifelong. Similar balls have gone for $4,000. This is a little bit of a different situation, it being Super Bowl 31. He wasn't in that Super Bowl, but the Packers won, and everybody knows that Bears fans and Packers fans do not get along.
So, where'd you get it?
My mom recently moved out of her house, and in the course of packing her up, I found this ball.
Okay, so was your mom a Walter Payton fan, or?
I asked her about it, and she doesn't seem to remember exactly where she got it, but she remembers bidding on some sports memorabilia at a charity auction several years ago.
Okay, I mean, this is really cool, man. I mean, Walter Payton, he's one of the best running backs of all time.
Most would say the greatest running back of all time.
I prefer LaDainian Tomlinson myself, but that's just because I'm a Charger fan. But
understandable, understandable.
Mind if I take it out?
No, go right ahead.
You know, this ball's cool. The one from Super Bowl 20 would be cool. The one that would be absolutely priceless is his last game with the Bears. He rushed for 100 yards, his last touchdown. He took the ball, threw it out in the crowd, and no one knows what happened to it. Somebody's got it. That one would be worth a lot of money.
Yeah, I bet.
No one could argue that Walter Payton was one of the best to ever play the game. He got 2 MVPs, a Super Bowl, and close to, what, 17,000 rushing yards? But this ball commemorates a game he didn't even play in, so that knocks the value down quite a bit. How much are you looking to get out of it?
Well, this type of ball, I've done a little bit of research. I'd be willing to part with this one for about $2,500.
$2,500. You're pretty much on it right what it's worth. If I were to sell it, that's what I'd get out of it. But I'm in a business here, and I don't buy stuff to break even. I'd like to give you around $1,000 for it.
Even I wouldn't get rid of it for $1,000, even though it's a Packers ball. I'm thinking more along the lines of, let's say 21.
I'll go up to $1,500. That's the most I can do. It really is.
I still think it's worth more than that. But as a diehard Bears fan, I can't have this in my house. I'll take the $1,500.
1,500, it's a deal.
All right,
I'll meet
thanks.
you over there, all right?
I would have liked to have gotten a little bit more, but I'm going to go to the casino tonight, go to the roulette table, and put it all on Walter Payton's number 34.
Hey, what can I help you with?
I've got a 1999 St. Louis Rams Lombardi Trophy.
Sweet.
Original box and certificate of authenticity.
I know I've seen you a few times, man. How you get all this cool stuff?
You know what? I just get lucky and find some cool stuff every now and then.
Okay.
I'm not sure luck has anything to do with it.
I came to the pawn shop today to sell an actual Lombardi trophy from the St. Louis Rams, 1999. I want to sell the trophy because I want someone else to enjoy it. I'm looking to get about $7,500 for the trophy. I'd probably take about $4,500, but don't tell him.
So how did you get this thing?
I bought it from my buddy.
Okay. I know all the teams don't give these out. I mean, usually it's just the ring. This, I think, was like a little added bonus perk they gave out. It's not the actual trophy the team won.
It's not the one that they're displaying at the Rams headquarters. It's not a replica because these were given to the actual players.
Well, it's actually a replica because the real Vince Lombardi trophy is bigger, and they make one of those. I've heard about these before. I've never had one in my shop.
So you've never seen one of these before?
Not up close and personal, no.
He's a Chargers fan. I don't think he'll ever see one. They have the world's smallest trophy case.
The Vince Lombardi Trophy has been awarded to every team that's won the Super Bowl since 1970. It's made by Tiffany, and unlike the Stanley Cup, they make a new one every year. They made 400 of these, huh?
Yes.
And I can just tell by the weight and looking at it, it's not sterling silver like the Vince Lombardi Trophy.
No, it's not. I'm not sure what it's made out of. It's very rare.
Well, it's not really rare. There are 400 of them. While this isn't the actual trophy, it's still a limited edition of football's highest prize, and it was only given to members of the Rams organization who won the Super Bowl. It's pretty damn cool. So what do you want to do with this?
I'd like to sell it.
How much do you want for it?
I'd like to get about $7,500 for it, and I could prove the value right here.
$12,500?
This belonged to any particular player?
No, that was a front office person's.
Okay. If it was Kurt Warner's, no problem. But obviously it's not. We're pretty far apart on the price.
Okay, well, what's your price?
$2,500.
Oof. Really?
I can buy one cheaper somewhere else.
A lot of players risk their bodies, their limbs to hoist this trophy. You could be in that small group and hoist this.
I would love to have it. It's a really cool piece, but I would pay $2,500 for it.
We're too far apart.
Okay.
But I'll let you hoist it, though, even though you're not going to buy it.
All right, just...
Can I touch it once? It's amazing.
The offer of $2,500 is just too low. It's ridiculous. They're trying to make a buck, but they're not going to make their buck off me today. He's going to be really sad when he wakes up tomorrow morning knowing that he doesn't have that trophy.
Hey, what can I help you with?
I want to sell a ring today.
Okay. Holy...
Got the mother of all Super Bowl rings.
Awesome.
The biggest and baddest.
Let me try that thing on. I feel like a champion.
I came to the pawn shop today to sell my 2004 Patriots ring. It's the biggest, sweetest, coolest ring that you're probably ever gonna see. I'm looking to get anywhere from like 22 to 21,000 for the ring, but if 19.5 was to hit it, I'd take it.
All right, where did you get this?
Well, I'm a broker, and a gentleman came in. Ricky Bryan, he's a wide receiver, and did a deal with me and never came back to get it.
So what, you loaned him some money or something like that?
Yeah.
This thing weighs a ton.
Well, it's from Super Bowl 39. It's when they beat the Eagles, and they went back-to-back, like it says on the side of the ring.
That was a close game. I mean, I know it came right down to the wire. It was like a three-point game.
Yeah, it was real close.
I grew up in San Diego. I will never like the Patriots. As much as I hate to admit it, the New England Patriots have been pretty badass for the past decade. They actually won the Super Bowl 3 out of 4 times. Only the second team in history ever to achieve that level of dominance. Okay, do you mind if I take a good look at it?
Take your time.
I just really don't like this Jostens mark inside it.
What's a Jostens mark?
Jostens is the company that made a lot of the Super Bowl rings.
Well, maybe there's 2 different marks.
No, I mean, this one looks hand engraved.
Jeff, bring me my Patriots ring. I'm sort of a nut for championship rings. I have a habit of buying them and never selling them. And with my collection, I have other Super Bowl rings I can compare all the markings with. This is precision machine engraving inside of it. Every Super Bowl ring I've ever had that was made by Jostens is engraved like that. This looks like it's in sloppy hand engraving. I mean, the workmanship and everything looks wonderful, but
That has got me so concerned.
If this Super Bowl ring is the real McCoy, it's worth tens of thousands of dollars. But a hand-engraved manufacturer's mark just doesn't seem right to me. So there's no way I'm making an offer until I can have this thing authenticated. So how much were you looking to get out of it?
I was in the mid to low 20s.
All right, I'm gonna have to get somebody in here because it just doesn't look right. I want to do a little bit more research, so we'll get this thing figured out.
Cool.
Okay?
Cool, fair enough. I'm a little nervous right now. It's a large amount of money, but I believe the ring is real. When the player walks in the door with it, then you gotta kind of believe the guy.
Jeremy, how's it going, man?
Hey, Rick, what's going on, man? What do you have for me today?
We have a 04 Patriots ring.
No kidding. Super Bowl 39. This is the Super Bowl where they beat the Eagles 24-21, and in my opinion, anytime the Eagles lose, that's a good thing. The guys always call me down to the pawn shop whenever they have a question about a piece of sports memorabilia or card. Now, rings that are given to players are far more valuable than if they're given to a front office staff member or something. What I know of Ricky Bryant, he actually pretty much was on the practice squad for most of the season.
But he was a player.
Right? Even guys in the practice squad do get rings. At this point, this ring was the heaviest and it was the most expensive ring that they had ever made for any Super Bowl game. It's cast in 14K white gold. It's got 124 diamonds, and also it says 3 out of 4. They won 3 Super Bowls out of the last 4 years, which is an absolutely remarkable feat that only the Dallas Cowboys had done previously to that. When it comes to modern sports memorabilia, there's nothing that's more sought after and valuable than a Super Bowl ring, especially worn by a player. Unfortunately, anytime you have a high-profile item, counterfeiters figure out creative ways to pass off fakes. Okay, I see we got Jostens. Usually you would see that not only in a different location, but it looks to be actually hand-engraved rather than actually out of the machine. Now, as far as the rest of the ring, I mean, the weight, the diamonds, everything else looks to be legit. Just the markings on the bottom there, it's certainly a little bit different than other rings I've seen. But this year is a little bit different than all the other Super Bowl rings in the past. They put so much into this ring, gold, diamonds, and everything. This thing was so enormous, it didn't fit inside Jostens' normal ring engraver. They actually had to have somebody laser engrave each and every ring, as you see here.
Okay, cool.
So this ring is 100% legit, and it's pretty awesome.
Sweet. So what do you think it's worth?
Well, we have a ring from one of the most popular teams ever. It's loaded with gold and diamonds. Super Bowl rings from players such as this sell from about $30,000 to $35,000.
Nice, nice. Thanks, man. You're the
you
best. So how much do you want for this thing?
$22,000.
18.
Why so low?
Have you seen the economy?
Yeah, that's why I got the ring.
You know, I put out that kind of money, I might have to sit on this thing 2-3 years. So I'm at 18.
I go 21. You don't have anything like this in your showcases. I know you have a Patriots ring, but you don't have that Patriots ring.
I'll give you 20 grand.
Pass.
20 grand. Cash. $100 bills.
If you go 20, you go 21.
Just because I need a Super Bowl ring for every one of my fingers. Deal.
Deal.
All right, write him up, Chum. The guy was definitely a tough negotiator, but I'll still make good money on this ring. With the price I can sell this ring for, I think I had a pretty good day's work. Hey, Pops, what do you think? Another Super Bowl ring?
Just what the hell we need.
What?
This is a dope one.
Why another Super Bowl ring?
Because?
My dad just got finished lecturing us about how we need to sell everything we buy. Now that he has that ring in his hand, I guarantee you it never leaves the case. In other words, he bought it for himself.
You're gonna sell it, right?
Yeah, of course I am.
Yeah, right. It's another $10,000 paperweight.
No, I paid over 20 grand for this one.
Okay, then it's a $20,000 paperweight.
I mean, we easily got $200,000 worth of bull rings in the case that you refused to sell.
They're for sale.
They're all priced like triple what they're worth.
Rick, I'll be honest with you. Sell that ring, or I'm gonna sell every damn ring over there in the case.
Dad, seriously, I am gonna sell this one.
Yeah, right. Corey?
What?
Go sell something.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good.
Good.
LaDainian Tomlinson, San Diego Chargers, LT, the Lightning and the Thunder. This guy was unbelievable. And the Chargers still couldn't make it to the Super Bowl.
I'm coming into the pawn shop today to try and sell my game-issued, autographed LaDainian Tomlinson jersey. The jersey itself, being a game-issued one, is in good condition. The autograph's a little bit faded, but I think for a collector that it's a great piece to have. Today I'm hoping to get $1,000 for it.
Now this is cool. Big Chargers fan?
Yeah, I grew up in San Diego, born and raised. LT was my favorite player growing up.
That makes me feel old because I was definitely grown up when he was playing. I was a huge Chargers fan ever since I was a little kid. As a matter of fact, I grew up right down the street from the stadium.
Oh, wow.
LT really was arguably one of the best running backs in the history of the NFL. Broke so many records. I think back in 03. He did things that people thought were not possible. I mean, for a running back to get 28 touchdowns in one season, in a regular season, is just insane.
Yeah.
He was only one of 7 guys in the entire history of the NFL to pass for a touchdown, catch a touchdown, and run for a touchdown all in the same game. I mean, the guy was unbelievable. I mean, you'd be watching a Chargers game, and you'd think he was going to go run it in, and then he would pass the ball.
Right, yeah, exactly.
So this is not a normal jersey. This looks like it was definitely custom made. It doesn't look like it was used in a game, though, at all. I mean, we're talking a running back there.
Right, jerseys have some marks.
Well, remember, you know, it's a running back. Every time he carries the ball, he gets tackled unless he makes a touchdown.
Right.
Have you ever had the autograph checked out on it?
I have not, no.
Okay. All right. I have no idea if that's LaDainian Tomlinson's signature. How much you want for it?
I'm asking $1,000.
Okay. I need to call someone and check out the autograph.
Okay.
And maybe he'll know a little bit more about this jersey because, like I said, it's not a consumer jersey. I think it's a big league one, but I don't think it was ever played in. So there's a few questions I got.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. Be right back.
All right. I don't have a problem with an expert coming in. I'm confident in the autograph and the jersey itself, and I'm excited to see what he has to say.
LaDainian Tomlinson. This guy had a great career. And I mean, he's really, literally one of the greatest running backs in the history of the NFL. Obviously not as great as Walter Payton, but he was up there.
Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. All right. Who scored more touchdowns in a season? Never mind.
There's an award named after Walter Payton. Man of the Year, Tomlinson won that. We're going to go back and forth on this.
Okay,
I'm a Bear fan. He's a Charger fan. It happens.
So anyway, so do you think this is actually an officially issued jersey?
It could be. This helps, like this type of tagging. Usually indicates kind of like his size or possible game issued. But, you know, with the game stuff, you could see tears, you could see repair marks, you could see helmet marks. But, you know, we don't see all that stuff going on. Unless you had a letter from the team or Tomlinson or a family member or somebody close to him, you know, I would just call it a jersey.
Okay. And then this.
Okay.
Pretty simple signature. Was that legit?
Well, let's take a look at it. Let's see what we got here. The autograph, to me, is a really early version of a signature. This little curl in here he used, okay? This is kind of Tomlinson, what he would do, and it's almost the same thing I have here. He'd use this little curl at the beginning of his signature. Now, he started to change through the years, but the one consistent great thing about football players, what they do is they like to put their numbers. So that's usually pretty consistent. It's definitely authentic, Rick. But unfortunately, it's not that strong of a signature.
Okay, so what do you think it's worth?
Well, Tomlinson autographs, as you know, when someone's still alive, they're still accessible. He's good to the fans. He's always been a pretty good signer. So his autograph is plentiful. It's a nice jersey, but the condition of the signature does hurt the value overall. I put the value of this right at $200.
Okay. Thanks, man.
Yeah, good to see you.
All right, so, well, it's a real autograph. We know that now.
Yeah.
What would you take for it?
You know, from my buying and collecting of sports memorabilia, I'm pretty confident in the fact that it is a game-issued jersey to LT. I'm going to stick with my asking price of $1,000.
Well, looks like we're not going to do any business then.
All right.
Thanks for bringing it in.
Yeah, no problem.
No matter what Steve says, Chargers are better than the Bears.
What can I do for you today?
I've got a 1989 49ers Super Bowl ring.
Where's the real ring? There's no women's league.
I decided to come to the pawn shop today to sell my 49ers Super Bowl ring. It is very unique because it is made for a woman. Why I want to sell the ring is I'd like to go on a real honeymoon. We'll see if we can get there.
Hey, Big Hoss, got a new pinky ring for you.
What year is it from?
1989. I was a cheerleader.
Okay.
No fraternizing with the players.
Well, that's a rule no one followed, right?
Well, lips are sealed. It was an amazing time to be a cheerleader for the 49ers. Joe Montana is the greatest quarterback of all time.
So what can you tell me about it?
We had just won the Super Bowl the year before. You got Jerry Rice, Ronnie Lott, Joe Montana.
The San Francisco 49ers were amazing back in the late 80s. This ring is from the '89 season where they won their second Super Bowl in a row. Joe Montana was unstoppable that year. You want to pawn it, sell it?
I'd be interested in selling it.
Well, it's a 10-carat ring, quarter carat on top, and it's a whole lot smaller than a men's.
This is true.
What are you looking to get for it?
Like to have a real honeymoon, like to buy my husband a Husaberg, like to take my stepdaughters to Greece, and donate some money to a Pitbull Foundation.
So you have Joe Montana's ring in your pocket, too.
He touched it, so.
A Husaberg motorcycle goes for nearly 10 grand. Plus she wants a trip to Greece, a honeymoon, and she wants some left over for a Pitbull charity. It's almost 35 grand there. This is a cheerleader's ring, not a star player, and there's a huge difference when it comes to price. It has some value there. It doesn't have value like the big ring has. I'd give you about $1,000 because of the fact it's a Super Bowl ring and the rarity of it. And then I'd give you its hard value, which would be the gold and the diamonds. You don't have much there. We're right around the $1,300, $1,400 range.
Okay. Not interested. I guess I was thinking it was a few $1,000s at least.
Yeah, it's a beautiful ring, and the story behind it's worth more to you than it's ever going to be worth to me.
I understand that.
Hey, thanks for bringing it in. It was really cool to see.
Absolutely, really nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you, too.
You bet. I'm a little disappointed. It's a Super Bowl ring. I mean, there's not very many of them, and so yeah, I was certainly hoping for more.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How about you?
Doing good. What do we got?
I got the game ball from the first Pro Football Hall of Fame game played in Canton, Ohio. It starts off the season every year. This is the program from the 1962 Hall of Fame.
Okay.
And this is my ticket stub to get in the game, which was only $5 at the time.
I think the last football game I went to, it was double that for a beer, so.
I came down to the pawn shop today to sell my football from the 1962 first Pro Football Hall of Fame game played in Canton, Ohio. And it's signed by Y.A. Tittle. I got the ball signed in 1999 when Y.A. Tittle come to Canton, Ohio. I'd like to sell this ball for $4,000 today because $4,000 is a lot of money and I could use it.
Nice. Where in the world did you get this?
I caught the ball myself. I was 12 years old in 1962, and Y.A. Tittle threw a pass to one of his receivers, and the ball came off the tips of his hands, hit once, came up into the stands. I jumped on it, and I come up with the ball out of there.
It's awesome, man. That's a really good story. So how'd you get him to sign it?
He came to the Hall of Fame for an autograph session, and I brought the ball and had him sign it because it came off his fingertips.
Definitely a cool story. What do you got here?
In '99, when he signed the ball, this was our local newspaper article. My last name's Lombardi.
Lombardi's Big Catch has signature with it, okay.
Yes, sir.
What's this?
This is a letter of authenticity from the Hall of Fame that shows this is the ball from that night game.
Oh, wow. Okay. Do you have anything verifying the signature? Or?
I was there when he done it.
Okay.
He signed it in front of me, but
okay.
That's all I really got. But I mean, that's his signature.
What are you looking to do with it, man?
I'm actually looking to sell it. I've had it for 52 years. I know the Hall of Fame would like to have this ball. I brought it in there and they'd asked me to donate it to them, but...
Yeah, I wouldn't want to donate it either.
Yeah. But I'm looking to sell it.
Any idea, any number in your head?
Well, I would like $4,000.
Okay, I mean, you got a great story. You got some evidence here, but let me have a buddy of mine come validate the signature.
Sure.
He can give me an idea of what it might be worth. Guy's one of the best in the world at it, so I'll be back. Feel free to hang out, and I'll grab you when he gets here, okay?
Thank you. I'm sure that it's the signature. If he wants to get the signature checked out, that's fine with me.
So we got apparently game used from the first Hall of Fame game, signed by Y.A. Tittle.
Cool. Great piece of football history, man. Y.A. Tittle was a great quarterback in the 50s, early 60s. He made a guy threw 7 touchdowns in one game. There's only a few guys that have ever done that in NFL history.
We got a program, we got a ticket stub, got a news article, and we got something stating from the Hall of Fame here that this was the type of ball that they used.
Everybody's into retro football lately, and everybody loves the old guys. You know, talking about the Hall of Fame games, I think the first class was 1963. Well, they still have that tradition now, and they still play there, and the Hall of Fame thing's such a big deal. The Giants that year, I think, were 12 wins, 1962. That was about the end of Tittle's great run in the NFL. The one thing I do want to do is look at a few examples of his signature. Sure. He kept things really simple. His T went under and then back over. Usually included his number, just depending where he could put it. Everything matches up pretty well, so no question the signature's real. No. Yes. About Tittle. He's been around a lot. It's funny how you look at the players of yesteryear. Great players, they sign a lot of autographs. Unfortunately, it doesn't carry a ton of value. But based on everything that's here, you've got a program with the ticket, the letter from the Hall of Fame, your story, tying it all together, the signature's genuine. I think it's a pretty neat piece of football memorabilia.
So, what do you think it's worth?
Can you say for certain, 100%, that it came from that game? Well, your story's great, this stuff helps. It's still a leap of faith. And I'd still put that value right about $2,000.
Well, Steve, you're the man, dude.
All right, dude, good to see you, man. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, nice piece. There are collectors that might want that, a Giants fan might want it. I could see someone that collects stuff from Hall of Fame games. Very limited audience, though.
Give me a number, man. What are you thinking? What's the least you'll take for it?
The least I'll take is probably $3,000.
Okay. You've got a really, really cool piece of a memory of you and your father at the first Hall of Fame game back in 1962. I think what I'd offer you on this would be a little offensive. It's a $1,000 deal to me.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
I need solid, concrete proof of you catching the ball at the game. I don't see us making a deal here. I think, honestly, Football Hall of Fame is where it should go. You agree?
I agree.
All right, thanks for coming in.
Okay.
Take care.
I thought the $1,000 was a little bit low. I'll just give it to the Hall of Fame.
Flav, what's up?
Yo, Chum, what's up, G?
Is that what I think
How
it is?
you doing, man? Yo, look what I got, man.
This is the statue OJ had poolside at his Rockingham mansion.
This piece right here sat by his poolside. So, yo, the reason why I brought this here to you is because I know that this is the place for me to get my right deal. I've been hearing about you, Chumley. You've been the man around town, bro. Your name is ringing bells like Flavor Flav.
Yeah.
That's Chumley right there. Chumley beat OJ, OJ beat Chumley. The reason why I'm selling this statue is because I have so much stuff at my house and I have no place for it. I'm asking for $125,000 for the statue, and the way that I came up with that number is because of the value of O.J. Simpson, and I know he's worth way more than $125,000 in real life.
I know OJ had just been found guilty of the double homicide by the civil court. Basically, they said, okay, we're gonna liquidate your estate. So they took all OJ's stuff and they put it in an auction site, and they just got whatever they could for it, and they gave all the proceeds from that to the Brown family.
Wow.
So this was one of them. How did you get it?
I got this piece from a radio show in Chicago called Man Cow.
Yeah, Man Cow, he's a DJ.
Yeah, man. We went to his show one day to do an interview. So they said, Flav, look, man, if you could take this piece home, you can have it. I'm like, wow, y'all gonna give me an OJ statue? So OJ went on tour for a little while.
So this is not a replica?
Come on, man. This is the original diamond, G. Yeah, boy.
You mind if I check it out a little?
Yeah, man.
And you can see his number's pretty clear. 32, that's definitely the juice. It's got his football helmet. I mean, it looks like bronze. It looks kind of, you can see the age on it and everything. It's definitely weathered. So what do you want to do with it?
I want to sell it.
All right, how much you looking to get for it?
All I want, just give me $125,000 for it.
Whew. The most I could probably do, and I'd have to verify with my boss first, but it's probably gonna be 75, maybe 80,000.
Wow.
I mean...
And that's the best you could do for me, 75 to 80,000, that's the best?
I think that's a good offer, I mean...
Come on, man, you the porn star master, G.
I don't know if it's worth 125. It could go for over 100 at an auction, but, you know, unfortunately, this ain't an auction.
So if it could go over 100 in the auction, then how come you won't give me 125?
Come on, Flav, you know I gotta make a profit in here.
I know that, man.
If you get 3 or 4 OJ fans bidding it up, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, I think I'll make better at the auction then, man.
I think you will, too.
Because I see I ain't getting nowhere with you, Chumley.
Hey, I gotta try, man, I gotta try.
Hey, I don't fault you for trying, man.
Hey, so while I got you here, I gotta ask you, what's up with the clock, man? That's your signature thing.
Yeah, man. You know, the reason why I wear this clock is because, you know, time is the most important element. And when we stop, time keeps going. All right, Chumley, man. Yo, E, come on, man. Let's get this back to the truck, man.
OJ gotta go?
All right, Flav.
Yeah, OJ gotta go, man. Yo, thank you for your time.
Thank you, brother.
And thank you for your patience and everything, the whole nine. Like the farmer said to the potato, I'm gonna plant you now and dig you later. Thanks, Chumley, for your time, all right?
All
Say
right,
bye,
see
OJ.
you later, Flav. My pleasure.
Don't cry, OJ. Don't cry. Don't.
I have here a 1942 Chicago Bears team signed football. It's in good shape.
Usually, the balls this old have just fallen apart, sort of like the Bears usually do.
Coming to the pawn shop today to try to sell my autographed football from the 1942 Chicago Bear team. I'd really like to get $5,000. I suppose I'd take between $2,000 and $2,500.
So where did you get this?
My wife's aunt recently passed away. We went out there to help her clean the stuff out. That was in the bottom dresser drawer wrapped in a towel.
Okay.
I have the letter of authenticity right here.
Well, thanks for making my life easy with this. Now I don't have to call in a guy to look at it or anything else.
Right.
The first Super Bowl wasn't played till 1967, but the NFL's been having big championships since the 30s. And back in the 40s, the Chicago Bears were the team to beat. I mean, they won like 3 championships. Just about anything from those really early games can make NFL collectors go nuts.
Do you know anything about the 42 Bears?
I recognize Sid Luckman.
Quarterback in the biggest blowout in NFL history. 70-something to nothing.
Yeah.
It's back when they played on the grid field too, right?
I think they got rid of the grid in the 30s. You know how they used to have football fields? Just a
Right,
bunch of squares on the field and
right.
wasn't lined up like today. This was during World War II, and they combined some of the teams. I know there was the Steagles, which was the combination of the Eagles and the Steelers. That was a really reduced league.
Interesting.
This ball is an amazing piece of NFL history. And since the Bears have some of the most hardcore fans out there, it won't be in my showcase very long. So what do you want to do with it?
Well, I'd like to sell it. And I'm thinking $5,000 at auction would be easy.
You know, you could be right. It could go for $5,000 at auction. You're gonna pay 30% right off the top to the auction company.
30%?
And then there's no guarantee that you get $5,000 for it.
But we have cash.
Yeah.
3,000?
I'm thinking $2,000. The more expensive things are, the longer they sit around.
I mean, it's pretty amazing to think it's a 1942 ball.
I'll tell you what, $2,500, that's as high as I'm gonna go. It's in the middle there. I think it's a fair offer.
That's fair.
Okay.
I'll take it.
All right, let's go do some paperwork.
$2,500, it's a fair price. It wasn't quite as much as I wanted, but I think in the end, I was happy with that.
I have a couple Super Bowl pendants.
Ooh.
That's the first 2 Super Bowls.
The Super Bowl is the biggest television event, period. It's just insane, the Super Bowl. I mean, the bad seats are $500.
Yeah.
And I hate people who watch it just for the commercials.
The pendants are from Super Bowl I with Kansas City and Green Bay, and Super Bowl II with Green Bay going against Oakland. Well, I'm a big Packers fan, but I just want to sell the pendants because my wife and I are both retired, and we can use a little extra cash.
This is pretty damn cool. We're talking 1966, 1967 Green Bay Packers, Vince Lombardi. Arguably the greatest football coach in the history of the world, and to this day, that's what the Super Bowl trophy's called. It's not called the Super Bowl trophy, it's called the Vince Lombardi trophy.
Yes.
I like these. I could be wrong, but I think you have like a home run here. Where were these Super Bowls? Remember, in 1966 and 67, I was 1 and 2, okay?
In 1966, that Super Bowl was played in LA. And the funny thing about that one is that it was not a sellout. So they had to black out the game in LA because you needed a sellout at that time for them to show the game on TV. 1967 was held in Miami, but the 66 was in LA.
Okay. So where'd you get them?
Well, my dad owned a tavern in Milwaukee.
Okay.
And after the Packer games, some of the Packer personnel used to go into the tavern. Somebody probably owed my dad money on this, I don't know. And that's what he got in return.
Okay. I think these were given to like the staff members or the wives of the players or something like that. And they're gold, right?
They're gold. I believe they're 10 karat, but I'm not sure.
Wouldn't surprise me. The company that made these is probably the same company that made the Super Bowl rings themselves. It's class ring companies that do it. 10-karat gold became the metal of choice for Jostens and other class ring companies because it was cheaper than 14-karat gold and a lot more durable, which makes sense because these are wearable trophies and they want them to last and look good for later generations.
In 1966, they played Kansas City, and there was a guy named Fred the Hammer Williamson, and he vowed that he was going to take out a couple of the Packers with forearm shivers. So not only did he only have 3 tackles, he didn't knock none of the Packers out, and he went out with a broken arm in the 4th quarter.
It was definitely a different game back then. I mean, now today they talk about, all those bounties and all this stuff. Oh no, they announced like bounties and stuff like that. And not only that, I mean, if you got injured back then, it just wasn't the medical science to, get you better. I mean, there was no reconstructive surgery. There's, hey dude, we'll get it so you can walk. I mean, that's about what it was. So what do you want to do with them?
I want to sell them. I don't know how much worth, but I am looking for like $500 a piece for them because of the gold content, so.
Well, there's not $500 worth of gold there, I'll tell you that right now. But
it's a 66 and 67 from the first 2 Super Bowls.
I mean, this is sort of my thing with them. I think they're worth more. I think you might have a little gold mine here. I could be wrong.
Hope you're right.
Let me call somebody up, have him take a look at these things.
Okay.
He's dealt in sports memorabilia his whole life. That's all he does. He lives and breathes this stuff, so he will know about it.
Okay.
So hang out for a little bit, and hopefully we can make a deal.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
Be right back.
He told me that they might be worth a lot more than I'm asking, which I'm really excited about because the more money, the better. Maybe we can go on vacation to Hawaii.
Super Bowl 1 and 2, huh?
Yes.
Super Bowl 1 and 2, Green Bay.
And these are amazing because these were the only 2 championship games where they weren't called Super Bowl at the time. With the whole AFL-NFL merger, these were just called simply AFL-NFL World Championship games. During the 1960s, there was a huge rivalry between the AFL and the NFL. Which league was superior? So when the leagues finally agreed to merge, Super Bowl I was the contest where the teams could finally prove who was better. Super Bowl III was the first one where actually on the program, it was printed Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl, the whole term Super Bowl came from someone at the NFL. Their kid was playing with a Super Ball, the rubber Super Balls, and he goes, Super Bowl. That's it, right?
It's exactly it. Lamar Hunt, owner of the Kansas City Chiefs, basically his little girl was playing with a Super Ball, and they already had the Rose Bowl and everything, so they needed some kind of term that would just kind of encompass the fact that this is the championship game. So Super Bowl, Rose Bowl, Super Bowl. Simple as that, yeah.
All right, and these are pendants. I think these were given out to like women's staff or like the players' wives.
Yeah, basically how it works is when they started the first Super Bowl, they started issuing championship rings for the winning team. In addition to that, at the organization's discretion, they would issue pendants, charms, things like that to players' wives, different people in the scouting organization, pretty much anybody they deemed worthy that didn't get an actual championship ring.
Okay.
So what we want to see on the back is the insignia from, in this case, Jostens, since they made the championship rings for 1 and 2. So let's have a look. Okay, we see 10K. And we do have the insignia for Jostens. That's exactly what we want to see. So these are actually both authentic. Now, there is one discrepancy. I've seen a couple of these come up. It's usually with the green stone. I've never seen one that actually has a blue stone in it.
That's a little sapphire.
So
let me see a little quick.
That would lead me to believe that the original stone might have fallen off or was replaced at a certain time.
Oh yeah, that's definitely reset. It's not the original. The original prongs are more or less broken off or worn off. So what they do is they take it's called a graver, and you would push the gold over onto the stone. So,
Okay.
So that's definitely been replaced. Doesn't have a factory prongs there.
Super Bowl II has the right stone, but it has some chipping on the enamel.
Okay, so what are they worth?
The Super Bowl I's going to have a slight premium to it. Of course, being Super Bowl I, but the fact it's not the right stone might bring it down. In the end, you're looking at about $1,000 a piece. Is what they're going to be worth.
God, I was thinking they'd be worth a lot more.
I'm telling you, if these were championship rings, you'd have well over $100,000 here. But Being that they're not the ones issued to players, they're not going to be worth quite as much.
Okay, all right, I understand. Thanks, man.
You bet, man. Hey, good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Finding memorabilia from Super Bowl I and II, it's truly amazing because the game has essentially evolved into a holiday. You know, you have tailgating, the pregame coverage, the commercials, the halftime show. Back then, your tickets costed $12, only 50,000 people watched, and your halftime show was a marching band.
I was really thinking it was more money, but I'll give you $500 a piece.
How about 1,500?
They're really cool. Tell you what, I'll give you $1,400 for the pair, $700 a piece.
More than I was hoping for, so yeah, I'll take it.
All right. I'll meet you right up there and I'll write you up.
All right. He gave me 1,400. I only wanted 1,000 to start off with, so I like that. I'm gonna take the 1,400, and my wife and I were gonna go to Hawaii on a trip.
Hey, what can I help you with?
My grandfather gave me this helmet.
It's a football helmet.
Will it fit you?
No, my cranium's extremely large.
It's for that huge brain of yours.
I'm coming down to the pawn shop to sell my old football helmet. The reason why I want to sell it is it's been sitting in my house forever collecting dust. I'm trying to sell it for $500, but the lowest I'd probably go is $200.
Right around the teens or the 20s, the helmets became optional. It was much more brutal than today, a lot less rules. Literally, in 1 year in college ball, 12 people died. So eventually it became mandatory. And believe it or not, when they first came out, you went to a shoemaker to get your helmet made.
I believe it.
It's believed that the first football helmets were used back in 1893 in the Army-Navy game, but those helmets sucked. And by the 1940s, leather helmets like this were mandatory in the NFL. When they first came out, they didn't have the holes for the ears. So guys hated them because you couldn't hear anything with them. This was just like a thick hat. The neat thing is most of these were tossed.
Right.
I mean, you just don't see these things anymore, and this one's in great shape. Like most Americans, I love football, and I want this helmet. I have to be smart on the price, because it's not tied to a particular player or team.
How's it feel?
Not good. So what do you want to do with this?
I don't know. I'm wondering, you know, is there a market for like old-time memorabilia?
There is. I mean, it's not associated with a player or a team or anything else like that. I'll give you $100 for it.
$100? I can't do that.
I'll go 125. That would be it, man.
How about 130? No more haggling.
All right, 130.
I settled on $130. It seemed like they wouldn't budge, so I figured I might as well just take what I can get and run with it.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good, how are you?
What we got?
I have a Dallas Cowboys jersey worn by Bob Hayes during the 1965 season, which was his rookie year.
What the hell do you think's on the front of it? Looks like it could be blood or something.
Yeah, I was told that it was blood.
I definitely believe it. I mean, it was a rough game back then. And being a punt returner, I mean, they would just drill this guy.
I decided to sell my Dallas Cowboy jersey that was worn by Bob Hayes, one of the greatest receivers of all time. I'm not really sure of the total value of the jersey, but the least I'd be willing to take is $10,000.
What you have here is real interesting, man.
I thought Emmitt Smith was number 22.
Bob Hayes was long before him. He was fast. He was a really good punt returner. He is the only guy ever to have a gold medal and a Super Bowl ring, which is something I still don't understand why the NFL doesn't use more Olympic sprinters.
They're big wussies, man. I mean, they're fast and they're good at what they do, but they don't want to get hit.
Bob Hayes is a legend. I mean, this guy was once considered the world's fastest man. That's awesome. So if he actually wore this jersey in a game, I'll be making myself some fast money. So what do you want to do with it?
I would like to sell it if the price is right.
Any particular number come to mind?
10,000.
So what makes you know for a fact this is Bob Hayes' uniform?
I got it from a friend of mine. He wrote me a letter. His father was a rookie with Bob Hayes, and it was given to him personally by Bob Hayes. And I found a picture that appears to me to be the exact same jersey. It has creases on the same places on the twos.
I mean, it definitely looks old. I don't know for a fact that this is his game-worn jersey.
I understand.
That being said, I got a buddy that can come down and check it out. If anybody's gonna know, it's gonna be him.
Sounds good.
All right, I'll give him a call.
Thank you. I'm excited that they're going to call in an expert because I would really like to hear his opinion on it. I do have a concern that it was actually worn during a game, but I don't have a concern that it was worn by Bob Hayes.
What up, chum?
Jeremy, what's going on, man?
Right on. So what do we got today?
Here you go, man. A friend of his says Bob Hayes gave it to him.
Nice, man. America's team, baby. So when the Cowboys drafted Bob Hayes, everybody doubted the fact that an Olympic sprinter could be an effective NFL player. He actually set several Cowboys records, some of which still stand today. Not only is he in the Football Hall of Fame, he's also in the Cowboys Ring of Honor.
Doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, the guy's done it all.
Yes.
Bob Hayes is probably one of the most underrated players in NFL history. He was so fast, they had to institute the zone defense and the bump and run just to have a shot at stopping this guy.
I do have a letter from a friend of mine stating that it came from his father, who played for the Cowboys, and I found this photo of Bob Hayes wearing the same jersey.
Okay. This letter in itself doesn't really do a whole lot for it, but the actual facts surrounding whether this is authentic or not is going to be told in the actual jersey itself.
Yeah.
This is from the 60s. It's number 22, just like Bob Hayes wore. They wore this style of jersey throughout the 63 season. Starting in 64, they would have gone to a different style of jersey with the stripes on the sleeves. And being that Bob Hayes was a rookie in 1965, this jersey right here, this was not Bob Hayes' jersey used in a game. It's still a historic piece of Cowboys history, so it does have some value, but in its tattered condition, about 250 bucks.
Okay. I am not interested at all, buddy.
I understand.
You're the best, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks. It's really impossible to say whether or not Hayes wore that jersey during a practice or a photo shoot. We just know that this jersey wouldn't have been worn by him during the season.
Take care, man.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Appreciate it.
Hey, how can I help you?
Well, I brought in some NFL items I'd like for you to have a look at.
What do you have?
Some 1966 Dolphins playbooks.
Actual playbooks?
Actual playbooks that they gave the players.
That is really cool. Who'd you have to kill to get these?
My father. I came to the pawn shop today to try to sell my 1966 Dolphins playbooks. I really don't have any way of knowing what the value of these playbooks would be, but I'm really kind of hoping to do a little better than the cab fare here.
Okay. Playbooks from the 66 Dolphins. Well, that's not NFL, that's AFL.
Oh, well, same difference today.
So was your dad a player, or?
He was drafted from SMU in 1966 and went to the Dolphins and went to the Raiders.
What position do you play?
Flanker.
What's a flanker?
As a glorified receiver today, I think.
This is really, really cool. I mean, I've never actually seen one of these things before.
Well, these are the only two I've ever seen as well. And one of them covers 2 games. The other book is just strictly 1 game. So it seems like every trip they made a new book.
And he had to learn all this. That's the amazing part. Left green, 5 turn. Left green, 5 turn in.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't tell you what these mean. I mean, they look similar to the way they look on the Madden screen, but...
Football has been played professionally in the U.S. for a long time. I think since 1920, and now it's one of the most popular sports we have. Some people think it's just a bunch of big guys tackling each other. There's actually a ton of strategy involved. So huge playbooks like this are a big part of the game.
Another interesting piece that's in here is an itinerary for the trip.
Okay.
It's kind of funny they have 11 o'clock curfew.
And it's also kind of funny that they stayed at the Sheraton.
Motor Inn.
Even down to how much money they receive for lunch and dinner and how they should spend it.
Lunch, $3. Dinner, $6. Breakfast, $2. I mean, they literally got paid next to nothing, especially for what they did to their bodies. I mean, it just goes to show the difference between football in the 1960s and football today. Americans love football. I heard at least 2/3 of the American population watch at least 1 game a year. That's crazy to think about. So it's pretty safe to say there's a market for this kind of stuff. So what do you want to do with it?
I'd like to sell it.
How much you want for it?
I really don't know what something like this would be worth.
Okay, and neither do I.
Well, so we'd just start tossing out some very large numbers?
No. Let me call someone who might know what they're worth.
Okay, sounds fair.
Let me go give him a call.
All right.
I'm very glad that they're calling an expert. Good or bad, it's going to be nice to actually know what someone in the business feels these are really worth.
Corey, what's up, man? The guys call me down to the pawn shop anytime they have a question about a piece of sports memorabilia that they need some more information about. The Miami Dolphins are a team extremely rich in history, and to see a playbook from their days when they joined the AFL is really cool. It was guys like Bob Greasy, Larry Zonka, and legendary coach Don Shula, who's won more than any other coach in the history of the NFL, and went on to accomplish what no other team has accomplished before, the perfect season, which they did in 1972. Playbooks themselves, they date back over 100 years, and in a sense, they contain all of the team's secrets. It's literally like learning another language between all the blocking assignments and different routes and packages. The books have just exponentially grown, not only in size, but complexity, and they can be even upwards of about 1,000 pages these days. Many NFL players would argue that learning a playbook is extremely difficult. It could take several years just to get the playbook down. So, Rick, what concerns did you have about the book?
What is something like this worth? I mean, is there even a market for this?
I mean, playbooks in general, it's extremely uncommon to find them outside of an organization since they're typically destroyed. But people do look for these sort of things. We're talking about the 66 Dolphins here. It's not like we have Vince Lombardi's Packers. Both books together, itinerary and all, you're looking at about $400.
Thanks, man. You're the best.
You bet, Rick.
I was pleasantly surprised when I heard the number 400. That was a little higher than I thought they would be worth.
So how much do you want for them?
How about $275?
How about $200?
Oh, come on. These are the debut season. You're not going to find a 1965 book. It starts in 66. About $270.
Oh, yeah, you're really going down.
Well, they're probably worth more now than they were when they were printed.
No, when they were printed, they were probably worth a lot of money to somebody.
I guess you have a point there.
I'll tell you what, I'll give you $250, and I don't even know why I'm going that high.
260?
$250. They are going to sit for a while.
That's a deal.
All right.
All right, man, let's go do some paperwork, buddy.
$250 is more than I thought I would be leaving with, and I really have no complaints.
I have a 1967 football signed by the Green Bay Packers team, the year they won the first Super Bowl ever.
First Super Bowl, pretty cool.
I've come down to the pawn shop today to sell my 1967 signed football by the Green Bay Packers. My grandfather told me it was fine to sell the football, so here I am. I'm looking to get $2,000 to $3,000, but I would probably go as low as $15,000.
Where did you get this?
My grandfather, he was actually friends with the attorney for the Green Bay Packers back in the day, and they showed up in the mail.
Okay. 1967, this is Super Bowl I, and just that this is from the very first one is really cool.
Who played?
Green Bay Packers and the Chiefs. It was a big game. As a matter of fact, I think it was broadcast on 2 different networks. It was so big. The Super Bowl started off as a way for the champions of the 2 big football leagues to figure out who was really #1. And that's how we got the national holiday, Super Bowl Sunday.
So was this football in the Super Bowl?
Oh, no. They signed a bunch of these balls, and they gave them out to friends, family members, VIPs. I really like this football. It's a piece of American history, a piece of sports history. It's got a lot of famous players. It's got Lombardi's signature. It's got it all.
It's got Vince Lombardi on it.
Right on the front.
The fact that it's signed by Vince Lombardi is big. There's a reason they named the Super Bowl trophy the Vince Lombardi Trophy. Vince Lombardi is considered one of the greatest football coaches of all time. His signature alone makes me want to buy this thing on the spot. And having all the other 67 Packers on there too could make this a real jackpot. But I do have a few concerns. What do you want to do with it?
I'd like to sell it.
How much you want for it?
I'm looking to get $2,000 to $3,000.
It does have some wear on it. Let me get my one buddy down here to just look at it and tell me what it's worth, and maybe also another guy down here to verify the signatures.
Sounds good.
All right, I'll be right back. This football's pretty cool. It's got some amazing autographs. If it all checks out, collectors will be all over it. Jeremy, what's going on, man?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, what's happening, Jeremy?
What's up, chum? So what do we have today?
This guy has a football, apparently signed by the Green Bay Packers. Supposedly the Super Bowl championship.
Which Super Bowl?
One.
Nice. The guys call me down to the shop anytime they have a piece of sports memorabilia that they have questions about. So Super Bowl I, 1967 was the first Super Bowl from the 66 team. We got the Green Bay Packers. We have 9 guys that would be eventually inducted in the Hall of Fame on this team. This ball is just loaded with Hall of Famers and just huge names for the Packers. The main name on this ball that we want to see is Vince Lombardi, which we can see right here.
Okay. What's it worth?
Now, obviously, condition is a factor with this. This isn't terrible, but by no means is this close to being mint condition. Now, if we really have here a football from the Packers Super Bowl I champions, these things can be worth around 10 grand with the right kind of paperwork. Wow. This, unfortunately, is not the 1966 Green Bay Packers team signed ball. What we have here is a 1968 Packers team signed ball. We know this based on a few factors. Their #1 draft pick in 1968 is on here. We know it's not a 69 ball because there's also Jerry Kramer on this ball, whose last season was 1968. Also, Paul Hornung is nowhere on this ball, and if it was a Super Bowl ball, he would certainly be on here. Rick, with the right authentication and everything, the very most I would see the selling for is about 800 bucks.
All right. Well, thanks, Jeremy.
You bet. The fact that you have guys from the 1968 team who weren't on the Super Bowl team actually devalues it.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm disappointed.
I'm gonna get someone in here to verify the signatures, and maybe we can do something.
I'm a little nervous. One expert should have been enough, but hopefully the signatures will be good.
Drew, how's it going?
All right, good to see you again. Green Bay Packers?
Green Bay Packers. I need to know if these signatures are real.
Okay.
Just make Vince Lombardi real.
Guys usually call me down when they have question documents or historical documents where the signature is questionable. Here appears to be Ray Nitschke, middle linebacker, Hall of Famer. What else we have here? Bart Starr, quarterback, of course, extraordinaire, MVP of the game. Looks like we have Vince Lombardi here at the top. Vince Lombardi's signature is pretty valuable. He died fairly young. He was only in his mid-50s, I believe. Considered probably the greatest coach of his era, if not all time. I noticed that the fading is even. Fading should be, for ink signatures, dark and lighter, okay? Because people will write harder and then lighter, so you get more fading on one and less on others. For some reason, the fading is pretty even. Another thing that's interesting is all the signatures are readable. A lot of times the signatures, you just can't read it, you know? All of these appear to be fairly readable. Another thing that's interesting is a lot of times when you have this many signatures on a ball, people will overlap their signatures. Notice how all the signatures don't bang into each other? Okay, you have tons of signatures.
Okay.
There'd be at least a few different pens, and you can see that they're all the same. Do you know what this is? This is a classic stamped signature football. This is not real ink signature football.
So that's just rubber stamps and all that?
Right, machines do it, boom.
Even Vince Lombardi?
Even Vince Lombardi, you can clearly see it's all the same pattern all the way around.
All right. So what is a stamped football worth?
Well, it's a very nice collectible. You know, if you're a Green Bay Packer fan, you want something like this, even if they're stamped. I'm just gonna say a few $100s, you know?
Okay.
I don't see it being much more than that, you know?
All right. Thanks for crushing the dreams of everybody here. All right.
Well, I never like to give bad news to anybody, but you got to tell the truth. It's definitely stamped signatures, and unfortunately, it's not going to be very valuable.
Oh, man, that is unfortunate.
I'd rather make like 30–40% on $1,000 than 30–40% on $100. And that's what I can give you, $100.
That's all you can give me?
$100.
I'll take it.
Okay. Write them up, chum.
$100 is quite a climb down from $3,000. You know, you get something like this, you hope it's the real deal, and finding out it isn't, it's definitely a little crushing.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good.
What do we got?
I got a 1967 autographed Chicago Bears football.
The Bears!
That's right.
Hi!
I came to the pawn shop today to try to sell my football. Money would be just a nice little bonus from holding on to for 45 years. I'm putting it at $10,000 mark.
So how'd you get it?
My uncle gave me the ball. It was given to him by Ronnie Bull, a Chicago player, at a banquet. You can see him handing it there.
60s pro football wasn't at the level of college football yet. I mean, if you would read some of the programs they had from the games, there'd be giant ads talking about, could local businessmen in the area please give the players jobs during the off-season so they don't have to leave town to find work.
Right.
It isn't like today where, you know, this guy would be at a minimum making $4 million a season.
Right.
There's a story about a guy on the Packers who would actually come and do the maintenance on the field during the off-season. This is cool because it comes from a time when pro football was just starting to explode in popularity. And back then, those guys didn't have all the protective gear they have now, so those guys were grinding it out all season long. So this one should have Dit Butkus or...
Yes, he's on there. The big name to me is George Halas because this is the last year that George Halas was a head coach. And he started in 1920, and this is 1967.
I mean, he was pretty much one of the guys that helped start the NFL into what it is,
Sure
right?
was. Sure was.
And it's got Gale Sayers and Brian Piccolo on it, right?
Both of them.
Those are pretty desirable. Brian Song, the movie, everybody knows it. I mean, it's a huge movie. Brian Piccolo gets cancer, and it's about him and Gale Sayers' relationship. Brian Piccolo's signature is pretty rare. He died at the age of 26 and became a legend because of his story. Pair that with his friend Gale Sayers' signature and a bunch of other Hall of Famers, this thing could be worth a lot of money. So what'd you want to do with it, man?
Sell it.
Any particular amount you're looking for?
Just from what I've seen on the internet, and what I put on it was $10,000.
You know, here are some of the concerns I have with it. We have a picture there, obviously, but we have absolutely no authentication for the ball. Do you mind if I give a buddy of mine a call? He can kind of appraise it.
Sure, that's fine with me.
All right, man, I'll give him a call.
All right, thank you. There's no way that these can be fake because my uncle received the ball from Ronnie Bull, a player on the Chicago Bears at the time. So, yeah, I feel good. I feel very good about it.
No other team in the NFL has more wins than the Chicago Bears. The 1967 season was absolutely huge, but it wasn't because of their record. They barely had a winning season, but that was the last year of an era for them. Coach George Halas, after 40 years, that was his last year coaching. The 1967 squad also had some marquee players in Dick Butkus, Gale Sayers, and what became Brian Piccolo as well. The Chicago Bears are one of the two oldest teams who are still playing in the NFL, and as far as fan bases go, they have one of the most loyal fan bases of any team out there. What concerns do you have?
There's a lot of signatures on this ball. Plus, I don't know what to price it as because they're relatively famous players.
Absolutely.
And as we all know, Brian Piccolo isn't around anymore.
All right, so right here, first off the bat, we have Gale Sayers. He went to the Pro Bowl 5 consecutive years, had 2 rushing titles, and is the youngest guy ever to be inducted in the Hall of Fame. From there, we go on to Dick Butkus, who's in the Hall of Fame as well. Right in the middle, George Halas. Legendary coach, probably one of the most influential and important people in football history. Now, to the left of his name, right here we have Brian Piccolo, who at this time he was just a backup to Gale Sayers. But over time, he would become immortal thanks largely to Brian's Song, the movie, which makes him, of everybody on this whole ball, the most important signature on here. Brian Piccolo came to the Chicago Bears as a backup to Gale Sayers. Unfortunately, he had a run-in with cancer and passed away at the age of 26. Brian's Song came out in the early 70s, and he became an instant phenomenon amongst fans. Now, if we were dealing with an official ball, mint condition signatures, we'd be talking several $1,000s. Now, looking at some of the signatures, we have to determine whether or not these are even authentic ones. With George Halas, the 2 key characteristics are the G in George and the H in Halas. These signatures are very difficult to fake. And it's the same thing on Dick Butkus. I mean, his D almost looks like an N. A lot of people say, hey, who's this guy, Nick Butkus? But it's got a very distinct signature. So those signatures, they're 100% spot on, exactly what I want to see in a 1967 ball. Now, the other signatures, you really got to focus on the characteristics of the autograph compared against other ones that have been proven to be authentic. And if we compare a Brian Piccolo signature here to the one on the football, primarily in the B, how it forms, and how at the end here, the L and the O dips off, these are contrasting signatures and very typical for what you see in a clubhouse signature. They were signed by somebody else other than the athlete.
What about the Gale Sayers?
Gale Sayers, the signatures I'm familiar with, it's a very robust, full letter G. This one just isn't characteristic of other Gale Sayers I've seen from the late part of the 1960s. So the Sayers, like the Piccolo, in my opinion, these are clubhouse autographs. This is very common, and all it really is, somebody knows the signature and does their best interpretation of it to try to make it look as authentic as possible.
I never heard of that before, and here I had the ball for 45 years. I thought all those signatures are legit on that ball.
it still has authentic autographs. George Halas and Dick Butkus, that's two solid Hall of Famers, and are always gonna have value. Considering the kind of ball it's on, which ones are real versus which ones are clubhouse, you're looking at maybe tops $1,000.
That's a big difference.
Right. Jeremy, man, I appreciate you coming in.
Anytime, Corey.
All right, see you later.
Sadly, in sports memorabilia, it's a part of my job to have to break people's hearts sometimes. I will stand behind my opinion in that these are clubhouse signatures.
All right, man, so you heard my guy. He says it's worth probably around $1,000. I mean, I got a feeling this is gonna sit around for years. I'd offer you around $100 for it.
So I'll just keep holding on to it.
Right on, man, appreciate it.
I feel pretty let down. I think clubhouse signatures are very deceitful. I'd like to meet the people that do that, give them a piece of my mind.
What is this?
It is a 1977 Mattel football game.
Sweet. How does this thing play?
And then you're gonna get the little red guys over into the goal. And you died.
Damn it.
I knew I recognized that sound. I remember having one of these like 35 years ago. I mean, just imagine your coolest video game today. This was it.
Okay, if you say so.
I got the video game from my dad when I was about 5 or 6 years old. The game's really cool. I played it a lot growing up, and my kids play it sometimes now, too. I think it's in really good condition for the age, so I think it could be worth some money.
Where did you get this?
I got this when I was probably around 5 or 6. My dad had it before me, and he passed it down to me.
You gave away a treasure. This is really cool. Mattel came out with this, I think, in 1977, 1978. I remember getting one when I was like 13 years old. I mean, this was literally like the first fun handheld video game. I mean, there was a few other handheld video games, but they all sucked. And it still works, that's great. I mean, they just had really, really simple electronics.
I couldn't even get past the first level.
Oh, no, there's not a first level, dude, look. Now you have the bright red LED, that's the runner. And you got 5 light red LEDs, those are the defenders. And basically you just have to keep on running and running and running and avoiding them until you get a touchdown.
And that's fun?
It's addicting.
Yeah, I know.
Rick, we got business to do here, come on.
Hold on.
Rick.
Rick is always on my ass about putting business first. But the second something from his childhood shows up, he zaps back to the 70s. This could take a while.
How much you looking for?
Since it's older and it's part of the original 1977 ones, I'm hoping to get 90 for it.
90? I mean, it's cool. I mean, there's people collect these. They mean a lot to guys like my age. But the problem is, you know, tons of them were made. How about 25 bucks?
I don't want to go that low. How about 75? It's an addicting game. I know it's worth more than $25 to you, just so you can play it all the time.
How about 40? Because 40 is more than it's worth.
If you do 45, I'll sell it to you, and then you can go play it however long you want to.
You know, I really shouldn't do this, but 45 bucks. Go write a rep, chum.
Come on, let's leave him be.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't want this for the shop. I want it for me. Sometimes there are perks to owning a pawn shop. What have we got here?
This is a 1960 NFL yearbook.
I didn't know the NFL had a high school.
The yearbook has pictures and information about the NFL players back in 1960 that I can remember because they were my heroes when I was back there playing football at 15 years old. I'm hoping to get $50, but I would probably take less because nobody else really cares about the book like I do.
So where did you get this?
I got this at the New York Giant Philadelphia Eagle football game back in 1960 at Yankee Stadium. We actually bought this for a big 50 cents. But when you look through this book, you'll see names like Johnny Unitas.
Oh yeah, otherwise known as Golden Arms. He was MVP for a lot of years.
Do you remember Jim Brown, or you're too young for that one, I guess?
I mean, I'm a little young, but how could you not know who Jim Brown is?
I read stories that he used to stay awake at night trying to think of how to get away from tacklers. That's how great he was.
He was a damn good running back.
Oh, well, yeah, Vince Lombardi, he was probably the most winningest coach there's ever been.
Well, that's why the Super Bowl trophy is called the Vince Lombardi Trophy, is because of this guy. Oh, I love these figures right here. The 1959 championship playoff. Each winning player's share, $4,600.
Tells you something about the times, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So were these guys working full-time jobs after the football season?
It was definitely a different world back then. These guys did not make a lot of money. I mean, in 1960, if you made 100 grand a year playing football, you were a rock star. It wouldn't shock me if that's all Johnny Unitas made back then.
Probably. I don't think he even made that much.
Professional football became more and more popular in the 1950s and 60s because games began to be televised. And today, football is absolutely huge in the United States. And that means big business for anything NFL related.
But more or less the same game, a little different. They used to rush a lot more back then, a lot less throwing. I love the little poses they did.
Those are action shots, I think. Because look, they got them jumping through the air.
Yeah, well, they're action shots, but they're not actual game photos because they're not wearing helmets. Not that the helmets were any good back then. Most of them didn't even have a face protector on them. These were some tough guys. See, no face protector.
This NFL yearbook is a cool slice of sports history. Sports memorabilia is one of our best sellers, and football fans are always looking for items that are a blast from the past. No doubt it would be a quick sell. I can already think of a few customers that would love to buy this.
So how much are you looking to get out of it?
I'm looking for like $50.
Okay. I mean, I don't mean to beat up on you, but it's in a little rough shape.
Well, it came out of the archives of my basement. It's 53 years old. What do we expect?
I'm assuming these were sold in just about every stadium and probably for most of the season. So, I mean, your problem is it's not worth a lot of money. I'd give you like 20 bucks for it. I mean, I literally think I can get like $40 out of it. That's it.
How about 35?
How about 20?
How about 25?
How about 20?
I'll take the 20.
Okay. Write them up, chum.
All right, grab the program and let's go.
All right, thanks. Well, I thought it was a little bit low, but I paid 50 cents for it back in 1960, so that's not a bad return for my money.
I have a authentic signed Dan Fouts jersey.
Okay. This is the greatest quarterback of all time, period. And I know there's a million people that will argue with me, but I really don't care. I grew up in San Diego.
I picked up this jersey about 10 years ago at a sports memorabilia shop in San Diego. I think Dan Fouts is one of the most underrated quarterbacks in NFL history. I'm going to ask $500 for the jersey. I'm not really sure what it's worth. Maybe a little less. We'll see.
I grew up right down the street from the stadium. He was my idol as a kid. I mean, he really was. Me and my friends, we weren't the best of kids in the world, okay? Me and my buddy, we had a paper route. And occasionally, for a little extra money, we'd stop by the 7-Eleven, we'd put 50 cents in the machine, we'd take all the papers out, and sit them right there on the sidewalk in front of 7-Eleven, and we'd sell them for 50 cents a piece. And lo and behold, Dan Fouts went by once and bought a newspaper office. And it was just like the highlight of the year.
Oh, nice.
I was, I think, 13 or 14 years old, and he was cool to me, and I remember it to this day.
Absolutely.
If he was playing today, Dan Fouts would be one of the best quarterbacks in the league, no question. This guy threw for over 4,000 yards 3 years in a row. As far as quarterbacks go, I can't think of one that was ever better. Gosh, that is one blobby signature. If you didn't know who Dan Fouts was, would you be able to read that?
I know it's real.
How much you want for it?
And we can start around 500.
You have to realize, I'm telling you, of all the jerseys you find out there, especially on the internet, and a lot of sports shops, 90% of them are fake. I would like someone to look at it. I got a buddy, he works right down the street. He's got a sports shop. Let me get him down here real quick. He'll look at the signature. If it's legit, we'll talk price, okay?
All right, thank you.
Be right back.
I believe the signature on the jersey is authentic, and I welcome him bringing in any expert he may choose to do so.
Rick, what's going on, man?
I'm just living the dream, looking at like the greatest quarterback there ever was.
Greatest quarterback in the history of football, debatable. Best quarterback statistically in the late 70s, early 80s, I'll give you that, man. I mean, there was nobody better than Dan Fouts in that 4-year span.
Okay.
This was arguably the best offense ever assembled not to win an NFL championship. So, you know, for a Chargers fan, you don't really have a lot of historically great things that happen to root for. So you're looking at the late 70s, early 80s. This was the time to be a Chargers fan.
Well, yeah, a lot of my buddies say, what's the smallest building in the world? The Chargers Hall of Fame.
You gotta understand, I mean, when Dan Fouts came to the team, they were a losing franchise. Dan Fouts was the prolific passer of that time. On average, their offense would put up about 30 points per game, which was just unheard of back then when the game usually focused on defense and running.
I just want to make sure it's legit.
Okay. This is what I have here. This is from PSA's website directly. This is an example of a Dan Fouts signature. So what I'd like to do, we'll turn it over, we'll compare the two, the characteristics of the autograph, and I'll let you know what it is.
Okay. The signature is really, really blobby.
Ah, the old paint pen, yeah. Looking at a Dan Fouts signature, you just want to focus on a couple of the key characteristics. It's a very small, compact signature, starting with the D in Dan. All of his signatures I've seen, it's a pair of stacked loops, with the top loop being significantly larger than the bottom. And then the F, that's the main thing you want to look at. It's a standalone letter, and the lower bar in the F is always going to be symmetrical with the cross and the T. Based on my experience, I've seen a lot of Dan Fouts signatures out there. Comparing it with the template, this one's easily 100% authentic.
Okay, sweet. So what do these jerseys go for?
Unless you're from the San Diego area, grew up watching them, there's just not a lot of new collectors out there looking for Dan Fouts. You're looking at about 150 bucks here.
Okay. All right, so 150 bucks?
Yeah, so he's one of those guys where if somebody wants one, they typically already have one.
Okay, well, cool, man, thanks.
Hey, you got it, man. Thanks. Hey, good luck to you.
All right, good to meet you.
If this jersey was game worn, we'd be talking completely different numbers. You know, game issued equipment doesn't come up for auction too often, and when it does, with a player like Dan Fouts' career, it would go for thousands of dollars.
Well, you heard him.
I disagree, but
I'll give you 150 bucks. That's what it's worth. I want it for myself, but that's what I could give you. I mean, if I can go get another one on the internet for right around 150, I'll just go there. I mean, this was just in front of me right now, and just brings back a lot of memories. So if you want 150, I'll give you 150. And I never pay people what it's worth.
yeah, just
Think about it. No one's gonna pay you more. I guarantee you.
I'm gonna have to bring you something else back to.
Okay, well,
work
bring
on
me
that.
something else. I mean, if it's
Yeah.
Chargers related, I'll pay more.
I might have something else for you, so.
All right, thanks, man.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. 150 bucks. Sounds like the expert's a Broncos fan to me.
What in the world do we have here?
Right here we have an actual sheriff's badge from the Brown County Sheriff's Department, where Green Bay is located in Wisconsin. And this particular badge right here is a commemorative Super Bowl badge for the year 1997.
That's when Favre won, right?
Favre won, and Desmond Howard ran up all those yards, got the Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah, I mean, when they won that year, it was a big deal. I mean, when the Super Bowl trophy is named after one of your main guys, it's kind of embarrassing that you go 20-something years without winning a Super Bowl.
The reason I came down to the pawn shop today is to sell off this commemorative Super Bowl Green Bay Packers Sheriff's badge I have. I want to sell the badge because I'm looking to grab season tickets. Thousands what I came in to get, and thousands what I'm going to leave with.
It's definitely cool. So where'd you get it?
My grandmother, she owns a bar in Wisconsin, and I would always come around and visit, and it was always my favorite piece of memorabilia that she had. And you can see that the Lombardi trophy is right there in the middle of the badge itself. So when she sold her bar, decided to pack up everything and move out to Las Vegas, she decided to give this to me as a present in 2011 when the Green Bay Packers went back to the Super Bowl and defeated the Steelers.
That's awesome, man. Commemorative police badges used to be handed out after big events. It was kind of a thank you to the cops for keeping the peace. And I bet the police really earned their badges that night back in 1997. Green Bay is one of the smallest towns with a football team in it.
Right.
So that town takes a lot of pride in their football team. And of course, the police wanted to show something like that. But to me, a police badge to be something kind of sacred, so to have a commemorative police badge, it just seems kind of hokey to me.
I see. Well, oftentimes when these badges were purchased and they do things like this, a lot of the money is going towards funds as far as like injured officers or things like that.
And for a long time, they did stuff like that, Then kind of 9/11 hit and everybody decided to take it a little bit more seriously. They don't really do it as much anymore.
All right.
What do you want for it?
I was hoping to come in here and maybe get $1,000 for it.
$1,000.
There's X amount of badges that were made or even purchased. I feel like they hold some kind of value.
I'm with you, man. And there's a big market out there for police badge collecting. But I'm not convinced that the Green Bay Packer thing adds to that real value. And that's who I normally sell my police badges to, is that market, the police patch and badge collectors. I'll give you $500 for it.
I was hoping it was worth a little bit more than that. Can you meet me at 6?
Okay, 510.
I came all the way down here.
You came all the way down here, you're gonna sell it to me for 510 bucks.
510
right?
sounds
All right,
good.
sounds great.
All right, thank you, man.
Meet me over there, we'll just pay.
All right, cool. It was a little less than what I wanted to come out here with, but I'm going home with $510, so how sad could I be?
How can I help you?
So I have a 1902 game-used college football.
Okay.
This ball was used October 15th, 1902 at Yale Field.
It doesn't look like a football as we know it today.
It's an early version. They used to call these melon footballs.
And I can see exactly why.
So I'm here at the pawn shop today to sell my 1902 game-used Yale football. So I got the football from the collection of George B. Chadwick, who was an All-American at Yale. I feel like the condition's pretty good. It still maintains its shape, and it's a really nice display piece. I'm looking to sell the football today for $3,000.
This is pretty cool here. You said this is from when?
This is from 1902.
1902, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was a time when college football was just starting, and Yale was kind of like at the forefront of it. It was more of like a rugby game, and you can tell that pretty much from the shape of the football. This is not a football that was meant to be thrown 50 yards down the field. It wasn't until maybe 1906 when they actually made some rule changes, and the forward pass was actually one of them. And those rule changes are kind of where American football, as we know it, started to kind of form. Let me take a look at it here. I mean, it's pretty rough, but this thing is over 100 years old. It's not quite the shape of a football, but it still looks like one, and it has the laces.
So at that time, they didn't have valves. So the bladder was all internal. So to inflate the football, you had to actually unlace the whole football to re-inflate it.
And this is where football started, so it's really, really cool. And how much are you looking to get?
I'm looking for $3,000.
Okay. I mean, I know football is collectible. This, however, is a little unique. Do you have a certificate of authenticity?
I don't have that with me today.
Okay. It's a really cool item, but even though I believe it was game used, I believe everything you say, it's hard for me to retell that story without authentication paperwork to someone that I'm gonna sell it to.
I understand.
So for me, it's just gonna be a pass, but
okay.
Beautiful football, and I'm glad I got to see it today.
Dude, really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for coming in.
Absolutely, take it easy. To be honest, the piece is so sentimental to me, I have no problem leaving with it. So I'm actually kind of excited that I'm able to take it home with me again and share it with my family and share it with people that are close to me.
What's up, man?
Got a championship program here from 1961 between the Green Bay Packers and the New York Giants.
December 31st, 1961. You look a little too young to have went to this game.
I came down to the pawn shop today to try to sell my 1961 World Championship program between the Green Bay Packers and the New York Giants. I'd like to sell it because it should be worth a lot of money. I'm looking to get $200, but the least amount I would take out of it is $100.
Where'd you get it?
I got it from my ex-girlfriend's grandpa.
Okay, did he go to the game?
Yeah, he went to the game, got the game ticket and everything here. And then here I got, day after, Green Bay Press-Gazette. It was the first championship game ever held at New City Stadium, which is now Lambeau Field.
The Giants were actually the favorite going into this game, but no one really knew about the condition of the field. Green Bay Packers wore cleats, and the Giants, half of them went with cleats and half of them went with shoes because they figured the field would be froze over. Really wasn't the case. Then that's probably one of the main reasons Green Bay came in and just killed them.
Yeah.
The Giants made a huge mistake thinking that their sneakers would grip to the field. The Green Bay Packers wore cleats, and the game kind of wrote itself. You mind if I take a look through it?
Yeah, go ahead.
You got Lombardi over here, arguably the greatest coach of all time. After this, he went on to win 5 championships in 7 years.
Yeah.
You got the New York Giants, Eastern Conference champions. Players back then aren't like players today. These are all knuckle-busting guys, you know. These are the kind of guys you'd find out on the oil field or doing a real man's job coming out there to play football.
Yeah.
This is a cool piece of NFL history, but it's mass-produced, and it's really not that rare. So what do you want to do with it?
I'd like to sell it.
And what are you asking for?
$200 is what I want.
Unfortunately, I've seen similar championship game programs sell for $10 online.
What are you willing to offer me?
I would offer you about $10, man.
I mean, it is the Packers. It should be worth something.
It's definitely a piece of NFL history that's worth having, but the value's just not there.
I think I'll keep it then.
All right.
All right, thanks anyways. I think you made a huge mistake. I mean, Green Bay Packers, best football team ever to play. Up in Green Bay, I could probably get more money than that.
Hello.
Hi.
What do we got here?
So I have a Super Bowl 37 bucket hat.
Super Bowl 37, 2003. Tampa Bay versus the Raiders.
I only watch the Super Bowl for the halftime shows.
I think the halftime on this one was Shania Twain, Sting, and No Doubt.
I've never heard of any of those people.
Okay, you just made me feel super old.
Today I'm at the pawn shop to sell my Super Bowl 37 bucket hat. The hat was actually given to me for my dad, but when I gave it to him, he said, these aren't my teams, and didn't want it. So even though the hat is from 2003, the hat looks brand new. It has all the tags on it, and it's never been worn. I'm here today to negotiate. I have a number that I won't go below, so hopefully they'll give me a little more than that.
Okay, Super Bowl 37. You were probably barely born then?
Oh, thank you.
I think Tampa Bay had the #1 defense and the Raiders had the #1 offense. It was like the first time it ever happened in a Super Bowl. It was supposed to be this great Super Bowl. Kind of a blowout. Tampa Bay, I think, won by like 20 points.
It's a lot of points.
But no, I mean, it was held in San Diego. You know, every Super Bowl is a big deal, okay? And people always buy tons of merch. And people started like, hey, if I get it, I keep all the tags on it, it'll be worth a whole lot of money one day, because people collect this. And it's a bucket hat, which is an old man hat. I know they were popular way back in the day. Actually, it started off as like a military hat.
Oh, okay.
Like special forces and stuff actually wore these, but they were OD green and everything like that during the Vietnam War. And then I think in the 70s, they become a fashion statement, 70s and the 80s.
Okay.
What do you want for it?
I'm asking for $100.
Okay, a few things. It's a small, they're hard to sell, but it does have the tags on it, never used. I'll give you $25.
That's kind of low. Can you go a little higher? I'm actually trying to get something for my mom for her birthday.
It's only 17 years old. Well, I'll probably get $50 out of it, but not much more than that. I'll give you 30.
I think that's a little too low for me. I think I'm gonna go try and sell it on the internet.
Okay, but if you change your mind, come and see me.
All right, thank you.
She apparently had her goalpost set way too high.
Recently, I got a lead on a huge collection of Kobe Bryant game-worn memorabilia. Kobe is legendary, and it'd be insane not to follow up. So I've convinced Rick to help me chase down the deal in sunny California. I know you can't contain all the excitement you have. When we go in here, I want you to be on your best behavior. Don't say nothing crazy, all right? Took a lot of work to get here today. How you doing, Chumley?
Hey, how's it going?
Called
Nick.
about the Kobe Bryant collection?
Yeah, thank you so much for coming.
Holy Kobe. Wow. This is a lot to take in, Rick.
Whoa.
Since 1998, my father and I have been collecting Kobe Bryant memorabilia. Some of them are game-used balls. Some of them consist of game-used jerseys and warm-ups that are signed, along with some signed shoes. My father and I are looking to share our Kobe Bryant collection with everyone else, and we're willing to sell the collection for $750,000.
Kobe Bryant is a legend. The stuff that Kobe Bryant accomplished on the basketball court is next to none. He was an 18-time All-Star. He won 2 NBA Finals MVPs. He won 1 regular season MVP.
Yeah, I mean, he's an iconic person. People love him, and he passed away way too young. And you got a hell of a collection here.
Let me show you some of the stuff I have laid out. Okay, so back in 2002, Kobe didn't have a shoe deal. So he was constantly switching up his shoes. Here's the Allen Iversons, the Jordans, and then these are the Jordans from Space Jam.
2002, 2003, Kobe had just got out of his Adidas contract, and he had a 1-year clause in his contract where he couldn't re-sign with anybody. So he's not wearing Adidas like when he first started. He wore the Allen Iverson Reeboks, and these are player editions made for Kobe. These are both Jordans. These are some of the most iconic Jordans ever made, and Kobe got to wear these on the court, Rick. The next year, he signed with Nike. Kobe's signature Nike shoe was made, and I mean, the rest is history.
Okay, so what's the deal with the print right here?
Yeah, so this is a print signature by Kobe, and then he actually officially signed it on the left right there.
Okay. And this is, you know, Kobe number 24. He was originally number 8, but Kobe actually switched up numbers in the middle of his career. Even when you switch teams, you usually keep your number when you're a player like Kobe. I mean, arguably the greatest player ever.
Maybe he just thought he was 3 times better.
Are these game-worn shorts?
Yeah, these are actually his rookie shorts, and these are right before they switched over to the baggy long cut.
Okay. And those are game-worn jerseys and maybe a warm-up jacket?
Yeah, I have 2 game-worn jerseys and then the practice warm-up.
Mind if I take a look?
Yeah, go for it.
This is what you always see Kobe in. Either this yellow jacket right here or this one right here, walking on the court. Oh, this one's signed. And what about these balls right here?
This is actually a really cool piece. This is the only ball known to be signed by Jordan, Phil Jackson, and Kobe.
That's pretty cool. Those are like the GOATs. So, how much is the whole collection?
The whole collection, I'm looking to get $750,000.
There are big collections of Kobe Bryant stuff, but this is a massive collection.
I picked out a lot of good stuff here. I mean, check those out right there. Have you seen those before?
These are insane. No, this represents his stitches when he had his operation for the Achilles. This just makes me speechless because you just can't find this type of stuff. It doesn't exist.
And we have this, a signed piece from the Forum floor.
Yeah, piece of the Forum.
How cool is that?
Yeah, it's signed by Magic Johnson and Kobe Bryant. I'll tell you right now, when you see something that you really can't replace, you want to grab it. You're not going to find this stuff. And I can see right away that this is the ticket from his last game, April 13th, 2016.
I was not leaving here without picking out a pair of shoes. And I chose the Reeboks because, I mean, these are the Allen Iversons. They're a player edition, made for Kobe in the Lakers colors. You know, both shoes are signed.
Obviously, you know shoes, the 02-03 Reebok shoes are, you know, iconic.
This was the coolest time in basketball. You never see a star of this caliber without a shoe contract.
You did a great job in picking out all this stuff.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great variety.
Listen, Nick and his dad did the great job on collecting this whole thing.
I'll give him credit.
I'm just happy that I can maybe put something into my collection at home.
I let Chum pick out what he thinks we should buy. But it's my money. I mean, you deal with this autograph stuff all the time. Are these Kobe's autographs on these things?
I definitely feel confident that these are his autographs. I mean, he did that K with the loop a lot. And, you know, these are very, very identical to the signatures.
Okay, so what do you think all this stuff would retail for?
As far as value, you have about 11 pieces here. Retail value, a very fair retail value, you're looking at $75,000.
Thanks, man.
I'll let you know.
I'll let you know what happens.
Good luck. Amazing collection.
Thank you.
Well, you heard what Dan said. Should I negotiate for the whole lot, Rick, or should I just pick a couple pieces?
No, you know, I'll take over from here, Chum.
I'll supervise.
What would you take for everything on the table?
I'm looking for about $70,000.
Like Dan said, you can probably get those numbers if you have a retail store.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to retail them. I will give you $35,000 right now.
That's a little too low for what I'm actually looking for.
I mean, what's your best price?
$50,000.
I'll give you $40,000. $40,000 cash for what's on the table.
$40,000. We got a deal.
$40,000, great deal. Let me go out to the car. I'll get you a check. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Thank you.
I'm just gonna take these right now.
Go
if you
for
don't
it.
mind.
So Rick and I decided to settle on $40,000, and I felt that was a pretty fair bargain considering it's not about the money, it's about breaking up the Kobe collection and sharing it with everybody else. However, I am gonna miss those Allen Iverson sneakers.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, how you doing?
Pretty good. What do we got here?
I have a Michael Jordan, the greatest basketball player in the history of space and time, game-used jersey.
A game-used jersey for Michael Jordan.
And autographed across the front with a certificate of authenticity from the Chicago Bulls.
That's pretty amazing.
I have a game-used jersey signed by Michael Jordan. I've been buying and selling autographs and memorabilia my entire life. I got this jersey many years ago at one of the Chicago Bulls charity auctions. I'm asking $150,000.
This is very cool. And I guess you want to sell this thing?
If the price is right, it'll leave my possession. It's a really unique thing. 1996-97 season, which is identified by the gold NBA logo on the front of the jersey. They only wore that in the NBA's 50th anniversary season. If you look at the back of the jersey, the way the name and number is set up, the jerseys they sold in the store, the numbers were further down. The way the Bulls did them, it was really unique, how they're higher up, so there was a difference between everything else.
Michael Jordan, he was the first mega sports star to basically become a billionaire.
Yes, his salary actually was never that much for the NBA, but his work with Nike, Champion, Wilson Sporting Goods.
His mega fortune is from the shoes.
Yes.
I mean, he got the most lucrative shoe deal ever. Okay, how much you want for this thing?
I'm asking $150,000.
$150,000. Okay, I'm gonna go get Steve. He's the autograph guy. Maybe we can do something.
Okay,
Give me a few minutes.
we can talk shop. Steve Grad's gonna look at this jersey, know the autograph is fine. It came right from the Chicago Bulls. There isn't anywhere better to get a Michael Jordan's autograph except having Michael Jordan himself sign it for you.
Steve, look at this.
Cool. What's up, buddy?
How you
Good
doing,
to see
Steve?
you.
Nice to see you.
Greatest basketball player of all time. You know, obviously being from Chicago, I'm watching him grow up, and I was getting Michael Jordan's autograph when he was very young, all throughout his NBA career. There's really nobody at least better in my book.
So he's got this paperwork right here from the Chicago Bulls.
Okay.
Looks like nice paperwork.
I'm pretty familiar with this stuff. So the one thing about Jordan, though, and you're going to have your concerns, obviously, is heavily forged, heavily duplicated. Let's flip this around. I want to take a look at it. Obviously, with something like this, it's going to be a fiber tip marker that's going to go on here. So I just want to look at it and just get a better feel for it. And as I move along, the autograph is kind of seeped in here. And this is what you would expect with age, would kind of bleed into the fabric. So that's kind of a good point here. Now, the great characteristic about Jordan is that M. That's Michael, okay? And this is what I like to see. He has a slight tilt to it, but the flow, and he flows through. And we see this again with the J. The J comes through. And Jordan had this beautiful, flowing signature.
So, it's a legit signature.
No doubt about it. I mean, I love the autograph. It sits perfectly on this jersey.
It's a big question. You got the paperwork right there. Do you think it's real? What do you think it's worth?
But there's really only one Jordan. The stuff, Rick, is just hot. And it's hot everywhere. It doesn't matter if it's in Chicago, overseas, Puerto Rico. There's no one more popular, I still think, in the game of basketball than Jordan. So we've seen some crazy auction prices, but I would put this right at about $135,000.
Okay.
It's a little shock, but that's what you get with the greatest player in NBA history. Good luck.
Thanks, man.
Yep. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Yep. Good luck.
All right. I'll give you 90 grand.
Okay, no way I'm going to be able to take that low for this jersey.
So what would you take?
I mean, I'm asking 150. I mean, if you're in the ballpark, I'd consider it, but I'm not going to be able to do anything near that low.
I mean, I'd go 100. I mean, I got to make money off the thing.
I understand. I would do 125, but I don't have a dime more. Less than that I'd be able to take.
If you change your mind, call me.
I will. I do appreciate your time.
Okay. It's super cool, but in the long run, the math doesn't make sense for me anymore.
Yeah.
Okay?
I understand.
All right, have a good one, man.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to take the jersey and put it back in the safe at home now. One day I'll get a price that makes me happy.
The other day, Dan, my sports guy, told me about an upcoming auction of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's memorabilia. So I flew into Philadelphia, and I'm headed out towards New Jersey to go look at this stuff. It's a once-in-a-lifetime deal. If I can get to buy some of this stuff before the auction, I think I might be able to get it for a really good price, and hopefully, this is going to be a great day.
Hey, Rick, I'm Ken. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. So I'm here to see that stuff.
Great. Let's go take a look back here.
Okay. You got a lot of stuff in here.
Yes, we've got some really cool stuff, but the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar collection is what you came to see.
That stuff is amazing. I mean,
exactly. My auction house is one of the world's largest sports collectible auction houses, and we have the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar collection. All of these items are scheduled to go to auction. However, we've set some items aside, and if something can be worked out, he can get them, and they will never hit the auction block.
This is pretty damn impressive. He was like the first mega superstar in basketball.
3 straight championships in college, 6 NBA championships, 6 NBA Most Valuable Player awards. Nobody else has that resume.
Arguably the greatest basketball player ever.
And then you look at what else he's accomplished. Actor, civil rights, writer.
Also, philanthropy. He's has a foundation.
Yep, Skyhook, and that's one of the reasons why he's doing this, is to help his Skyhook Foundation.
Okay.
So let me show you what we got. This is the official NBA Most Valuable Player Award. In 1975-76, he led the league with 17 rebounds a game, had one of his best ever seasons.
Yeah, this is his first season with the Lakers.
That is correct, yep. So went to the new team, certainly earned his money.
Those are his goggles?
These are his iconic goggles, correct.
So how many pairs of those are out there?
Kareem himself had only 2 pairs.
That's pretty cool. And he wore those because he was so tall, people, when they went up to block or whatever, and like he would get stuck in the eye.
Exactly. Just think somebody jumping up to try and get a ball. Some of these centers back when he played might have been 6'8", and he was 7'2", so he was taller than them. They went to reach and poked him in the eye. That protected him.
Are these prescription?
No, they are just normal. You can try them on.
They're a little big for me.
Okay.
And this is
his 1979 All-Star Game jersey. It comes directly from Kareem, and you can even see in here, you see the dirt from the playing use. I mean, it's unwashed. Sorry about that, but that's the way people like it. And it's just a remarkable piece of basketball history.
A game-worn jersey is really, really cool, but an All-Star jersey, that's just sort of like, that's a completely different thing.
Exactly. They had to make the All-Star Game. They had to play in the All-Star Game, and then they only wore 1.
If you're into basketball, and if you just had this stuff right here, I think you're done.
It's incredible. However, I saved the best for last.
What kind of holy grail do you have?
Why don't you let me bring it to you? How about that? It's very unique, and it's part of his Lakers dynasty.
Okay.
Okay, let me go grab it from the safe.
I'm intrigued.
Thank you.
I just don't know what could really be better than that. It's amazing.
This is the 1987-88 Los Angeles Lakers ring presented to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. It's a back-to-back ring, and it is the final championship that he won in his NBA career.
Can I touch it?
Absolutely. Take a close look.
Okay, I just have to do this?
Sure.
I am now officially a better person. I mean, obviously he didn't wear it a lot.
Yeah, he kept it in mint condition. And just like baseball cards, the better the condition, the more valuable the item.
Yeah, that is so cool.
I mean, as you probably know, dealing with rings is the most precious item to an athlete. They will, they'll do a jersey, they'll do a basketball. These players do not give up their championship rings.
It's a really rare occasion when they
Exactly. And this is the biggest name to ever make any of these items available.
That's pretty amazing right there.
Thank you.
So, this is the moment. How much do you want for this stuff?
Well, what we're doing is we are helping Kareem raise money for his charity. For the trophy, we would expect it to go for around $300,000. For the goggles, we would expect a price around $40,000. For the jersey, we would expect the price around $125,000. And on the ring, we would be looking for $375,000.
Okay. Yeah, a little bit more than your standard ring.
Yeah.
So I knew this was going to be amazing stuff, so I arranged for my sports guy, Dan, to be here, but he can't get here until tomorrow. So can I come back tomorrow?
Absolutely, I'll be here.
Really feel like I should light a candle before I leave. I'll see you tomorrow, man.
Sounds great. I'll show you out.
Hey, bud, how you doing?
Doing great, man.
Good to see you. Big hookup, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, dude, this is definitely the hookup. This stuff is badass.
All right, let's check it out.
Oh.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
Hey, guys, how you doing? Dan, good to see you again.
Ken, nice to see
Thank
you.
you for coming
How's it
back,
going?
Rick. Good, I was just grabbing the ring out of the safe for you.
Yeah, you never get to see, I mean, like, this is like the ultimate Kareem Abdul-Jabbar stuff, period. I wanted Dan to check these out.
Sure, I mean, that's wonderful, and I don't want to trump Dan, but as far as authenticity goes, let me do you one better. I'll be right back if you don't mind.
Okay. I tried on the ring.
Really?
That's so cool. Oh, my God.
I thought that you might like to meet the man himself to
It is
talk a little bit
an honor.
about his collection.
Hi, how are you? I'm doing great.
How you doing? A very big honor. I'm Dan.
Pleasure.
So this is your stuff?
This is my stuff.
So you can authenticate it.
I can definitely authenticate it.
Where have you kept all this stuff?
So it was all in the basement of my mom's house in Queens, and the NBA offices are in New York. So if I got an award, I'd just say, send it to my mom's house. They knew my mom real well. And then I had a fire. My house burned down, but I managed to keep all of my stuff.
That's just amazing. You got a storied life.
A lot of blood, sweat, and tears went into accumulating this, but it was a great life.
Some pretty amazing stuff here.
I know, Rick, you had asked me a question about the goggles.
I don't know, I'm a little bit in awe, so hold on a second.
I'd gotten poked in the eye a number of times and had scratched corneas. So in order to guard my vision, I started wearing these.
And when you first started wearing them, did the other guys tease you about them?
No. A lot of kids who have to wear glasses kind of were encouraged by me because they say, oh, Kareem wears glasses and he's playing in the NBA, you know.
Cool. And you're selling all this and giving money to charity?
Yeah, we'll go to my foundation. I send kids to camp so that they can learn about STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, and math.
That's cool. So maybe we can make a deal on something?
We absolutely can make a deal. And if we do, maybe you can come down to LA and we'll go to a Laker game.
With you?
Absolutely.
I think we need to buy something.
Because that wasn't in the bucket list till now.
Right.
All right, well, thanks. It's been a pleasure meeting you, man. It really has.
Yeah, pleasure, an honor. I'll be back, guys. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar right in front of us.
Yeah.
Authenticating his stuff.
All right, so give me some prices.
75 MVP trophy. We're looking at about $225,000. We got the game-used Western Conference All-Star jersey. Probably looking at about $100,000 to $125,000. The 87-88 championship ring, you're looking at $250,000.
Okay.
The goggles, I personally think, are really cool. You're looking at between $20,000 and $30,000. And I think they'll be great for the store.
So I bet that was an experience, huh?
Yeah.
To say the least.
Thanks, man.
Good luck.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate
welcome.
it. Good seeing you again. Yep.
So, how much would you take for the goggles?
We're looking to get at $40,000.
I'll give you 15 grand.
I can't take 15 grand. I'm trying to help Kareem out. You met him in person.
I know.
I can go down to 35,000 for you.
I'll give you 20 grand.
27.5.
22.
Tell you what. Agree at 25,000. Don't counter. I will get you the tickets to go with him to a Lakers game this season and see the Lakers with Kareem and watch LeBron James play.
It's sort of hard to say no. All right, thanks, man. It has just been an absolutely amazing day. I bought Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's goggles, and I'm going to a Lakers game with him. I can't wait to rub this in Corey and Chum's face. It's gonna be glorious. What do you got here?
I've got a Miami Heat 06 championship ring.
Are you sure Heat won a championship?
I'm sure. I came to the pawn shop today to try to sell my Miami Heat 06 championship ring. It's got diamonds, the workmanship on it. It's fantastic. It's just an awesome ring. And you put it on your finger and you go out, you're definitely gonna get some hot women. Guaranteed.
Where in the world did you get this?
I bought it 3 years ago from a collector. He got it from the trainer.
All right, and what does 15 strong on the side mean?
That means there's 15 players on the Miami Heat basketball team that won the championship.
Okay.
So there are 15 player rings. All the rings are identical.
The players' rings had a lot more diamonds, they were bigger, and the players got a number on theirs too.
Well, with their name, yes.
Yeah.
You got me there.
I love championship rings. They're big, embellished, and they look great in my showcase. I mean, it's a nice ring, but Super Bowl rings, staff rings, and player rings are the same ring.
Really?
Same exact ring, okay?
You know, with the basketball rings, there's only 15 players. Versus NFL, you have 45 players on your roster, plus all the front office people. Basketball teams are smaller. That's a limited edition of rings that go out.
No matter what, championship rings are always collectible. They don't come on the market too often because people tend to hold on to them. When they do surface, it's usually a trainer or a staff ring. Unless, of course, a player has too good of a time in Vegas. Big question is, what do you want to do? You want to pawn it or sell it?
I'd like to sell it.
And what do you want for it?
I'd like to get about $20,000 for it.
Oh, no, not going to happen.
Well, what's going to happen?
20,000 player ring, maybe.
Oh, a player ring would be 100,000.
The problem is, it's a trainer,
If the Heat made these rings like the players' rings, it would demand more money. It would.
Players' rings are worth more. A star player like Shaq's, that would be worth much, much more. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, I'd give you $8 grand for it.
8 grand.
8 grand.
Oh, I need to get at least 14 out of it.
No.
And at 14, you can still make money off that. Guaranteed.
Nah, I'll give you 9 grand. That's what I'll go. Cash money.
12 grand.
9 grand. I mean, 9 is what I can do.
I'll tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Sell it to you for 12 grand today. If you don't sell in 6 months, I'll buy it back for 12 grand.
No.
No deal?
No deal. 9 grand.
What if we do this? What if I sell it for 9 and you split the profits with me when you sell it?
No.
What about 9 cash, 3 trade?
No, 9 cash.
That's it?
9 cash, that's it.
All right, can't do it.
Okay. Thanks for coming in, man.
When I sell it for 20, I'm going to call you guys and let you know.
Please do, man. I'd love to hear it.
You could have bought it for 12, just so you know.
I know. I would love to have it, but if the price isn't right, it isn't right.
Okay. Well, I thank you.
Take your ring with you.
I have to, unfortunately.
Chum and I are in a warehouse in Los Angeles that sells sneakers, and they actually have a pair of shoes that Michael Jordan wore in the movie Space Jam. This warehouse is full of rare sneakers, and Chum has already found some other shoes that he says we should consider buying. Now we're waiting for Chum's expert, and hopefully, Chum hasn't put me in a jam on this trip.
All right, here's your guy.
All right, Rick. Yeezy Busta. Yeezy Busta. Rick.
I go by Yeezy Busta because I bust celebrities who wear fake Yeezys. I keep my identity hidden and wear a mask because I don't want to get sued for defamation.
So what do you think?
So first up, we got the Freddy Kruegers, one of the most sought-after dunks ever. Do you mind if I take a closer look at them?
By all means.
All right, so let's see. Here we can tell that the shoes are brand new. There's no heel drag. And I mean, this is definitely an authentic pair and they look amazing. I love this shoe. So I see you picked out the Encore 4s. This is actually the remake. It's an unofficial retro. The quality is on point. The smell.
What are you smelling for?
The glue that actually puts the shoe together is supposed to smell a certain way. Fake factories put a different type of glue that smells very bad and very strong, so these ones actually smell right. These are definitely authentic.
All right.
So tell me about Yeezys.
So these here are actually one of my favorites. The fact that Kanye actually wore these on tour is just incredible. This was actually supposed to be the 4th colorway of the Yeezy 1, but these shoes were scrapped completely, so there's only like a couple of sample pairs in existence.
All right. And the Paris ones?
When those released, plenty of people didn't really even care for them at the time because they didn't know their true value. So there's plenty of pairs that were just thrown on electricity lines and nobody really cared about them.
I mean, this shoe kind of is the shoe that, at the time, set skateboarding shoes on the map to be worth something more than just to skate in.
What do you think they're worth?
So for the Freddy Kruegers, I would price them at about $26,000. The Encores, I would price them $32,000. For the Fire Red or Ferrari Red Easy Sample, it's really hard to put a price on it just because there might only be one in the world. If I had to put a price on it today, I would say $150,000. And now the Paris Dunks, I would price that at around $72,000.
Okay.
Well, what do you think?
I still haven't seen the Space Jam shoes.
Well, we had to warm you up, Rick.
You know, we had a lot of cool sneakers out here, but this is definitely the holy grail.
Okay, let's take a look.
I've actually seen these once before, and it took my breath away.
Oh, I thought a light was going to come up.
Oh, my goodness. Rick, Michael Jordan wore those in one of the most iconic movies ever, Space Jam.
I don't think Space Jam was one of the most iconic movies ever.
It had Michael Jordan and Bugs Bunny in the same movie. What's more iconic than that?
So I have the Air Jordans that Michael Jordan wore in the movie Space Jam. After the Michael Jordan Last Dance documentary, there's been so many people contacting me that found out about me owning these sneakers. So I think I'll act like a free agent and see how it all pans out.
Awesome.
Where'd you get them?
I got him from somebody whose relative worked on the set. Apparently, MJ handed it to him.
Space Jam came out in 1996, and it was a live-action movie. It had Michael Jordan and some other basketball players in it, along with the Looney Tunes.
Yeah, it grossed a ton of money. It was like over $200 million it grossed. And there's a sequel coming out with LeBron James, right?
Let's just hope he does it justice.
This is more than just a movie prop. It was the first time that this model was unveiled. And this was like one of the most popular Jordans ever made, the Jordan 11.
So what do you think they would go for?
Just the fact that Space Jam is the highest grossing basketball movie of all time, and also The Last Dance did come out, which made all of Michael Jordan's memorabilia just go through the roof. I can see these selling for upwards of $1 million.
Oh, there you go. I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming out. I'll be in LA for a few days. Maybe we can have some dinner.
Sounds good.
All right, I'll give you a
Sounds
call.
good.
Thank
Good
you.
luck, guys.
All right, Rick.
I don't know enough about the sneaker business. It's too much for me.
I mean, you can at least make the guy an offer.
I mean, I'd offer him like 300 grand because I just don't know enough about shoes.
You can't do better than that?
I'm good.
What about some of these other shoes? I don't want you to leave empty-handed, Rick.
I'm really interested in those Paris shoes.
Well, let me grab them.
Now, those are cool. So would you take like 55,000 for them?
No.
What would you take?
70 grand's a great deal. That's family love price.
60?
65.
Can we meet at 62?
Okay, cool.
All right, deal, 62 grand.
Okay.
And
All right.
I'm gonna do a little bit more shopping on stuff I can actually wear.
All right.
I don't even know who he is anymore.
I really was hoping that we might come to a deal on the Michael Jordan Space Jam shoes, but time will tell, and we'll see what happens with them.
So what can I do for you?
I'm interested in selling some Dennis Rodman jerseys. They're all game worn.
All right, you got the Bulls jersey?
I got Pistons.
Oh, the bad boys. That was the bad boy
That's
team.
the original. That's his very first. And I got a Mavericks. That's...
How did you get these?
I was once married to Dennis.
Whoa.
Dennis Rodman is the best rebounder ever in the NBA. Being a basketball wife, I did not fit the mold. But being married to Dennis, I did enjoy. We have a daughter together. I'm hoping to get about 8 to 10 grand for the whole group. I'm selling the jerseys today because I'm paying for my daughter's tuition.
How long were you with Dennis?
We were together 5 years before we got married, and our marriage didn't last long, maybe 3 years, so a total of 9 years.
Some people think of him as a bad boy dressed in drag with bright green hair, and some people remember him as a basketball player.
And that's what he was. That's what I remember him as.
That's what I remember him too, as a basketball player. I mean,
yeah, hard worker, came from nothing.
Rodman gets a lot of attention for the crazy things he does off the court, but he was an awesome player. 2 NBA championships with the Pistons, 3 with the Chicago Bulls. Sure, Jordan led the Bulls to victory, but Rodman fought in the heat of the battle, stealing those rebounds out of everyone's hand. So this says...
Dennis Worm, because he used to go by Worm. Look at that.
He could have been battling Jordan when he was wearing this one. You never know.
Yeah, Larry Bird, too. This one has actually sweat. This was right after he took it off.
Must have been a pretty brutal game.
Yeah,
I mean,
look
there's
at that. Isn't that
stains
crazy?
all over it. I know he wasn't eating hot dogs on the sideline.
No. This is the one that's signed to his daughter. It says, to Alexis, love you always.
So this stuff's pretty cool. What exactly do you want to do with it?
I want to sell it. I'd like to get $1 grand for the Mavericks, at least. The Pistons is the #1 seller. They're going up to $3,900. Chicago Bulls, between $3,500 and $3,900.
That's quite a lot of money, so I'm gonna call in a friend of mine, Jeremy.
Cool, yeah. I really don't have any problem with somebody coming in appraising them. There's a lot of sentimental value into the jerseys. I just hope they know.
What do we got?
4 Dennis Rodman jerseys.
Wow. No player in the history of the NBA has been the center of more controversy than Dennis Rodman. On the court, he was a fierce rebounder and a perfect defender, best at his time. He had 5 NBA championships, 7 rebounding titles. He was Defensive Player of the Year twice. And he's the all-time NBA leader in rebounding percentage.
And don't forget Hall of Fame.
And he's a member of the Hall of Fame, absolutely. But then on the flip side, he also headbutted a referee, kicked a cameraman in the junk, got fined for about $1 million, and even wrestled Hulk Hogan during the '98 finals. Dennis Rodman is quite possibly the best defender and rebounder the game's ever seen. Since he's still in the public spotlight, he has a good following, and all of his antics actually help the value of some of his items. We're gonna start with the Mavericks jersey here. Now, as far as all the teams he played for, the Mavericks would probably be the least popular since he only played 12 games. He was ejected twice. But we have Pistons 10, and we have Dennis Worm Rodman. Seeing Worm, which is his nickname, is really cool. That's very uncommon on a lot of his items. All right, so we saved the best for last. The Bulls, one of the most popular teams in the NBA, 3 championships won with them. In '96, when he wore this jersey, it was Rodman's best season as a Bull. He averaged over 16 rebounds a game. Every year he was there, he won a championship, so it's a championship jersey as well. Bulls are one of the most popular teams in NBA history, and anything tied to a period where Michael Jordan played is always going to have a premium to it. Now, when we're talking about this signed Bulls jersey, we're talking about a one-of-a-kind. With the game-used aspect of it, plus the known inscription, this one could be worth the most. As a collection, though, altogether, I would say you're looking at around $6,500 with quite an upside to it.
Yeah.
All right, well, thanks for coming in.
You got it, man.
Talk to you next time.
All right.
So, what do you want for these?
Now, I know the appraisal was $6,500, which sounded like a good price.
Okay, well, here's where I stand. As cool as this is, written out to your daughter's name, it's a lot harder to sell. This is just a game-worn jersey. This is going to be easy to sell. The other two are going to be easy to sell as well. Unfortunately, they're not going to be easy to sell like this. I'm going to have to get them framed, and I'm going to have to display them. After me framing them and putting them on here and paying someone to sell them, we're looking more like the $3,500 range.
That doesn't sound like a lot. Would you do 45 without the Mavericks?
35 is pretty much where I'm at.
How about 4,300 and everything?
You know what? I can't see passing this deal up. My boss is probably gonna kill me, but I think we got a deal.
Cool.
All right, deal.
Cool. $4,300 was a little low, but I don't have time to sell them online. It's a fair price. It's gonna help out with my daughter's tuition. I'm really happy about that.
How you doing?
Good. How you doing today?
Oh, pretty good. What do you have here?
It's a suit owned by Shaquille O'Neal that outgrew me, and I'm ready to sell it.
Yeah, the suit outgrew you or you shrunk?
Yeah, one of the two. I'm here at the shop today to sell my Shaquille O'Neal suit. Got it back in 2005, and I collect a little bit of sports memorabilia here and there. I've had it for a couple years. It's been a great conversation piece of the house. Just time to get rid of it.
Let's see here. Well, definitely looks right. I mean, I feel like Shaq's waist was bigger than that, though. Shaq is one of the greatest basketball players of my time period. This is before LeBron, you know, this is in the Kobe era. Shaq was just this massive 7'1" basketball player who had a huge presence on the court. He couldn't really shoot the ball too far away from the rim, but when you're that size, you don't need to.
Yeah, the guy was a beast.
What makes you think it was owned by Shaq?
Well, the labels inside say his name all over.
Let's see here.
It's got a little bit of writing in there. It says Shaq O'Neal.
They do say his name on there, and they're big, but someone could have easily just wrote that right in there. I'm gonna come around and check this out. Wow, it's pretty big here. Let me try it on here if you don't mind.
Yeah, no worries.
I actually kind of like it.
It fits.
I might get the sleeves hemmed up and wear this thing. I mean, this right here, it's either got to be Shaq's or Paul Bunyan's. What are you looking to do with it?
I'm looking to sell it.
And how much are you looking to get?
$1,000.
All right, I have no idea. If you don't mind, I'd like to call a buddy down to come take a look at it.
Yeah, sounds good to me. I have no problem with an expert coming in today to take a look at my suit. And I think when he comes in, he'll see all the labels and realize that it's real.
Hey, chump.
How you doing?
Good. Good. What do we got here?
Supposedly Shaq's suit. It's custom made. It has a tag inside that says custom made for Shaquille O'Neal.
This is incredible. It's like a size 100. There are telltale signs that you want to look for, labeling and making sure that it says Shaq's name in there, maybe a year. So if I could take it off the mannequin and check out the labels, that'd be great.
Yeah, let's get to it.
Now, Elevate made a lot of his clothing, so that's a good sign. Here you got exclusively tailored for Shaq O'Neal, and then there should be a label in here. There you go. Yeah, Shaq O'Neal. It doesn't look like anything was fraudulently unstitched, restitched, or removed. Based on all the labeling, I think this is authentic.
Okay,
All
that's
right.
good news.
Yeah.
What kind of price do you think it has?
In a retail market, you're looking at $500.
All right, well, I appreciate it.
You got it. Good luck.
Thanks.
Good
Nice
luck.
meeting
Well, you heard what he said. He thinks it's worth, you know, $500 in a retail setting. With that being said, what are you willing to take for it?
You know, I'd probably go 900. I mean, it was, you know, during the year that he won the championship. I think you guys would sell it in a hurry.
I couldn't pay over the value for it.
Yeah, the lowest I'm probably willing to go is $500.
That's still gonna be too much for me because I'm gonna need to be able to make a profit on it.
Gotcha.
It's really cool. It's Shaq's. Appreciate you bringing it
Yeah,
in.
I'll just keep it as a conversation piece. I appreciate it.
Have a good day. Good luck finding a mannequin to put it on.
Thanks. Unfortunately, we weren't able to come to an agreement today on price. I feel like it's worth a lot more. I'd rather just keep it at the house.
Hey, how can I help you?
I got a 2010 finals jersey, warm-up jersey from Kobe Bryant, and it's signed.
Kobe started with the Lakers, I think, in about 1997. So imagine where you were in 97. I think you might have still had hair.
I'm here at the pawn shop today to sell my 2010 finals game-used Kobe Bryant warm-up jersey. The Kobe jersey has meant a great deal to me. I've had it for a few years now, but now I'd like to allocate those funds somewhere else. I'm looking to sell the jersey because I want to travel the world. I have a 12-year-old son. Would love to take him to see all the great sights. I could create some awesome memories with my son.
You know, even if you're not a Kobe fan, like I'm not a huge Kobe fan, but you gotta appreciate what Kobe did. I mean, he's one of the greatest players of all time. Over 30,000 points, over 7,000 rebounds, over 6,000 assists, two-time NBA Final MVP. He came out of high school and played for the same team his entire career. I mean, that just doesn't happen anymore. The condition looks all right. I mean,
Not what they wear when they're playing.
yeah, this is a practice jersey, which is cool. I mean, it's got the finals patch on it. It's got player ID 24 right here. It came from 2010, his last year in the finals. He won the MVP this year. If you're gonna buy a practice jersey, this is probably the coolest one to own. You gotta know these kind of things, Rick.
Okay, I know things. I just don't know a lot about the game of basketball. I'm not a real big basketball fan. So where did you get it?
From a friend. He needed the money. It was at the right time. It was right after the finals, and it looked like a good buy. I do have a letter of authenticity. They got it right after the 2010 season.
Okay. How much do you want for it?
I'm looking to get $25,000.
$25,000.
Yes.
I don't know if it's that cool.
Do you mind if I call someone up and have them take a look at it?
By all means.
It's because, for all I know, you printed out this little C of A here and got busy with a Sharpie. So
definitely.
Give me a minute. I'm going to give someone a call. I'll get him down here. He'll know more than I do, and him.
Anyone knows more than you do about this.
Apparently, Chum knows a lot more than me.
So what do we got here?
Kobe practice jersey from the 2010 finals.
That's hot. That is hot.
Okay, I mean, my big concerns are, is it real and what's it worth?
Can I take a look at it?
Go ahead.
If you look real close right here, I think you can see where Kobe bites his jersey.
Is there tooth marks there? No.
No, I was just joking.
I'll tell you what, these are pretty tough to come by. This is a 2010 finals jersey, and the reason I know that is because you can't just go buy these patches, so that kind of helps with the authenticity. But there's also one thing that I'm hoping is inside here is a tag, a very important tag, which is gonna date when it actually was issued. 7/2009. So it was issued, obviously, before the finals.
So you think it's real?
Does it come with a letter of authenticity?
It's right here.
Now, DC Sports Collectibles is the leading authenticator in NBA material, specifically Lakers. So it's good that this piece of paper is with it. You know, you are looking at a genuine 2010 game-worn warm-up.
So, I mean, it obviously goes less than a normal game jersey.
Yeah. 2010 Finals game used jerseys hit about $25,000 to $35,000 range.
Okay. So what's this thing worth?
Well, it's definitely gonna be around half of what a game used jersey is priced at. So you're looking at about $15,000 retail.
Okay.
What? No. I mean, it's the last jersey. I mean, the last time they won the finals.
Yeah, I understand that, but we've sold a lot of game used stuff, and that's what the market bears. So.
I beg to differ, but I mean, I know he's the expert.
Thanks, Ben.
You got it. Take care. Good luck. Thanks. There are many collectors in the industry that seek out this kind of stuff. It's hot. There'll always be a buyer for his memorabilia.
Not exactly the slam dunk you were looking for.
No, that was surprising. I really thought I was going to be able to get 25 out of it.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a practice jersey.
So what's the best you'll take for it?
17.
No. Not if I can retail at 15.
This is Kobe, though. Come on. 10? 10 is my lowest. That's as far as I can go.
I'll go $7,500.
No, the lowest I'll ever go is 10.
Have a nice day, Ben.
All right, thank you, guys. It's disappointing that I wasn't even able to make a deal. I was looking forward to spending some money and spending some time with my son, but I'm a big Lakers fan, so I'm proud to put it back up on the wall.
Hey, what do we got there?
Got some pretty cool sports autographs here for you.
Okay. Whoa. Apparently, there's a lot.
Yeah.
What all do we have here?
So, we have 1995 action-packed NBA Hall of Fame autographs.
All right.
There's a total of 507.
Okay, that's in all the boxes, everything.
Right.
It's like every autograph from every sport or something?
It's the remnants of the card industry in the 90s. I'm looking to sell my 1995 action-packed autographed basketball cards. I got the cards out of the storage unit here in Las Vegas. Didn't know what I came into, did some research, and it's an unbelievable collection. For the whole lot, I'm looking to get $120,000.
This is interesting. So these are action-packed.
Yes.
And they're 1995.
Right. Action Pack actually went out of business in '95.
And that's when the sports card bubble just, I mean, it didn't blow up. It was like a nuclear bomb. In the 1980s, baseball cards started becoming really, really collectible. Next thing you know, different sports card companies are opening up everywhere, and it's no longer just baseball, it's football, it's basketball, it's hockey, it's every sport you can imagine. Everyone thought they were going to get rich. They were going to retire off baseball cards.
Right.
But when you start getting these crazes where everyone's buying them because they're going to be worth a fortune and they're going to resell them, that's not collecting, that's speculating. So where did you get these things?
Well, I found them in a storage locker here in Las Vegas.
So you got Bill Walton, he played for Portland. Senator Bill Bradley, he played for the New York Knicks. Bob Cousy played for the Celtics. And Bill Russell.
When I went into the storage unit, there was about 70 or so of all four of these.
So all 507 cards are autographed?
Every single one.
So do you know much about the autographs? Did someone purchase these cards and have them signed? Did they come from Action Packed already signed?
These were cards that were redemptions. So when you would open the packs, they would have a redemption saying, hey, you're going to get a Bill Bradley autograph. Send it in and we'll send it to you. So the only way you were getting them is from Action Packed directly. Well, Action Packed went out of business, and a lot of these cards didn't get out, including all four of these. So no one even knows these cards exist.
Are these graded?
They're just authenticated.
So we have an anomaly?
Yes.
So how much you want for these?
In total, all 507 cards, I'm looking to get $120,000 for them all.
Sounds like a lot, but let me get some help. I'll call up my friend. And this is one of the main things he deals in. I'm take a look at it, and he can help me with the price, and maybe we can do business.
You got it. Let's do it.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
If they made pawn shop cards about this shop, I'd definitely be the most valuable.
Looks like a lot of gold.
This gentleman right here has all these basketball cards that are signed by the players. They're from Action Packed, but it seems like the company went out of business before they were able to release these cards.
Okay, yeah, I know about Action Packed. They started in 1988. They had small sets. The gold really popped, and a lot of people gravitated towards that project because of how shiny and cool they were.
Here's the weird thing. There's nothing graded. He's got the autographs authenticated. What the hell is this stuff worth?
Can I take a look at them?
Sure.
Here's some gloves.
Great. Bill Russell, Hall of Famer from the Boston Celtics. Some people say that Bill Russell is the greatest NBA player of all time. But Russell was a really, really tough autograph. When he played and kids would ask him for his autograph, he just would not give it. So how many Bill Russell cards do you have?
About 70 or so.
Okay. So these are probably the only ones that exist, signed by Russell. Bob Cousy, another big Boston Celtics Hall of Famer. Signatures are really nice on this one. And you got here Senator Bill Bradley, who almost became president of the United States.
Yep.
And then we have Bill Walton, that had like a 48-foot sneaker. This guy was huge. And how many cards you have?
507.
That's a lot of quantity. But it seems like every single card from this set, it's all Hall of Famers.
Yes.
They're really nice cards.
So, how much do you think these things would retail for? How long do you think it's going to take me to sell them?
If you're carrying this amount of volume to get your money, because you have to control the market, well, I think it would take you, at least years. There's definite value here. The Russell card, I could say the first couple could go for $5 grand. But we all know, as far as supply and demand, things come down as things pop out.
Okay. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
You got it.
I'll call you.
Take care.
Thank you so much.
You got it.
Okay, so I don't know exactly what you want to do. I'll give you 25 grand for all of them.
That's pretty low.
No, it's not. It's hundreds of hours. It's not only what I pay you, it's everything else involved with it.
Right. You do 35.
Nope, I'll go 25 grand. I am buying myself a job here.
I feel it's a headache, it's a project. I don't really want to be tied into them for as long, and you're willing to do the work, so you know what, I'll do that 25. You got a deal.
All right, sweet, we got a deal. I'll meet you right over there. We'll do some paperwork, I'll get you paid.
Thank you so much.
I am in the basketball card business now.
What's up, man?
Hey, what's up?
Good to see you, dude. How are you?
Good, how you doing?
Good. Hey, listen, I knew that you worked down here. Obviously, I've seen you at the gym and stuff, and I work as a trainer there, as you know. I had a client that I was working with, and he couldn't afford to pay me for the actual training sessions. He asked me if I wanted to take this as compensation. And I saw that it had some names that I recognized, as Phil Jackson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, and I thought, wow, it was kind of cool. A little small for me to be carrying around, but, you know.
I don't know, man. It shows out your muscles.
I don't know. I came to the pawn shop today because I have a signed Lakers backpack. I really like to get at least 500. My son is graduating high school, and I kind of want to put some money towards his new car.
All right, let me check it out. See what you got here. Phil Jackson, Gary Payton, the glove. I mean,
it's all the way back from 2004, so I mean, I think some of these guys are either in the Hall of Fame or heading to the Hall of Fame for sure.
Oh, we all know Kobe Bryant's going. We all know Phil Jackson's going. Oh, Shaq. When he came to the Lakers, that was the biggest contract in the NBA at the time. The Lakers absolutely dominated the NBA in the early 2000s. With the help of Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, and people like Phil Jackson, they were unstoppable. It looks like everything was signed with the same pen. This might have been signed right in the locker room.
Right.
You got this certificate of authenticity from the Lakers Youth Foundation. They probably signed this up and put it in a charity auction and raised a good $1,600 for that, you know? So, do you know how much you're looking to get?
I was looking for around $1,000 if I could. I figured he paid $1,600. I thought $1,000 would be fair.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I want a buddy of mine to come down and check it out. And, you know, I want to see how much this is worth, because I don't know if it's worth $1,600. It could be less. It could be worth more. I don't want to rip you off. You know, I got to see you every day at the gym.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, hang out here for a minute. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Thanks a lot. When Chum said that he was interested in bringing in an expert, I kind of was, oh boy, you know, but let's be realistic. We got to see if it's real.
What's up, dude? Good to see you.
How you doing, brother?
Hi, how are you?
Good.
It's the weirdest looking basketball, man. What are your concerns?
Called you in to tell me if these autographs are authentic and how much they're worth.
Okay, I mean, Shaq and Kobe are two of the most forged guys on planet Earth. First thing I'm gonna do is take a look with the Pro Scope The thing I want to do is magnifier here, and I'm going to take a look at the signatures, and I want to make sure everything's live, not printed on here, which is important, because this could be a mass-produced piece as well. So this is the silver paint pen that was used. That's some pretty thick ink on there. See kind of how it bleeds apart? We have live signatures on here, so that's a good thing. Next thing I want to do is take a look with my exemplars I have on file here. And the first guy I want to look at is Kobe Bryant. First thing I always look at with Kobe, the flourish on the K. What I'm going to do is take a look at Shaq. Same thing with Shaq. You know, again, with these sports guys, they're all really sloppy. They're all signing so fast all the time. They want to pound through it and get it done with. When I look at Shaq, I'm looking for him to put his number. That's kind of like a big key to it all. Karl Malone, I look for him to do the mailman, look for him to include the number. The last one I want to take a look at, Phil Jackson. I mean, to me, kind of the key to the whole thing, because when I look at all these signatures as a whole, Phil Jackson's the guy that doesn't really make himself available. All he cares about is coaching. So it's kind of an added plus that he's actually on here.
Okay.
So what do you think?
As you could see, the signatures match up with the examples pretty well. An authentic signed Lakers piece.
Awesome. That's what I want to hear.
All right, well, put some value on it for me.
With the kind of the players on it, who's on it, the head coach, you're talking about $500.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a 1,600.
Charitable donation.
Well, see, that's another thing you have to look at. Stuff like that ends up going for more in charity auctions and stuff like that. This piece only has certain value because, just to be honest with you, it's not on a basketball. It's on a backpack. If it's on a basketball, $1,500.
$1,500.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
All right, well,
dude.
thank
Good seeing you, man.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yep,
Thanks.
good luck. Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. The people who collect autographs, especially team-themed items, they're not looking for a backpack. They're looking for a basketball that they could display.
I'll tell you what, man, I'll give you $300 for it.
Oof. I got a kid coming out of school, chum. I don't mean to put a pressure on, knowing you and stuff, but
I gotta keep my job, too.
I get it, my brother. Can we go 450?
You go 350? I definitely can't go 450. I don't even know if I could go 400. I think 350. I'll tell you what, I could go 375. And that leaves me with a room. Someone might come in here and offer me 450, and my boss is gonna tell me to take it.
All right, dude, I'll go 375.
All right, it's a deal. All right, I gotta do the paperwork now. We'll take this with us.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks. The 375 is going to help get my son a car, and that's kind of was the goal, is if we can put that toward it.
What do you got here?
I have here a pair of game-used autographed shoes by an NBA legend, Mr. Robert Parrish.
The Robert Parrish,
The Chief. Robert
Four-time NBA championship?
Yes, sir.
3 with probably the best Celtics team ever, and 1 with the best Bulls team ever.
Yes, sir.
It must have been pretty cool to play with Larry Bird and Michael Jordan.
I wish I would have been the one playing. I got the shoes when I was buying storage units here in the Las Vegas area. That was one of the great finds that I picked up out of the storages. I would like to get $38,000 out of the shoes. If I get the full $38,000, I'm gonna go on a great vacation with my honey.
This is pretty cool, man. What exactly are they?
I believe they were definitely game worn. Did a little bit of research on them, matched them up. I actually saw photos of him in these shoes.
6'4", That's when they lost to the Lakers.
Correct.
Robert Parrish is an NBA icon. He played 21 seasons. He was a 9-time All-Star. So to see something of his come in the shop is pretty cool. Do you have any paperwork?
Yes, I do. I have the PSA that goes with it. It's authenticated.
This must be good. My buddy Steve Grad signed it. How much would you like to sell them for? That's the real question.
Well, there's only one pair like this. I'm asking $38,000.
Whew, that's a lot of money.
It's an investment.
Honestly, I don't even know if they're worth that, but I have a friend who would know. He owns a sports shop right down the street. If you got some time, I'll call him, see if he can come down.
That'd be great.
All right, well, let me go give him a call. Just hang out right here.
Okay. I'm very excited to have the expert come in and take a look at my shoes. I just need to verify possibly that they were actually used in a game.
Well, I mean, Robert Parrish, he's known as one of the top 50 NBA players in history. He played for more seasons than anybody else did. He played more games than anybody else did.
All right.
With these shoes, we're dealing with the fact that they're autographed and the possibility that they're actually used in a game. They exhibit typical game use, just with all the scuffing. And anytime an athlete signs the inscription with a specific date, it's usually from something very important. So, I mean, we have the date, which would be Game 2 of the NBA Finals. With Robert Parrish, I've seen a lot of his different shoes from different points in his career. But what I can tell you, these are exactly what he would have worn in the NBA Finals.
All right, nice.
All right, well, what do you think it's worth?
He played 21 years. There's a lot of different shoes out there. What we're looking at here, about $1,200.
Ooh. Oh. Well, not the 38 you were looking for.
No.
All right, well, thank you.
You bet, man. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
These shoes are extraordinary. They're one of a kind, and any Celtic fan would absolutely love to have them. But, you know, with shoes, unless they came from Michael Jordan, you just don't see that kind of dollar.
Well, it looks like we're pretty far apart there. You were asking $38,000, and my guy tells me $1,200. So, with that said, really, I'm gonna max out at $800.
I think they'll look good on my trophy wall.
You know what? I think you're right. Thanks for bringing them in.
Thank you. I figured that with it being Robert Parrish, there would be a lot more value there, so it is very disappointing.
Hey, how's it going, man? I've got something that you might want to look at. These are signed Baby Air Jordan shoes and a signed poster.
John, got Jordans over here. Oh, sweet. Are these the first Baby Jordans?
These were the first Baby Jordans.
Oh, wow. It's funny, you're wearing the same shoes now. Were you wearing Jordans back then, too?
Hell yeah.
I got the items autographed by Michael Jordan after we'd played golf. At the time, I was not thrilled. My wife had just paid $50 for these shoes that were baby shoes. Heck, my shoes aren't worth $50.
That's really cool, man. How'd you get these?
I used to run golf and tennis events and had Michael Jordan as my guest. He could really play.
Did not know that.
Great guy. And my wife bought these, and I said, Michael, you actually make royalties on baby shoes? And he very sheepishly went, yeah, I do. And I said, you're signing these, pal. And he did.
Oh, that's pretty cool. You definitely got one hell of a story with him.
Michael, he's a true gentleman, very knowledgeable about the game and the ethics and conduct on a golf course.
This is one of those guys that, you know, everything he has is going to be collectible. I mean, he was that dynamic of a player. Nike knew when they picked up Michael Jordan, it was going to be a success.
The shoe is just iconic. You know, people my age grew up watching Michael Jordan play basketball in it. People my age grew up playing basketball in these shoes. Now when shoes like this come out, kids line up 2-3 days in advance outside the store to wait for them.
Yeah, and they get $300 or $400 too for them.
I'm the shop's expert on Jordans. I've got about almost 70 pairs in my own collection. But I've never seen autographed baby Jordans. They're kind of awesome.
Well, Chum, you know about shoes. Are the baby Jordans worth anything by themselves?
If these were a size 10 or bigger, we're talking, you know, maybe even $5,000 just on the shoes. But baby Jordans?
I've never seen a pair signed like this.
I would bet that these are the only Baby Air Jordans that are autographed by Michael Jordan.
It's possible. I mean, this is the first pair I've ever seen, and we get the adult ones all the time. Give me an idea of what you're looking to get out of them.
I was hoping to get $8,000.
If these signatures are legit, there's no question I can sell these. But I've got no idea what signed Baby Jordans are worth. There's nothing to compare them to. Do you have any pictures or documents to back this thing up, or?
Unfortunately, we didn't take a picture of Michael signing the shoes.
You mind if I have somebody come down and check out the signatures for me?
Sounds fair to me.
Let me go give him a call.
Okay.
I'll watch the Jordans for you.
I have no problem calling in a second opinion. I was there. It was done in front of me, so let it happen.
Michael Jordan, huh? That's what you guys call me about?
Yep, we got 3 signatures.
Wow. You guys know how great this guy was. I mean, probably one of the best players in NBA history. All these years leading up until '85, shoes were just plain, they were boring, they were white, and then along comes Michael Jordan. He added a lot of versatility to what Nike could do. Jordan's pretty much the king of all basketball autographs, and he still is to this day. When people collect sports autographs, they want Michael Jordan in their collections. What are your concerns?
Well, the guy's got a great story, but he's got absolutely no proof.
Which should concern you. I mean, the one thing you have to remember about Michael Jordan, one of the most forged autographs in all of sports history. Let's go at it then. These look to be the baby Air Jordan 3s. They came out about 1988, 89. Want to compare the signatures to examples kind of from the same time frame. The one thing I really look for, he has a nice little hitch here on his H. And I see examples here where Michael Jordan really spells out his name, which is so rare for him to do, especially past the 1989 mark. And then again, with the OR transition, same thing Jordan does here. I mean, after comparing everything, after looking at the examples, this is the real deal.
Okay. Oh, that's great. I feel like I'm vindicated because I didn't get a picture of it when it was happening.
So what's a Michael Jordan autograph going for these days?
Well, see, here's the thing. These are baby Jordans. I'd put the value of this piece right at around $2,000 to $2,200.
Okay. Wow. That's disappointing, to say the least.
But you have to remember, the collectors really don't go out and look for baby Air Jordans. Collectors look for the full-size shoes.
All right.
Well, I appreciate it, man.
Good luck.
I was very disappointed in the appraisal, but I have to live with that. He knows his business. You wouldn't go 2,000, would you?
No, I wouldn't, man. I mean, the thing you got to realize is Michael Jordan's not dead. He's got probably another 30 years of living left. So that's a lot of signatures out there. Yeah, I'll give you my highest number first. That's going to be like $1,500 bucks.
Could you go for 18?
I really couldn't, my man.
15's a pretty good price, man. I mean, it's 3 Michael Jordan signatures, and the shoes ain't worth very much money.
All right, well, 1,500 it is.
All right, deal, man. I'll meet you over there.
Very good. It was really hard to sell something we've had in the family for years. Truthfully, the way I feel right now, I'm ready to go back in there and grab it and kill the deal.
Hey, what's going on,
Hey,
man?
what's happening, man? Got these old school Jordans.
Normally don't deal with tennis shoes, man. I don't really know anything about them. I got a buddy who spends a whole bunch of money on this stuff, so give me a second. Chum!
What's up? These are Jordan number 5s. I have 40 pairs of Jordans.
That's it?
And,
Only 40?
Only 40 pairs.
Golly. Decided to come to the pawn shop today to sell my 1990 Air Jordans. Not only they don't fit me, things are a little tight right now, and I'm looking to get a little extra money, pay a couple bills. These shoes are in mint condition, even though they're 20 years old, and I'm looking to get probably about $500 from what I'm thinking.
Where'd you get these?
A buddy of mine gave them to me about a year back, owed me some money, said they were the original shoes from back when Jordan won the championship in '90.
Jordan definitely won the championship wearing the 5. You know, this is one of the classic Jordans right here. They made the tongue out of 3M material. It's reflective. Jordan doing the flashy dunks he would do would be up in the air. Everyone snapping a picture, and the tongue would glow.
Chum's brain doesn't work like most people's. I mean, it only seems to absorb information about video games, pinball machines, and basketball shoes.
Jordan 5 OGs, they can go for several $100s. But I got some news for you. This isn't the shoe that came out in 1990. This shoe was actually released in 2009, 19 years later.
What? Kidding me? My buddy told me that things are real, man. How can you tell that they're not the...
It doesn't look like it, but this whole shoe was actually made out of reflective material.
What?
Do you have a camera on you? When you take a picture of it, it's easy to tell.
It's alarming how much you know about this. It really is. It's hard to get used to the idea that Chum actually knows something. I mean, normally he's as dumb as a pile of rocks.
And we can take a picture of him, and you'll see this whole shoe's made out of 3M. Only the tongue is supposed to flash out on the originals.
You know what, Chum? You're right.
Wow.
Unfortunately, man, I'm not a shoe store. If they were the original ones, I could probably see doing something, or if Jordan wore them.
Whoa, 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 whoa. These are still a very nice shoe.
You can buy them out of your pocket then if you want.
How much you want for them?
I don't know, $100?
How about 50?
75.
75,
All right, deal. All right, let's go do some paperwork.
Man, I couldn't believe that the shoes weren't real. My buddy is going to get it for me. You know, I got something for him, but for the most part, I thought they were going to be worth a little bit more, and they weren't. So I'm a little disappointed.
How can I help you, man?
I got a 1978 team autographed Harlem Globetrotters basketball and the game program.
Sweet. Did you get this signed yourself?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was 8 years old and waiting in the hallway to the locker room.
Okay, so you were like the kid in the hallway with the Coca-Cola and the Mean Joe Great.
Exactly. The coolest part about the Globetrotters is how much fun that they had. I tried to do some of their tricks back then, but it never worked. Looking to sell the ball today because I'm more into hockey now, so I'd rather start collecting hockey stuff. Metal Arc, Sweet Lou, Curly Neal, Nate Branch.
That's really, really neat. I know they started off as a serious basketball team in the 1920s, and the stuff they did with the basketball was incredible. These guys would drop kick a basketball from half court and just swish it. Literally, when I was like 10 years old, every kid was trying to spin a basketball on their finger.
Right.
You know, they were trying to do the whole, you know. Even though the Harlem Globetrotters are not in the NBA, they're still probably the most famous basketball team in the world. But since they're not a professional team, I have no clue on what this can sell for. How much did you want for it?
Well, I was looking at $1,000.
Yeah. Do you mind if I call up my buddy? He's got a shop right down the street. He deals in all kinds of sports stuff. Can he take a look at it and maybe help us figure out the price?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay. Hang out for a few minutes. I'm gonna go give him a call.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm definitely wondering how much the ball's worth, but I know that the signatures are absolutely real because I watched the players sign it, so I'm not worried about that part.
Man, we have some great ones on here. Sweet Lou Dunbar, there's Metal Arc Lemon, of course, Curly Neal. I mean, who could ever get a shiny head of his?
He's actually still a coach for the team.
And you also have the program?
Yeah, the program's with it.
Okay. There's just so much more to the Globetrotters than a sideshow, as a lot of people associate with them. They've played in over 20,000 games, 150 countries. They've been ambassadors to Goodwill for the United States and travel all over the world. It's quite an amazing story.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, going back to the early days of the Globetrotters with the segregation and everything, you know, there was nothing else for, you know, black players to do for basketball. I mean, heck, the NBA wasn't even invented until the late 40s. Back then, if you weren't playing as a Globetrotter, you weren't anybody.
They're from Chicago, right?
They actually are from Chicago, which obviously the Harlem Globetrotters, everybody assumes they're from Harlem. But going back to the 20s, they started in a small ballroom in Chicago named the Savoy Ballroom. It was a group of 5 guys with their owner, Abe Saperstein.
Okay.
His father was a tailor, so they just arbitrarily picked New York and tailored it onto their uniforms just to book them more matches. But they didn't actually play in Harlem until the 60s. In the beginning, it wasn't just all the antics like they do these days. These guys would go out there and they could play. And after a game where they had a pretty comfortable lead, they kind of started clowning around. Well, the crowd ate it up. So they started incorporating more and more comedy and antics as the years went on, and they added the name Harlem and Globetrotters, Harlem being the hotbed for African-American culture during the time, Globetrotters giving that international vibe. Even after the Minneapolis Lakers won the first NBA championship, they challenged them to a game and beat them. So even after the NBA formed, they're still the best team ever assembled on the hardwood.
Okay. So the big question, what's it worth?
What I can tell you is from the balls I've seen from this period, these are all done by different guys. I mean, different slant flow, pen pressures. These are authentic autographs, no doubt about it. So what we're looking at here, ball and program included, is $300.
Thanks, man. For some reason, I was thinking it would be more money, but...
So was I.
You're hoping for a little bit more?
A lot of it more.
Yeah, a lot of bit more.
With the Harlem Globetrotters, they don't transcend well into the new generation. You know, these days, everybody wants to collect the current NBA teams, and the Globetrotters simply don't have the market that they once had.
I'm thinking like $150.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do that. There's no way. I mean, I've seen these online with just Metal Arc for $100, so.
Yeah, well, remember, what you see online, that's what they're asking. That's not what they're getting.
Right.
And, I mean, I have to resell the thing. I mean, I could go $200 if you would take that, but.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't take much less than like 8.
I wish we could do something, but if you change your mind down the road, maybe we can do some business.
Okay, sounds
Have a good
good.
one, man.
Thanks. If it's only worth $300, I'll probably put it in some kind of a case and keep it in the family. It's my ball, and I had it done, so it's got a lot of sentimental value.